It's a long and winding road. Too many people come and go. The church's walls are made of stone. But we all make it home. Tired of trading sunshine for a pocket full of rain. I'm tired of chasing butterflies, getting nothing back but pain. Come to the show. Take off that uniform. Come to the show. Come on in from the storm. It's a long and winding road. Too many people come and go. Churches' walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Churches' walls are made of stone. We all make it home. Just like that, we are live. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How's everybody this morning?
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
Good to hear.
I survived the sand apocalypse of 2025.
What was that?
80-mile-an-hour winds, sand all day, sustained gust of about 60 miles an hour wind.
Yeah, we got a bunch of Friday night. It smelled like the whole town was on fire when we walked out of the wrestling show. Really heavy winds blew us all over the highway on the way home, but it brought up all this wildfire smoke from Oklahoma and southern Kansas. Anyway, yeah, though, I mean, it looked like somebody was having a big barbecue nearby, but it smelled terrible.
Yeah, it was bad. I mean, here it was the street lights come on because it was so much sand, and it was like darkening out. I mean, I got 3 inches of sand in places around my house. It just blew in. It was bad. There were semi trucks blowed over and car wrecks on the interstate. I mean, it was completely browned out to where you couldn't see 10 foot in front of your car.
And you say browned out. Weird.
Yeah, it was bad. But like I said, I had a doctor's appointment that was Friday, and I had to go to it, and I had to drive back through it.
What's up, Biggie?
Morning.
It was bad. Morning, Biggie.
Morning. Everybody's saying they saw the footage, trucks flipping over and all sorts of shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy, bro. I'm sorry that's happening. How's your house? Everything okay?
Oh, yeah. House is fine. Yeah.
I'm guessing this means you're going to have to work harder. Something's going to break and you're going to have to work harder.
Lord, I hope not.
Wow. A lot of people on this panel like to work hard. Beckerman loves to work hard.
Lies.
You know, moonlights as a as a manager late at night to YouTube wrestlers. It's crazy.
I don't know what you're referring to. Sounds like a
Yeah.
different person with a different name.
Hmm.
Interesting. Interesting.
Sorry, kayfabe's still real to me.
Wellbore. All right, I'll say hi to some people in the chat. We got Wellbore hanging out. All I could see at the top is Wellbore. I don't know if anyone got in there before Wellbore, but we got Dan's Hobby Corner. What's going on, Dan?
At 2, evil. At 2.
My Matt likes comics. How you doing, brother? We got TM Nerdy hanging out. I gotta send TM Nerdy a link at some point. Yeah, I'll get you a link, buddy. Oh, JSS, what's going on? Mr. Brooklyn himself.
I got the link to him.
I actually got to hang out with old Razor and Darth last night. That was interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry for that. Yeah.
1063 Comics, what's going on? Aggressively relaxing. How you doing, brother? What'd you do on what'd you do
Has
with
Razor chilled out more at least?
Yeah, he's very chill. We brought up the comic journey, you know, I had to support my guy comic journey a little bit, you know, and sometimes you just got kind of like inform people on things for them to understand a little bit more, but you know, the question was like, where's Journey been? And
I got you.
I didn't like say anything personal, but I said, you know, he's probably got some family stuff going, which we all kind of known now for a while, and kind of pipe things down a little bit. So that was nice.
Yeah, everybody, if they're not here, there's usually a reason, you know. Sometimes it's a sad and terrible reason. Sometimes people just get burned out, man.
I sent you the link, Mike.
Christina Payne in the house. What's going on, Christina? She's hanging out, checking, giving everybody's links. Appreciate you very much. All right, who else we got hanging out with us? Book Freak Comics. What's going on, brother? It's my buddy Ben. What's happening?
What you got there, Splash? What is that?
Iron Man 94.
Chanko,
okay.
what's happening?
Well, if it isn't aggressively trying.
Don't listen to him aggressively. He's a workhorse.
Man. Remind me never to break up with Bleecker.
You guys got to
how you doing?
get over some shit. You guys been
Right.
at each other's neck for the last 48 hours for some reason.
Listen, Dan, he knows what's up.
TM is backstage.
Evil Comics, what's going on? I'm still fucking getting through this chat. Who dat? How you doing, my man? What's going on?
Have you tried moving faster?
Renegade Rants Comics. No, I just like looking at Splash's face while I do it, though. Look at it. Look at that luscious beard.
Like his handwriting technique.
I know. I'm wondering what he's handwriting, to be honest. What are you handwriting, Splash?
I'm writing on the back of my cards what everything is.
What the book is and when you bought it and how much you
Yeah.
paid for it and all of the above, I'm guessing.
Yes, the date and
Okay. We got a couple people hanging out in the back. Let's bring them on in. We got TM Nerdy, boom, shakalaka, and we also got the evil one himself, Evil Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Boom.
Hey, Mike.
hello.
Oh,
Hey, Splash, Bleak, Travis, Biggie.
good morning, sir. Or I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's morning where you are.
Oh, a little knock at the door.
Who
No,
could
that's
it
just-
be now?
I have not watched Electric State yet, but I'm sure there are people on this panel who have. What'd you
I
think?
want to see that. Yeah, I didn't know it was on. I'm gonna go watch it. Yeah, it sounds
Yeah,
fun.
it's on Netflix. I was thinking about doing it today
What
sometime.
are you watching?
Electric State.
Electric State.
Have
Hmm.
you watched it, Mike?
I did.
And
Oh,
I got thoughts. I got thoughts. My rating, I'd give it a 9 out of 10.
really?
Um, yeah. I want to say it starts off a little slow. Like, it's kind of weird. The story starts off slow, but they throw a lot at you, explaining, what's going on, where the world is. I can tell you, I know exactly where the hate came from on this movie, and it's so obvious. Like, one of the biggest things happens in the first 10 minutes during the explanation of what's going on in this world,
Mm-hmm.
and, and it's where all the robots come from. And this is from, I need somebody to explain this to me. I don't even understand the deep cut here, but this was directed by the Russo brothers. For those of
Right.
y'all that don't know the Russo brothers, that's the people that gave us Infinity War and, the first couple Avengers movies.
Winter Soldier.
Yes, most of the great MCU stuff, okay? And as far as I know, they had a good siding with Disney. One of the cuts in this movie specifically is all the robots come from Walt Disney himself. Um,
oh,
and, and then the robots go bad. Um, I didn't understand that cut. Like, it's already in a fictional world, but then they like try to semi set it like in our world. It takes place. It starts out in the 1990s, but
Okay.
like the way they set it up, and I don't understand why. And they're going back to Disney. We know they're directing like the Secret Wars movie and they're doing Secret Wars Doomsday, and they're doing, what was the other one? They're doing two movies for the MCU. So I didn't understand the cut on that one because, like, I mean, they got full footage of Walt Disney himself in the movie.
They're doing Doomsday and then they're doing Secret Wars.
Yeah, there. Thanks, Fred. The other reasons that people don't like this movie, I've heard, like, Chris's Pratt's hair. Yeah, in the pictures, like posters, it looks weird. In the movie, it looks perfectly fine. It doesn't even look like a wig. It honestly looks like his real hair. And as the movie goes, it's not. It's like like the movie knew that people weren't gonna like his hair, so it's like a joke throughout the movie.
We got
Um,
1063 saying it was good, but there's no emotional response from him. When characters are crying and you're supposed to react, I had nothing, but tons of great actors and everything looked awesome. Okay.
I will say that's kind of why I didn't give it a 10. Is there is a lot of like emotional connection scenes, and I'm not gonna say they miss. It's just I wouldn't say they're supposed to be sad. They're supposed to be getting you to cry, especially when you find out what the like what exactly is going on. That's supposed to like tug at your heartstrings to begin with.
Right. Right.
As far as like it hitting those strings, not necessarily. There were a couple characters that did die in the movie, and they did hit me, but not as much as they should have. It was just like, damn, they killed that dude. Like, no, but overall, I don't see where the hate on this movie came from. Like,
So
overall,
Mike, your rating of 9 out of 10. I like a little more. I usually like 1 decimal point. So if you were gonna assign a decimal point, would you would it be going? Would you have rounded up from like an 8.8, or down from like a 9.1 or a 9.2? Where would you be at? Which way do you
probably
skew?
up. Probably
Up.
up.
So it'd be like a
Like,
9.1, and you called it a 9.
I want to say the beginning of the movie, it had like extremely low ratings for me because it was like it had kind of a slowish start. Yes, there's a lot of pretty stuff going on and stuff like that, but like, it's really once the movie kind of gets into the quest mode, and once it gets to that, because this is a 2 hour movie, and one of my definitions of a good movie, especially if you're watching on at home or whatever,
It's
if
only
the
a 2 hour movie. Fuck
yeah,
movies these days. I swear to God, man, they're fucking it's getting ridiculous.
2 hours is not that bad. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, is a 2 hour movie. More than that, I like, but depending on the
Thank you,
subject matter.
1063.
Um, yeah, but I want to say it's when, and the quest isn't like, I mean, it happens like, I want to say 15 minutes into the movie. It's after they get done with like the explanation of the world, and but I want to say in the beginning it's a slow start. There's a little like I want to say I'm tired of Hollywood casting people that are way older than they're supposed to be in the movie. Like Millie Bobby Brown, I think she's supposed to. When we first meet her, she's supposed to be in like middle school or something like that. And I'm like, we do know how old she is in real life, and you can look at her and tell that she's not a middle schooler. Now, once the movie gets going and they move to the present day, and she's supposed to be like a high schooler and stuff, it fits a little more. That kind of goes away. But I'd say
Yeah,
those were the.
Millie Bobby Brown. She looks older than her age right now.
I mean, it worked in Stranger Things, and it worked all like for all the seasons for
I
me.
know,
She's still.
I know, but that like she was younger in those. Like so her now is like she looks like she's in her 30s.
I want to say like later 20s. She definitely doesn't look like a high schooler or a middle
So
schooler anymore.
And
here's
that's
my
the funny thing
thing.
is like she's married now too, and she's only 21.
So does it look good like CGI wise?
Yes, for me, okay, then all this is my opinion, people, but cinematography, it was beautiful.
Yeah,
Like
even
these,
1060 says it was nice looking. It was really good to
yeah,
look.
CGI wise, it was aesthetically pleasing. Like the way I mean, if you've seen the commercials or a trailer or even
Mhm.
posters for it, you kind of have an idea what the robots look. They kind of look like they came out of Cuphead, the game.
Hmm.
They all have that similar aesthetic. For me, I like that aesthetic. It's kind of a weird, like Chuck E. Cheese kind of Sesame Street thing. I don't know, it's weird, but like I do like because it wasn't just an aesthetic that they used for the cosmetic of the robots. There was another aspect of the movie that they used the appearance of the robots for. And it ties to the main story. But and it goes back to Walt Disney. And Walt Disney was supposed to be the creator of all these like robots or whatever. And he didn't manufacture them all, but he had like the original design. So that's kind of why they have that aesthetic look to them.
Like
I
50s
don't quite
style.
understand what who that's saying
Hmm.
is. I'm in the middle of the movie. Question starts about 30 minutes in.
Yeah, maybe it was a good amount of the movie before like the quest part gets going. But I want to
Okay.
say once the quest get good. But okay, so what I was saying about the time in a good movie, especially when you're watching at home, or and it applies in the theater, if you have to check the time during the movie, like how long you've been watching or how long you have left to go, it's not always a good sign for me.
Yeah.
And there was a moment when I want to say I was an hour into the movie and I was like like honestly the reason I checked the time was like it was kind of like what more could they put in the movie, and at that point I was really because it felt like we were getting to an end, like the ending. I checked the time and I was like, shit, there's still an hour left. um and after that point, it's not, I'm not saying that in a disappointing nature, but that there still was a moment when I was like, man, how long have I been watching this movie for? And it was like, I was like, has this only been an hour?
Oh wow. Okay.
No,
Okay.
but overall, like the acting, and there were some phenomenal, like people that were in the movie that I didn't expect them, because there were a lot of voice acting that they were a part in the robots.
Hmm. I heard there's some good casting. That's what I did hear. Like everyone says, the cast is pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, they had I'm I'm horrible at names, but it had the guy that they're using for everything now. But he was in Loki. He was
Pe-
the
Pedro Pascal.
no, this guy they're starting to use. He was just in the movie Love Hurts or whatever. The
Are,
Valentine's Day
are,
movie is like a kung fu.
Okay.
are you talking about the kind of analyst guy? I don't know what he did. He was kind of like the dorky guy on Loki.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Did you
yeah,
watch it,
yeah, I know who
TM?
you.
He's from
No, I haven't
Goonies.
watched it.
Okay.
I oh, you're talking about him. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah,
From
yeah.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, Goonies,
Yeah,
Love Hurts.
yeah. Um, he played Short Round.
Yes, I do. I
Oh my
cannot remember
god,
his name,
that
but he was
dude.
in the movie, and he actually has a major role. And I generally, he actually plays two roles, and I actually loved both of his roles. All the casting was really good, even when you get down to it. Like I know there's a lot of hate towards Chris Pratt. I don't have that, or honestly, I don't even know officially what the hate's towards. I
Yeah,
don't want
why
to
does
know.
everyone hate Chris Pratt?
I don't know.
I know
Sorry.
okay. It has some stuff to do with some stuff he said. It's like another like Brie Larson
Oh, is it
situation
because
where
he's super Christian, isn't he? I know.
something like that. And people don't
Yeah,
quote me.
I think I heard something.
I just know that there is some hate tied to him, and it's not because of his acting or anything like that. Okay, for me, I still like Chris Pratt. Every movie I've seen him in, I enjoy his, and I can say it's getting to a point where they are typecasting him, which I hope like he kind of gets away. But I think honestly, lately they're doing that with a lot of actors.
He's
yeah.
just a fucking action hero. Like,
Yeah,
it's
But
okay. Like, so what?
he's also
yeah,
funny. He's sort of charming.
yeah.
He sort of
For me, he works, and this
yeah. He
movie he
works in a
did.
lot of ways.
This movie, it's like, and I kind of liked his role in this one because he's kind of like he's supposed to be like a jerk swindler kind of thing, and he pulls off that, and then during the movie he changes into this nicer guy, and it's not cringe, it comes off legit. No, it's another movie where I don't see why it has such abysmal ratings. Like, this movie was great. I loved it.
Well, so I'm all for it. I remember seeing the preview. I was like, oh, let me go watch it. And I was like, oh, it don't come out till the 14th or some shit. I'm like, okay, I'll watch it later. So anything with fucking robots and like the artistic wise to it, like classical 50s and all that
Hmm.
shit, and it's got a recognizable actor in it. I'm like, yeah, that's probably gonna be fucking great, And then robots and human beings tagging up. I'm like, hell yeah, like Transformers.
Yeah,
So I'm all
I like
for
the
it.
backs. I mean, I want to say there are some predictable things, but I think that just comes with like normal writing. I mean, for me, the movie overall was not predictable.
What's the name of the Electric State? Is the name of the movie? Susie Q.
Yeah, Electric State. Yeah, and it's on Netflix, and I think Biggie said it. It was on it released on the 14th.
I didn't even hear about it yet. To be honest, you guys are sort of talking over me. I don't know what movie you're talking about, but
I didn't even know anything about it either.
yeah. But I'm always willing to watch a good movie, especially something that people recommend or want to see.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, we got someone in the back, I think. Oh, we got the Boston one himself, Mr. Boston Bruce.
Hello,
Hello.
Hey, Boston.
how's it going? I'm just drinking my shake right now.
Cali
Actually,
Coffee's good.
and that's protein shake. These are actually very good. Premier protein. Not saying that this is an advertisement for it, but it's very good. Drink it.
Church sponsored by
Oh, yeah.
Premier Protein.
Yeah, Premier is good.
And they have tons of different flavors. Like I really like the chocolate ones.
The vanilla one's good too.
Fine,
I've heard-
Boston. I'll be the one that goes to make a tea with milk. I'll be that guy.
I'm telling you, it's good stuff, man.
It is
They-
good
they
stuff.
have it.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I didn't even make a pot of coffee this morning.
What the
What's
heck?
wrong with me?
I did.
God
Well,
dang
you
it
need
all.
some protein. Do you like chocolate and do you need protein? Because Premier Protein is delicious, especially cold. Drink it ice cold. It is absolutely delicious.
Comic Book Church sponsored by.
And it's good
You
for
should-
you. Not a lot
I
of
used to
sugar.
drink Carnation every morning when I went to high school. I would
Yeah.
give me a cup of Carnation.
What is
Mhm.
Carnation? Like
Like
the
Carnation
Nestle
milk.
milk, but a little bit more better for you, I guess. I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
Like I just
Like a
thought,
quick
like
breakfast.
I was like, you drank flowers, like carnations.
Yeah, I think I'm saying it right. I don't know.
No,
It's a
you're
brand.
right,
You
Biggie.
are.
You're right.
You are.
It's
It's
a
just
song. Carnation
the
Instant Breakfast.
Canadian up there don't have no idea. He still
No,
gets
Oh,
he still
Canadian
gets
jokes.
he still
No.
gets milk in a box.
He's right though. He's
Oh, no.
100% right. 'Cause I remember they used to have the Carnation Instant Breakfast. You'll love it in an instant. That was the thing. They used to tell
Yeah,
you that.
it was.
Yeah, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's carnation.
It's fulfilling, dude. It's like you get you a glass and you're like, I don't like a heavy
What?
breakfast. It just weighs me down.
Why are we talking about Coronation Street?
Yeah, I don't get it either, TM. Don't worry about it.
See,
Oh.
Susie said, she said, thanks, boss. She was wondering about. I'm telling you, like I like the chocolate ones, but like, I mean, they got all kinds of flavors. Like my sister likes the strawberry. She said those are good. Evil
Thank
said
you.
that was good. There's a caramel sundae one, which I don't know if I haven't tried that because I'm just stuck. Like I really just like the chocolate.
Milk in a bag.
Anyone buying Hulk right now and digging the Nick Klein covers? I don't know. Anyone buying the Hulk right now and digging the Nick Klein covers?
Not me.
I
I
did.
am not. What I do is I buy.
I
his
love
back-
Nick Klein's art. That book has suffered from the fact that he
The
hasn't been
writers.
able to do everything. No.
The writers
PKJ's
and them.
killing it.
Well, I know, but they keep taking breaks. That
People say that he's killing it, but a lot of people kind of fell off of the steam wagon whenever it started pumping its brakes and the artist stopped just flying or where the fuck guys. So
maybe
I don't know how much that
can't get a
PKS does
monthly
kill
book.
it.
He does. I'm sorry, Big. I love his writing. I love what he's doing with Hell Hunters. That's been a great.
You
book,
love what he's
too.
doing with Hulk?
Yeah, because it
Okay.
set up this whole new world of
All right.
like I like Hulk as a monster, as a horror character.
Beckerman, feed your damn cat.
Is that Beckerman's CAT?
It's
Yes.
just singing.
I spotted you the A and the T.
That poor cat wants fed.
Hey, get out
My
of here.
cat, my cat gets loud like that too. Maybe not that loud, but my cat likes to
He's
meow a
old,
lot.
old and angry.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's doing his thing.
He's hungry.
He's just singing. That's what I say. Like my sister's cat sings. They're like, oh, like what are you singing today, Major?
our
Just
cat
trying to
didn't
get
meow
some
at
of
all.
my homemade Reuben.
That was a I'm hungry meow. I know those meows.
Oh, I'm well aware, but she's eating and she doesn't need people food.
There you go.
Well, maybe you need to start eating cat food.
Yo.
Oh. You know, I was gonna say, I thought that they brought Hulk back to the horror side with the Immortal Run. Like that
Me
was,
too, brother.
Yeah, that
Me
was
too.
And then they
Yeah.
departed from it with Donnie Cates,
I know.
and now they're back.
Yeah, I think that is kind of cool. Like it's to go ahead and expand upon things that aren't really used as much with characters, where it's like they have this other element to them. Like go with that. Like see what happens if you do that. Like I tell you a very interesting. I think an interesting story would be if you had like how they're always introducing new people into like Agents of Shield and stuff like that, and it's just like you have mutants that can kind of pass as just regular humans for certain things. So what if if you took Iceman and made him an Agents of Shield, but like you made him like something lethal because of the fact that he is an Omega level mutant. He can basically freeze the atmosphere and like everything. It's just like why don't you tap into that, make him like more of a like an assassin type character. Like that would be kind of cool because he could do some terrible things in that way. So whether he's good or bad, like you can make him into just a much more serious character, and that would be kind of a cool thing to explore. But they don't really do enough of that anymore. The fact that they don't do What If anymore, I mean that they don't do it regularly, just because there's so many questions that you could have. Like, wow, like this is pretty cool to see this character go in a different direction, or to see these stories kind of go this way, or something that you just kind of introduce real quickly and then abandon. Is like, well, what if you just kept going with that? Like, let's see what happens.
I collected the Immortal Hulk. I loved it. I was a huge fan of it.
I'd say that example happens like once every 5 years. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does.
Yeah.
And I can give you some examples of when they tried it, and they always failed.
Yeah.
Like Dick Grayson with the comic Grayson, and they tried to make him like a non-superhero, like spy. I mean, they do try and switch up. And I want to say it seems like it's every 5 years. Like when they did the whole, they took away, Bruce Wayne as the billionaire, and they outed Superman's name.
Remember when they did that with Wonder Woman though? Like back at what was it, like the 70s? They changed Wonder Woman into a spy.
Yeah,
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, like I'm not saying
they
that
did it in the
just-
80s too.
I'm just saying, like kind of like that. Like not saying depower or anything like that. I'm just saying just take them in a different direction. So instead of being an X-Men character, really, it's just like, oh, like you're gonna do like this type of stuff. Like how when you have like an X-Force team, and like when they made X-Force kind of like I want to say like a wet work team, where it's like they would just go in and do gritty type stuff. It's just like why? Like a lot of people are like, oh, I would never consider Iceman for that. Why? Why wouldn't you? Because like it's like Iceman. Like when you think about it, it's like if you wanted to take and turn him, because it's not hard to do. Like I'm sure he's seen enough things that like you could make him be like, you know what? Like I don't get squeamish in these situations. Like I've seen people die. I've done plenty of killing myself. Like I'm in for this type of stuff. Okay. And then just kind of explore like more of like what he can actually do. Like there was a couple of times in Ultimate X-Men that he was pretty cool. Like
Well,
there was
that's it.
one
They sort of do that when they branch off into other worlds once in a while. They don't
yeah.
always do it, but
So
like
it was Ultimate X-Men, and I remember it was him. He liked Rogue or something like that. Like he wanted to be with her, and then I remember him and Colossus were kind of getting into a fight about it. And then he turned to Colossus and said, "Hey, he's like, you know what? So keep talking, and I'm gonna tell you what temperature steel cracks at." And I was like, "Oh shit! Like that's pretty cool." Like he's talking about breaking Colossus into pieces. Like that it was awesome. I was like, all right, so, like more of this type of Bobby. Like, this would be kind of fun to watch. But I think that they could make just different things like that. Like I just and like you said, yeah, like they always do it. And then what's sad about it is that they'll start that way, and then the writing team changes, and like, yeah, I'm not doing this story. I want to do something else. Like that's what killed Marvel's continuity on a lot of books after a while, especially the X-Men. Like you'd have a new team come in and they would completely abandon what was going on, or what had been set up years ago. So that's why it's just like, it's important to have consistent writing and people that are on board with the story and continuing on with it. When you have people that just want to do their own ideas, it just kind of gets like, lost, because it's like, oh, I never saw this character this way. It's like, okay, well,
Apex says today's his birthday. Happy birthday, Apex.
Happy birthday.
Mastodon says, would you say they made an attempt at exploring that? The X-Men TAS episode Cold Comfort. Okay.
The animated series.
Yeah.
I want to say,
I mean,
it really depends on like a whole bunch of stuff, and we know this from Zeb Wells. I mean, first off, the restrictions that delve onto the specific character. When a writer sets into the spot to write for a character, they have a long laundry list of stuff that they can and can't do, and that's one obstacle they have to overcome. Then you're talking about continuity saves. They have to is their storyline set in continuity, is it not? That's a whole nother obstacle. You're talking about which character you get. I mean, you might be facing 80 years worth of source material. It could be like 60 years. You're talking about an X-Men. You're talking about, we're not even talking about a time frame. You're talking about all the side stuff that they did during those years, because X-Men has
so
one of the
many
most
X-Men
vast
stories,
side
so
stories.
many X-Men stories. Oh my god!
Mike, look at we both listened to that podcast with Jim Viscardi when he had Matthew Rosenberg on. Like even his minor characters all had to get cleared through Marvel editing.
Yeah, you're talking about, you might have like a set storyline, an awesome storyline for, let's just say, Spider-Man, and then you go in there and they're like, well, you can't do this because this has been done. You can do this, and it
right.
And by the time you get done, you're left with a sentence that looks like the spider and cat, and that's what you got to work with.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And I mean, I realize that Iceman. I just picked Iceman just because I know that there's like way more you can do with him. But I do know that like Iceman's kind of a tough character too, because if you look at his journey through, I mean, he went from he got the was it kind of like the Batman in the '60s treatment too, like Spider-Man is amazing threat. So it's like he's like, even though he's somebody that could do some, like you could make a really cool serious character out of him. But like he's also somebody that like has been just put in that like whole like cartoonified place, whereas like they might not even see him as an actual they might not actually see him as an actual legitimate character in that way. They see him as like, oh, he's just kind of a side guy, he's a D character, what I mean, which I don't think he is, but it's just kind of it would be nice to see like people refresh things. So like at least what they're doing it with the Hulk, that's kind of cool, and introducing new things that go along with that monster persona is good, like a new world and everything else. That's good.
I'll tell you what's cool about comics is that if you don't like what's going on now, you don't like what's going on in the past, fortunate enough there's a bazillion gazillion comics, and I'm sure you'll find something you like. So I don't really fucking worry
Yeah.
about it too much.
Oh, this like I'll tell you now. If there was, and I don't know if everybody maybe people can expand on this. Is there? Because I'll tell you mine first. Is there a series that you wish you had read that you didn't? Because I'll tell you right now, one that I wished I had read when it was coming out was Invincible. I did read. I read them online, but Invincible is like right up my alley. Like I like that type of storytelling and everything. And
Wait,
I
you
would
said
say,
wish. You
Yeah, you said
what was the
you
question?
didn't like,
Yeah,
but you
No,
said something
no,
you did like.
Mike,
Yeah,
throwing us
you're
off
out
there,
on this
Chris.
one. You read
no,
everything,
no.
Mike.
So I meant
You're
to
out
say
on
is
this
something
one.
Hey, there's
something
stuff
that you
I didn't
didn't
like.
read. No,
Really?
not that you
My
didn't like.
God.
Something that you didn't read that you wish you had at the
Oh,
time.
you
So something.
didn't read. Got you.
Yeah. Not so. It's not something that you didn't like.
Shit,
But
I
like
can
something
name
that
a
you really.
ton. I can name a ton.
Yeah,
Like The Walking
I was
Dead
gonna
was a
say.
huge one.
Yeah, I'd
I
say
love
The
But
Walking
Walking Dead
Dead.
I
as well. I wish
by
I
the
read
time
The
I
Walking
found out about Walking Dead was Showtime, and if I would have known that comic was there, and before then, I didn't even know it existed before AMC started doing the show. As soon
Right,
as I
me
saw
neither.
that first episode, I went out and tried to find, and that's when even at that time, that's when I found out the first issue was already like $1,000. I was like,
Yeah,
nope, and luckily Image was smart enough and they already had compendiums, and I bought I bought the whole, it was
yeah.
like all three compendiums.
I
So there
wish
you
I
go.
would have
Yeah.
stuck with Savage Dragon earlier. I wish I would have jumped on that train way back instead of
Yeah.
kind of
I
right
thought
now.
I thought
I'm
you'd been
with
collecting
Mike.
Savage Dragon for a long time, Biggie.
And not as long as I'd like it to be.
Okay, all right.
You know what because the reason I asked is because I found it to be really interesting. Was it's like the series I wish I was on board from day one and kind of what I mean. Like I always kind of find that because I think everybody always has different answers. So, but I do like, and it is kind of funny that so me, Evil, and Biggie all have Image characters that because Image does do good stuff. But Beckerman, I would say what's your series that you wish you had stayed on with, or that you got into a little later, but you wish you were on from day one.
I mean, I got into Walking Dead pretty early. I got into Invincible from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
What's a book? I mean, most of it, honestly, I got in. Preacher. Preacher would be a good example.
There we go.
I got
like
into
that.
that near the end of the run,
Mhm.
but I went back and got them all. But I wish I would have been in it from day one.
I'd love the show Preacher, and it kind of had the opposite effect. Normally, those type of shows and stuff, I've never read the comic to date, and normally when I fall in love with a property, I go and
Yeah.
read the source. For some reason, Preacher had the opposite effect, where I didn't want to read the source. I was fine with the TV show. I was like, nah, this is my Preacher, because I know some stuff from the comics, and I was like, nah.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I mean, that's a weird example that I can think of, but I do love Preacher though.
Yeah.
No,
I
that
How about
really
you, Tia?
that marks a time for me when I realized how dark comics could be.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Pretty
kind of
good.
my growing up stuff. I found that when I was around 18, 19 years old, and it really opened up what comics could be.
I like that. See, and that's a great answer. I'm glad you said Preacher. That was a good one. And TM, what's yours?
I would have to say the Umbrella Academy.
There you go. That's another great one. I only know that from the show, and I really enjoyed the show. But
The show is really good, actually. I think
Yeah.
this is their final season they're doing now.
No, they're out. It's already done.
yeah,
But he's coming back with the comic series this summer.
Okay.
But
and
you,
that-
Bleak.
Bleak.
I probably would have said Walking Dead as well. I didn't get.
Oh, cool.
Started on that.
It's funny how we all went indie books.
Yeah.
I want to, and I was thinking about that too. Why, I want to say when it comes to Marvel and DC, most of those properties, I want to say I was already in the know of, or I had already read. Yeah, I want to say there's only
Yeah.
one. There's only one real DC property that I've come across, including Marvel and DC, that I wasn't well aware of.
I almost said Fables, Callie. That's crazy.
Yeah, Fables is
I
good.
love
I
Fables,
like that.
but I
And
got into
Preach
that
says
pretty.
You gotta read Preacher, dude. What the fuck? Read Preacher.
I got into Fables I think actually no, I got in when issue 1 came out, so never mind. wouldn't have
I
been
didn't
able
get
to.
into
Promiscuous Time
Fables.
Traveler says Witchblade. That's interesting.
That's awesome. I like that too. I like that. I like Macedon's Alan Moore Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
Like these are all great answers. Like if anybody else in the chat has some stuff like the Bill Willingham's Elemental books, awesome stuff. It's just-
Fables. That I got lucky
yeah,
with Fables and video games. Video games introduced me to
exactly.
Fables.
That's
It was the
that's
Tall
it. That's how
Tale.
I got into it. Yeah,
Yeah, it was the
the,
Tall Tale
the,
games.
yeah,
What
the
is it
Wolf
called?
Among Us.
The Wolf. Yeah, the Wolf Among Us.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I fell in love with that game. And
I've told
it
this
was awesome.
story to you
Yeah.
before, Mike, but when I met Bill Willingham at C2E2's Drink and Draw, I drew him, meaning when you reach your hand and you donate $20, you get a coaster for an artist to draw on, and you draw a name out of a hat. And I got Bill Willingham. He had his own little table. I got a drink. I went over, sat with him. He was already drinking. He started drawing a Big B for me. I brought that game up, and about 40 minutes later, he got done telling me about his divorce
Oh wow.
and how all that money went to her.
Ouch.
He's not mad at all.
And he was over there, I love you, brother. Oh, you're a good buddy.
It wasn't like that. He went all in on that divorce.
Mm-mm.
I
Usually do.
I would ask Splash, but he owns everything, so you don't get to tell us.
No, there was a series that I started reading late that when it first came out, I wish I would have went back and got the back issues if that counts.
And what story is that, Splash? We gotta hear from the.
Yeah.
The John Byrne Fantastic Four run.
Mm.
I got in on it when it's first come out and everything, and I went ahead years ago. Was getting it off the sands, reading it, and I always wanted to go back and get the earlier stuff that before all that, And one of the Fantastic Four is one of the titles that I don't have a full run of, and now I'm eventually getting it piece by piece when I can find it. But
Yeah.
I would have had better access to it back then if I'd have just done it, but I didn't, and now I regret not doing that.
Well, let me ask you now. Like, was it more or less a thing of that you just had too many things that you were pulling at one time that you just had to cut that title out, or?
No, it wasn't that I had to cut the title out. It was just I was trying to complete, like you said, other things, other
Gotcha.
runs and everything like that. Spider-Man and Fantastic Four like last on the list, and I keep putting it off, but yeah.
Every comic reader should be required to read Sandman, Swamp Thing, Watchmen, Dark Knight Returns, and Preacher. Okay, random
I
read.
don't disagree with that list.
That's
I
Oh,
do
that
and
list,
I do and I
read-
don't.
Oh,
Believe it or not, I got a whole bunch of Preacher books.
I
So
let's see.
I wanna do a brief
Yeah.
bring up. Does anybody know what's going on with Peter David?
Nah,
If you're able to donate, Peter David's family has a GoFundMe up again. For the last 3 years, he's been battling severe health issues,
Mhm.
and it's he's been dropped from Medicaid,
Oh no.
and he maxed out his life. He had health insurance. He had long-term disability insurance. You can go find the GoFundMe really easily. Bleeding Cool did a story about it. Maybe Friday, but
Yeah.
I did donate. I'm in a position where I could, so I did whatever. If you can help, if you can share it out. This is a guy that has given his whole life and passion to comic books, and if you're in a position where you can go help him out, please do so.
Yeah. Yep. He gave us Maestro with George Perez, and so
yes,
many.
he
others.
did.
Like that's actually another.
His
really
Hulk run will always have strong nostalgia for me. He did more issues of the Hulk than I think any other writer.
Yeah,
Correct.
he good writer, and like I think the cool thing with him is that like he affected change on a lot of books that he was in. Like he's the one that got rid of Aquaman's hand, gave him the hook. Like he did a
Started
lot
with
of
Joe
really-
Fixit.
Yeah,
Yep.
like he was a
Gave
like,
Hulk a whole nother personality.
yeah,
opened him
I
up.
like Joe.
Yeah, Professor Hulk, that's all him. The Pantheon. I loved all that stuff. That was
too.
my introduction to the Hulk. I was a big fan of his storyline where Rick Jones meets who he thinks his mother, but it's a serial killer, and she puts Marlowe in a coma. Oh, great stuff, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can support Peter David, please help him out. He's got you can
And
read the
where
whole
can people
story.
find that on the
Yeah,
GoFundMe?
I'm not good at linking things.
Neither am I. They're
You said it was
It's
Bleeding
a
Cool, right?
GoFundMe, but there's
It's
a
a
link to the
GoFundMe.
GoFundMe through Bleeding Cool. So
There
Okay,
you go.
so if you go to Bleeding Cool, you can find the link to the GoFundMe.
Yeah, I would say basically. Oh, all right, Christina Payne.
and even if you
right
can't
on.
give, share it out. Maybe somebody you
Oh.
know is in a position to help.
Christina Payne is
There
on.
you go.
There it is.
She's already got it.
Thank you.
Good.
Christina is awesome.
That's
Yep,
awesome.
the moderator, the queen moderator.
No, that's
Yeah.
really helpful. Seriously, I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like that, and it's very, very helpful. Thank you, Christina.
Yeah, he's on a wound vac, and he's not going to be able to complete his treatment without the funds. And I think they've already raised 3/4 of the money, so that's good too.
Yeah, I'm gonna disqualify TM's comment. Animal Man is not required reading.
We're
Oh,
gonna find out on Wednesday.
No,
See how good
okay,
Animal
so
Man is real soon.
wait, so yes, and I've been reading all. Okay, Kevin's got great recommendations, but there's a problem with those must-read for comic fans. First off, all those recommendations are anti-superhero books. So unless you have a lot of superhero books under your candid, there's no point to reading Watchmen. I mean, you missed. I mean, there's a lot of like Dark Knight Returns. Like, if you have not read a lot of Batman before, then why are you reading the end of his story? You know, kind of thing. Animal Man is an excellent recommendation for that in a must read. You know, I mean, it's up there. All those are great reads. I'm not saying that, but recommended like must reads, you got to put in some other time before you get to those reads, kind of thing.
Stricken.
Uh,
I'm just joking. No, I just wanted to see if TM would say
frickin'.
that. But no, like I think a lot of actually it's funny because of those of the what is it,
I know
5
those-
they initially said. I think I've only read 2, so there's some like I've never really read Preacher. I've never read much of the Swamp Thing. I've never read any Sandman. So you know, I'm a little bit. I mean, it's good to expand your horizons a little bit and see like what kind of stuff.
Well, I tell you, what's weird for me, man, is like I'm not like a fan of what people say is good. So like Deadpool is my fucking shit, you know, and fucking Gwenpool. And I'm just surrounded by people that are like no good, you know, and
You know
I
what?
just do what I want.
Is that you know certain books are going to speak to you, and that's
Deadpool is an awesome character. Like even if it ain't written right, like if you can pick up the personality traits of a character and you enjoy it, just fucking roll with it.
No, absolutely, and then really like everybody's different. Different books speak to them in different ways. So Deadpool and Gwenpool, and that's what speaks to you. That's what gets you into it. Like you said, Savage Dragon.
So it gets me into it. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So there's
I
nothing
agree
wrong
with
with
Chris.
those are all
Everybody
great.
has their. Because I enjoy Deadpool, but it's not something that I think everybody would enjoy reading.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest everybody read it, but I would think more people might support it a little bit. I've heard Evil say some good things about it. There's not a
Deadpool
ton of
has a
people that are
huge
big
fan
Deadpool
following. What are
guys.
you talking about, baby?
You know what's
Like
good
in
about
comic book reviews, New Comic Book Day, are you serious? Like how many people are
Well,
saying their
that's
fucking
true.
Deadpool
That's
books?
true. But that just might be the people you're watching. You know, you might
No,
not
you
have
know what,
found the Deadpool fans yet.
There's
That's
one thing I
not.
want to say, that, like just because Biggie, because the fact that you like those the way you do is great because maybe you see like so you see it in a different way than some other people might, right? And then you can explain to them and show them, you know, explain to them passionately why you like it and what like so maybe someone read a story like, I didn't get this and that. And it's like, oh, you got to go back, read this, check this out, and look at it, and it's just like, oh wow, and then they see it in a new light because of the way that you actually see that story. So that's why I say
Yeah,
some
maybe.
comic.
I love
New Two-Face run is really good from DC, apparently, according to Dan's Hobby Corner.
There you go.
I remember people telling me go read Night. Go ahead, Becker. Sorry.
You're fine. Well, I have another conversation starter to go off of the last one.
Please do.
What's a comic book take that you've reversed on? For me, everybody was talking about Grant Morrison in the chat, and it reminded me when he took over X-Men, he was coming over from JLA, and he was paired with Frank Quietly, and we had that new X-Men. They didn't restart the number, but it was definitely a new era. And at first, I really hated it because I didn't like Frank Quietly's art, and now I love Frank Quietly's art as I've gotten older. But
I was going to say
me,
blasphemy. I love
No.
Frank Quietly.
but you got to understand, TM, I was really young, and I had only read 90s comics up to that point and some 70s space stuff. And I had been buying back issues, but like I wasn't ready for this new era, the 2000s. Everybody's in trench coats now. We're imitating the Matrix. I wasn't ready for Frank Quietly's art after a decade of Jim Lee, the Kuberts, and everybody trying to be them. I just wasn't ready for it, and visually it was distracting to me.
It was hot. Like when they had changed the costumes up. I mean, because he changed them up drastically. He changed the look. He made Beast look like a half cat, half like like he really changed up the design a lot. And so like I understand exactly where you're coming from because like I mean, just going back to like I'm used to the X-Men looking like this, and now they look completely different. It was definitely a big change. So yeah, I agree with that. Like that was kind of a tough one, and I could see that just with the visuals alone, you might not want to give it a chance. But this is gonna be stupid. I don't like this. But then going back and reading it, you're like, yeah, there's some solid stories in there. Definitely some solid stories in there.
Interesting.
Oh, aggressively relaxing. If we could all be as perfect as you.
So I'm gonna actually go with a little bit because actually this is kind of one thing I was thinking about being younger. I agree with Mastodon where it says Jack Kirby's art confused me as a kid, and that's true. Like when I was younger, I didn't really like his stuff because my introduction to really getting into comics and everything like that was like I had GI Joe comics, which you had more of a modern art, in that in like the 80s and stuff like that, and then the X-Men comics. I went from GI Joe right to like Jim Lee X-Men, so it was like and Jim Lee was just like so modern. And then when you went back, people like, oh, like check out this older thing here. I was like, it looked old. It just didn't seem right. And then because I didn't understand, all the like what he was putting into a panel, all the dynamics and the poses and everything like that. So that's definitely something that I changed on from when I was young and being like, oh, like I don't like people like, oh, he's the king. I'm like, how is he the king? He doesn't even look at like look at this versus that. And then getting older, I was like, oh, like yeah, he was like he really showed everybody how to really do it and how to make these panels just explode and make them just that much better. So I have to, like I said, I agree with Master Don on that 100%. That would be my take that has changed as I've gotten older and read more comics.
I would agree with Chris on that. That like when I first started grabbing comics, I can remember going for not only new, but it like specifically like the Jim Lee. It was fresh. It was like a different style on comics, and I can remember the same people trying to introduce me to older comics. And at the time, I just wasn't into the older art. I wanted the new, the colors, the action, but stuff like that was modern and
the big flashy splash pages.
And as time,
you look back on that, it's like if you were young in that period, because like Spawn came out when I was like 9, like 9 or 10 years old. Like so, you have like Spawn, you have Jim Lee on the X-Men, you have Max Silvestri doing X-Men stuff and everything. So it's like you have all these artists, like basically all these people that were just doing these big crazy things, and then it's like try and go back and read something that is older than that isn't as flashy as this. It was tough. It was
I wish I read more Doctor Strange stuff when I was a kid, to be honest. I always stayed away from it because I like just looking at Doctor Strange. I was like, I don't care about that fucking guy. Like,
I mean, there's also other caveats. Like, I don't know about y'all, but for me, there was hangups when it came to the comics I could buy and could read at home and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Like, my shop actually enforced those rules. Like, if it had a 17 and older thing on it,
Oh,
like Lobo comics and stuff like that. I couldn't buy them and stuff. I had ways of getting them, but like it was also like once I got them, I also had to hide them from my parents because my parents also like followed those rules, you know. So I
yep,
mean, there was a lot of stuff at that time, like especially the early '80s and into the beginning of the '90s, that
yeah,
I just it was just aged wise out. I could, you know, you're talking about like most of, you know, like in Scotty's here and a whole bunch of other people are in the chat, but like, you know, those indie comics that were extreme, like on the sexual side, no, that
yeah.
wasn't even a possibility of me getting my hands on. When I would have had to do some like really illegal stuff to get my hands on the,
I
like breaking into a
so
shop after hours or something.
yeah, no, we never had so we didn't have it like that. Like our shops really didn't like they were like, oh, this is bad for you. Like they didn't do anything like that. So I could like because I did end up I know for a fact I've gotten some things at a young age. It's like, oh, he's a little bit older for me. But the thing that I would say I mean the biggest thing actually the first shop that I used to go to that was where I lived they kind of tried to funnel me more towards the new X-Men comics more so than the older ones. And I didn't understand what uncanny meant. I was like, again, I
Mhm.
was a kid. So I didn't know what that meant. I was like, that's a stupid
Me
name. I
neither.
don't like that word. I'm not buying these ones. So I just stuck with the regular X-Men. But then
X-Men,
That's
yeah.
too,
cool, man.
when you get to like so how Bleak is saying that like he wished he read more Doctor Strange when he was a kid and everything like that. The hard part about stuff like that, I remember I had a very hard time with the Silver Surfer, and all those things just because like I didn't understand those characters. I didn't understand those actually were very like I would say like high concept characters that like if you're a young kid, you really don't kind of get what's going on, even though it's in front of you. It's like I don't know what any of this means. So I stayed away from those when I was really little because I just really couldn't understand what I was reading.
I want to. I mean, and then on top of that, when I started reading comics, and I say reading, I really didn't start reading comics until like my 20s or something like that. Because I bought comics, I looked at them, but like during that time, I wasn't physically like reading the storylines. I was kind of like
Yeah.
flipping through, looking at the art, making up my own storylines, and I
Yep.
could read. It had nothing to do with that. It was just more of like matching it to the animation that we were, you
Yeah.
know, because when don't forget when we were getting the Jim Lee X-Men, a couple years after that, we got the animated series, and
Yeah.
Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man started, and guess what? We had Spider-Man the animated series that started right after that. It was all
Yeah.
marketed very well for kids at that time.
It's funny because I think a lot of people because I used to do the exact same thing when I was younger too, like when I was very younger. And then I remember I used to go to this after school program, and there was a kid named Billy that was like, "Oh, did you read this?" And I said, "Yeah, I read it." And he's like, "Oh, like what do you think about what he said on this and that?" And I was like, "No, no, I didn't read the words. I just kind of looked at this." And so
Yeah.
I was about like 8 when he like actually got me to be like, "No, like read the words, like you hear like what everything that's going on in the story. Like that's not why he did this. This is why." I was like, "Oh, okay." And so like I started kind of reading certain things, but like and really too I like I said, like when it comes to certain stuff it was hard to understand what was going on because it's like little you don't quite get like why they're doing x, y, what they're meaning when they're saying some of this stuff. But I mean that's kind of I think that's kind of a common thing where it's just like you skip over, just look at the pitches and see, okay, like this makes sense. He hit this guy and he went like that, and then this happened here. It's like, yeah, no, the guy died in that issue. Like, he didn't. He just hit him real hard. It's like, no, he's dead. Like you don't see him after panel number 12. You don't see him anymore. He killed that guy. Like, oh, that's what he did. I didn't know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
through the pictures, you could still come up with pretty much the same storyline. You just didn't get the intricate details in between. But
yeah,
it still worked out. I still came to the same plot points that most.
yep. But I have to say, like, as much as just that is the fun part of just seeing the art and everything like that. Like when you finally do get to the point where you actually read the stories, you get so much more out of the book. So I would say that's why when it comes to anything, like whatever you like is great stuff. You know what I mean? And the fact that you can like something and see so much more out of it, and maybe you might not convert people over, but at least you get to understand the story a little bit. I'm like, oh, you know what? I never knew that Doctor Strange was like that. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll check out a trade paperback of his and see some more stuff. And then who knows? Maybe you get somebody that's like, oh, like I like this Doctor Strange stuff. I'm gonna read his stuff going forward.
the real answer to that question for me doesn't really apply to comics because I've generally liked the same stuff that I liked as a kid. Like yes, I've been introduced to new arts and I've grown appreciation for like older art that I wasn't aware of kind of thing. But what that does apply to me is more movies and TV shows. I can say growing up there was a nice amount of TV shows and movies that I was against or didn't want to watch for whatever reasons. And growing up and getting older, like I have found either a love or an appreciation for these things that I, for whatever reason, didn't watch them. Comics, not necessarily so. I think I've liked the same thing. I can say there's never been an artist that when I first saw them, my instinct was to go to like, oh, I don't like this. And then years later, like they progressed and now I like them. That's never happened. Like when I originally didn't like them back then, no, it stayed consistent throughout the years, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think art's so subjective, and we all gravitate to certain kinds of art. Not everybody likes the same kind of art. It's probably a good thing. That's why there's so much variety out there.
Yeah.
It sucks when you don't get the art that you like with the book that you like, though. That's the one thing that I can say really sucks. Like, if you're reading a book, you're like, ugh, the art sucks so bad. That's always the worst.
I've had to do that on some stories where the story is wonderful and the art is just either meh or bad, and you've had to force yourself, through it.
Yeah. And don't get me. I like Goon. I think the art style is not my favorite art style, but it goes very well with the book. So you can sort of get away with it when you do that. But if you put like Goon art in, I don't know, Hulk or Venom or something like that, I'd be pretty pissed off.
Yeah, I would say
I have an understand.
Is Monty okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm over here.
Oh, I can hear you breathing really heavy into your.
No, I was laughing. Really, I was.
I
was like, is he okay? Do we need to call his neighbor?
His breathing's regular.
The Amazon guy.
Yeah, the Amazon guy. He's also the check on Monty guy.
Yeah, I would say too, like a style that works for the book that it's in would be like Mike Mignola on Hellboy. I don't know if I would enjoy a Mike Mignola Hulk. I don't know.
I've never tried it.
Mike Mignola, I think a Mignola Wolverine wouldn't be bad. I think that, you know what I mean. It's just like, but I think that his style kind of just suits. Like he's been able to do some pretty cool stuff. So, but I think that he's quiet taste.
That's a good point. I would love to see like some of them golden age artists do some modern art now or modern characters. Oh god, that would be so good.
Dude, that really would, like, my god, yeah. Even some of the '70s guys that are dead, like, man.
Oh, imagine a Neil Adams right now, or like my biggest crush on an artist right now is Jack Burnley. Oh my god, like put him on some shit and just dude, I'd be crushing all over it.
Okay. I'll be back. I gotta go make me some coffee. Now I'm starting to get the DTs.
I can say in my taste, I'm aware of what like I like, and I can understand that why other people wouldn't like it, because I know a couple artists that I'm in love with that I understand exactly why other people don't like them, but why it works for me. But like for instance, Riley Massimo, I love his art. Like, and he at first. It was only like it only worked with this specific character because he was doing Harley. No, I've like he's working on a couple big series right now, but like I've generally loved all his art, and I can look at his art and know why other people wouldn't like his art, kind of thing.
I think leading back to what Mike was saying earlier, though, too, there's artists I had no bloody clue about when I was first reading comics. Like, I didn't know who Robert
I still don't.
Crumb was when I started reading comics.
I still don't. I mean,
when I first started reading X-Men, I thought that every X title was Jim Lee. And it broke my heart when I found out that there were different, like, who is Will Pistacio? Like, what is this all about? Like, what in the hell? Who's a Max Silvestri? It broke my heart that they all weren't drawn by Jim Lee. I was like, no, it's all Jim Lee. Like, no, it's not. Like, look how
Well,
different this is from that. Like, no, it isn't. No, don't lie to me.
I'm kind of like that, Chris, where like I didn't think everything was drawn by Jim Lee, but I
I
want to say
did.
up until I started YouTube, I really didn't look into artists and writers. Like, I mean, up until and Mike knows this, like up until like I started my YouTube journey, that was a part of my YouTube journey was learning more about comics and writers and art in the past and the present, and like
Yeah.
because going into it, I just read and looked at the art, like. I had specific artists and stuff that I was tailored to, and probably the same thing with writers. But like, I mean,
Yeah.
Could you imagine LB Cole on Spawn or Frank Frazetta or something?
Oh,
Oh
dude.
yeah.
Oh
No,
my
Frank Frazetta.
God.
Like Nick Cardy or Carmine Infantino. Oh my gosh,
Holy
dude.
shit, bro.
or even like like think about. I'm trying to think of a good title, but like someone like Gil Kane, like working on something like that he would have never like something that came out modern. I'm like, oh my god, like this is incredible. Like I never thought that Watchmen could look like this, and Gil Kane drew it. Like that's cool. All these different artists that like came out with this like amazing stuff.
I want some more
Giving
Dwayne
him
the Cook.
yeah, it's the same with Ron Lim. He grew up, yeah, collected, and that's all because it's like you see the name once and you're like, oh, this guy is the only guy that does it. Can you imagine how surprised I was? Like, oh, like there's a guy named John Byrne that did the X-Men too, and this guy did the X-Men, and Dave Cockrum. Like I never heard no Dave Cockrum. What was it? What's this all about? Like yeah, like there's so many great artists that came along.
Brandon
And
Booth says he figured out early that writers made a difference. Art was not a big deal to him. Art is a big deal to me, but the story is, if you're reading
yeah,
it, you really want to
I
get into the story.
I
But
never
yeah.
even knew who fucking wrote anything. It's all about the art with me, man. Like stories are cool and shit. Like I always just assumed that the fucking artist did it. Like Dan Jurgens.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
like Dan Jurgens did everything, so everybody did everything.
When I was younger, I was the exact same way. I thought that, like, oh, one guy made this entire comic and he's just a genius.
I had the same
Little
idea.
do we know there's a whole team of people working on that. But nope, for me, it was only one dude did it. It was all
I
Jim Lee and the
I,
X-Men.
I want to say that's thanks to Stan Lee because, like, for a long time, I thought Stan Lee did all that, like writing, drawing, like
yeah, me
lettering,
too.
and it's the way they advertise him,
Yeah,
until you learn
Yeah.
more.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Stanley did everything. Everything's done by Stanley.
You ever seen those
I-
pictures of like
And
Walt
Stanley
Disney?
did not discourage that thought.
I'm like,
No, it
he's
didn't.
amazing. Stanley's
But
so
you ever seen
amazing.
those pictures of like Walt
Unbelievable.
Disney, drawing like at the animation desk with the light on and stuff, and he was physically drawing cartoons? I legitimately thought that's what Marvel looked like on the inside. It was just one room with Stan Lee at a desk, like doing all those comics.
Yeah. Well, and they did make him out to kind of be like because I remember that that card in the Marvel cards it's like Mr. Marvel and I was like what the
Yep.
hell is it? And then like, it's Stanley. I was like oh like he drew and did all this. Oh wow, this guy's
What does
he's
everybody
was-
think of the John Bowler Jack Kickstarter going on right now?
Ooh,
oh
it's bad.
that the abuse thing.
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
more
but
info,
trying to
but
profit off the videos, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know where I
You know
land on it. I'm not supporting the Kickstarter right now.
I liked
better
I
not.
liked Reggie's
Yeah.
take on it, where he's like, he said like Reggie made a video, and he on Instagram I think it was, and he said this is how I want to remember Stanley, and he was smiling and cool, and he's like this is not how I want to remember him, and it was showing like some of the stuff from the trailer, and he's like and he goes and he said the exact same thing that you felt about him. He's like like when I look at it, he's like this just seems like it's continuing the abuse. He's like this guy's making the story and saying, oh, like we did this and this is how they treated Stanley and I can't believe it. We became friends and all this, but you're trying to still profit off him. You're still kind of
Is that those videos I've been seeing on Instagram? That,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
they don't give me a good feeling. I can tell you that I don't like watching it. I'm interested in the story, but I don't like seeing that. It's not. I don't know. It's sort of gross to me.
So the guy that's saying like I want to put this out there, like Stan was my friend, and I want to make sure that everybody knows what happened to him and this and that. There's a part of the video where he's like, I thought I was done, and the guy's like, nope, you're never done. It doesn't stop. That's the kid that the kid that's saying like he was my friend. Like you're telling him that he can never stop. So like you were part of it.
No, the friend is the dude with the long hair that's sitting beside.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
John
And
Bowler
he-
Jack. Also, Stan always called him Sunshine.
Well,
That was his
okay.
nickname.
There's one thing about I witnessed this abuse and I'm writing it down and I'm telling somebody. You fucking recorded all this abuse and you fucking did nothing.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay, not entirely true. He did
okay, but
take
it's
it
like
to the
standing
police.
by and watching a
That's
fight
documented.
and pulling
Yeah.
out your phone and going, "Oh man, these guys were fighting. I don't know. Fuck, what happened? Stop pulling out your phones. Actually, do something, man. Fuck, it's bullshit."
Yeah. No, no. And it's just like,
So if you believe him, he was afraid that he would be another, because everybody who said anything got locked out. They were fired. There would be a rumor that they were stealing, and they were gone. And supposedly, he was worried about losing access to Stan, and at least if he did enough to stay in there, he would be able to continue trying to help from within. Now, I don't know if that's true, but what we can prove is that John Bolerjack did take these videos to the police, and the police were unable to do anything because elder law is very tricky, and
Yeah.
it was in the state of California where certain criteria needed to be met. So they on the basis of the videos, they did go see Stan, and unfortunately, when you're not checking in on Stan while he's on the road and tired and showing these problems, when they went to talk to him, the police reported he was lucid and was making his own decisions and didn't have a problem with the people he was doing business with.
Yeah,
That's
of
the
course.
that's
So-
the thing.
He's making his own decisions when he's at home with nobody fucking forced.
You know, I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
All right, there's a difference between elder abuse and a mad dash for money before you pass. Like, there's people that have passed and gotten sick and didn't go through the shit Stanley went through. I think that part of this is on his own decision making.
You
He
think
could have
that
easily.
he knew he was dying and he was just trying to cash in for his family? Is that what you're saying?
He could have easily not had to deal with any of that shit. I would imagine if he wanted to not fucking cash in off the name of Stanley and Marvel, he could have easily just walked away. Look at Ditko. Look at
So
Kirby.
You're saying
Look at
his
other guys.
his track record.
And part of the reason why you haven't seen this footage up until now is because he's been in a lawsuit with that guy he filmed ever since, and he did get locked out. And the final 2 months of Stan's life, when Stan did get control out and they pushed those predatory people away from him, he did ask. So this is the one thing that I'm trying to remain open-minded with Bolerjack. Stan chose to have him with him at the end.
Mhm.
When the power attorney got switched to the daughter and they got those people out of there, the first person Stan asked for was Sunshine, and he wanted his guy back, and John was with him then.
Is
for
there
the final
is there
2
truth
months
to
of
the
his
fact
life.
that they were making him sign checks and stuff, like just like really abusing him, like in his like taking things from him? Is there any truth to that?
I don't know about checks, but like, I mean, in the trailer, like
Well,
there's like a bunch
these
of
are the
posters
people
and
that did the blood signature.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. So I mean,
By the way, if any of you guys ever sell one of those, don't tell me, because we're not friends anymore.
I got
don't
one
even-
for sale right now. Damn it.
Yeah,
No, I'm playing. I
sorry.
don't.
I think it's gross.
Morning.
I just sold one last
Yeah.
week.
I bet you did. If
Now
you
he
knew
tells
what
us.
if you even knew what I was talking about, I'd be impressed, Tim.
I know.
No, I mean the thing that was crazy too is that, like, I mean, like the stack of stuff that they made, like, so he's sitting there and there's just it's like a bunch of posters, movie posters or something like that, and I mean it's like a what is it, like not a dining room table, but it's like, you know, like a big table, like a conference room table, just
Yeah.
stacked, like the stacks come up to like his chest, and like, all right, let's start signing. This poor man had to
So
do that.
they got Stan's blood by false pretenses, allegedly.
Yeah.
And gotta say allegedly, I don't want to get sued here, even though I don't have anything to take. So what they did was they took Stan's blood, mixed it with ink, and then stamped his signature in it and put it on all these Black Panther books that came out around the time of Black Panther movie. And these were called Stanley DNA signatures that you could verify
Okay.
had Stan's blood in it. And these things sell on eBay. people pre-ordered them and they flipped them, and it's disgusting. If you own one, you're a fucking ghoul. Stan did
It's
not
crazy.
want these to exist. He tried to stop it after the fact. It's really horrifying.
How'd they fucking get his blood? How did they get his
They
blood?
told him it was for a medical procedure.
Oh my god.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
So and then that I think is one of the things I remember. Kia Morgan, who's the chief abuser, allegedly.
Yeah, Callie knows.
Yeah, it was him and was it him and Stan's daughter. I think that was like the biggest blow up they had was Stan's daughter, who Kia had accused of stealing and everything else from him and all the rest of it. And because I guess I don't know fully if Stan and his daughter had a great relationship or not, but I do know that like Kia definitely tried to like wedge in, and with the blood signature, she spoke out against it, and then that's when he went real hard at her. And,
I just know I don't know much about the end of Stanley, but I heard people were like trying to steal things from him, getting him to sign stuff, and like he was not in a good way.
I do know she's the reason they made the deal with Sony over Marvel. She had the big right on that.
Yeah, I have to say I think too, and I don't know if I don't know the timeline, but I have a second. I have a thought process of like I have a feeling that it's something of the fact that like his wife was his travel partner for like the longest time, and I think that like everything ramped up more with the abuse after she because she died I think a year before he did, so I know that he was doing all these signings and stuff prior to that, but I think after she died is when it went into overdrive and they really started like taking advantage of Stan. So.
Well, yeah, they've been finding Kirby. They've been finding Kirby signatures forever for a long time now. So I think that just sort of happens.
Yeah, just I don't know.
Mama needs a new pair of shoes. I'm sure there's a Kirby signature up there somewhere. Let's go find it.
Oh, I know where you can find one. I do.
So fill me on a one piece of information about this whole thing. It's set up as a documentary. How did this guy? Was it originally done like that, or was this guy like some sinister dude?
So originally
he was
just taking tons of video. Okay. He claims for the purpose of using it to get Stan away from these people, and then when he couldn't, he did get fired, and I'm forgetting the name of the handler that was running everything that fired John Bolerjack. John took it to the cops. He took a shot to get these people away. He missed. They got rid of him. And then after Stan's daughter got involved, eventually they got this conservatorship ended.
Why wasn't Stan's daughter and family involved to begin with? Why was he in charge? Why were all these?
There's a lot of ins and outs we don't know.
There
for sure. Everybody's got a different opinion. If you listen to one side, if you listen to another side, that. But what we know for sure is when the law did finally get involved, and Stan finally got to make his own decisions of how his life ended. He chose to spend the last 2 months of his life in his home, and the person he chose to take care of him was John Bolerjack. That we do know. Now, whether or not I like the idea of this being a documentary, you do have to trust, though, that at the end Stan chose John.
So, according to Legion, these are his words, of course, not Legion's words. Originally, he left film school, saw the craze for documentaries. He pitched the standard reality show to Stan. Stan agreed. That's why he was there, and he was filming everything. Okay, those are that guy's words.
And John also is a retailer himself. Arc Rival Comics is the name of his company.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I would say, I mean, I don't want to donate to it, anything like that. But I mean. I would watch it. I just don't know. Like I don't know what my takeaway would be from it, other than I think I'd feel kind of dirty watching it because of the fact that it's watching him being abused, knowing that I mean there is the I guess caveat that like he was filming it for the express reason of being able to take it to the police and get him out of the situation. kind of, I guess, puts a little bit of a silver lining, but not much. I still kind of think I was like, this is kind of
I
wrong.
just don't like to see it. Like I know that it happened, and I already don't like that I know that it happened. To watch
Yeah,
it actually happen, I think just I don't know, man. And of course, I know Stanley was a bit of a dick. I think everyone's a bit of a dick. So like you know, there's all sorts of things that he did, and that like his Kirby and him, that whole thing, yada yada
Yeah,
yada. But
depending on who you talk to.
yeah, exactly. And I just don't. I still don't want to see Stanley getting abused in a video. I just
So
don't want
that
to
yeah,
see it.
that's my real question on this, because the original question is how do we feel about this whole Kickstarter thing and blah blah blah. So like, okay, ultimately, what is the documentary showing? Is it just showing the last 2 months or 5 months of his life, and what is it
5
showing?
months, 5 months,
5 months? Okay,
5 years.
5 years.
5 years. Oh
Five.
shit!
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's a different story, because depending on what this documentary shows us, it could be like a good thing where, like, I mean, we're focusing on the bad, the highlights of the bad stuff, but
yeah,
depending on what the documentary's about and the way they edit it and blah blah blah. And I'm not trying to like sugarcoat this thing at all, but
Hmm.
I think
yeah,
that the answer to this question comes to what the documentary entails. Like, whether I feel like this guy's just trying to make a buck, or did we really need to see this to cement our Stanley history kind of thing?
yeah. I mean, I it's kind of I guess it's kind of a tough decision on that one. Like whether you want to see it, whether you don't, what really you're gonna get out of it. I mean,
I'd say
I
one of
have to.
the Go ahead. Go
As
ahead.
I was like, well, I have to say, like, the way that I feel more that this came to light was more through like comic artists and stuff too, because like Neil Adams was big about it. Like Neil Adams used to comment about it all the time. Like, dude, he's like, and he used to say, like, he used to say it on social media, like, please, people check on Stan. Like something's wrong. He won't, like, he hasn't talked to me in months. That's not like him. Like we talk all the time. And then Kevin Smith was saying a lot of the same things too. He's like, I talk to Stan all the time. I haven't been in contact with him for months. Like we need to check on Stan. So that's really where I think it came from.
Hey, Legion of Comics, how does Wally Wood feel about it? Or how did he? Did he forgive him too? Or Steve Ditko maybe?
Okay,
I'm
and
pretty
that's
sure Wally Wood went to the grave pretty angry.
but everybody's mad at Todd McFarlane. Everybody's mad at Stanley. Everybody's mad at everybody in that industry. They all sort of
I
wind up
believe it's pronounced Stand Lee. If you
Stanley.
follow Legion here.
I
And
don't know.
going off of Chris's topic, like, when I don't know if you've ever experienced loss within family or close ones and stuff
Hey,
like that, but
Legion, rewind and you'll see we talked about Peter David extensively, and we also I donated some money earlier.
we did. We got people in the chat too. The GoFundMe link is in the chat. No, I mean, people do change in their life. I mean, I can remember going back to my grandmother, and she had I mean, what she died of was cancer, and then she hid it from us and didn't want us to know, because she didn't want us to like see her in a different light and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
talking, even though she held it up, we all could tell and see like there was a definite change kind of thing.
yeah. My I was young for this, but like my grandfather, like he also ended up having cancer, and towards the end he was really I mean he was kind of bedridden and everything like that, but he was also very like I want to say like agitated, like he would snap on things on like like in an instant, and like I guess like he because of the fact that he was in pain, like he you know made comments to like my mother and my uncles and stuff like that, asking them for certain things, and they were just like, they say I can't do that. Like basically, like he had asked for them to like take him off as support, and he's like, I can't do that, and he just told I think my uncle and my mother, you're useless, blah, 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 blah. And then like that's not him, that's the cancer talking, that's
The
not him.
sickness, yeah.
And
And
it
it
was just
sucks because
yeah,
it does happen. I mean, I want to say I've seen three different types of the way people deal with death. Where I've seen like the secluded, where they want to go lock themselves up and hide from the world because they don't want people to see them that way.
yeah,
I had an uncle just like yours that was like he was like one of my favorite uncles and one of the coolest uncles, and then he ended up getting cancer, and he turned into this snappy like asshole. It was like every time you said something to him, it was just a snap back. Um, and then I've seen like the other one where it's like kind of like enjoyment. They're trying to enjoy
Yeah.
like the last days kind of thing.
Yeah. Like that's kind of like how George Perez went. Like George Perez was like, I'm gonna just enjoy my life with dignity. Like I love you all. Thank you for everything you gave me. Like and it was kind of a thing where like because he was pretty open with fans and everything like that. So in the group that he had on Facebook, like he made it known that like this is what I have. This is what's going on. I've done the best I can with it, but I'm gonna kind of go my own way. I'm not gonna let people. I'm not gonna let the doctors kind of put me in this spot. Like he's like, I'm just gonna, die with dignity and go my own way and all this. And then so and he basically was like, you don't have to thank me. Like thank you for letting me do this for all of you and all of.
Mhm.
And he was a really he was a good guy and like that's the way he chose to go. So there are it's not always
I want to live
bad
forever,
story.
man. If a doctor can fix me, I will go to the doctor, and I will.
Yeah.
I want that. I can't. Death is. I'm so scared of it, bro. I
What
saw
if
my
it's
brother. It's
what if
awful.
it's he can save you, but you got to live in virtual reality for the rest of your life?
I'll live in virtual reality then. You guys can
All
come.
right, all right.
You guys can come hang out in virtual reality with me, bro.
I like that answer.
No.
You just want to live.
I do, bro. I want to. I have such a curiosity for the future. I have a I want to
Me too.
see. I want to see
It's one of
people
the things
get
I'm kind of.
beamed. I want to see replicator machines. I want to see
It's
all of that shit, bro. I want to see
it's one of
everything.
the things I get mad at. I often think about like, when I was a kid and when I was introduced to like stuff like you just mentioned, like on Star Trek, like being beamed up or having laser guns or when are we going to hit this like sci-fi future? And then, I mean, we've seen some things. I'm not saying we haven't, but I mean, like it would be nice to have flying cars around before, some of us pass
Yeah.
or
Absolutely.
or
Yeah,
or teleportation and
I'm with both freaks,
successful.
man. If they can put my head
I
in a
want
jar
my
and I
damn
get to be on a
lightsaber.
robot body, I'm down. I'm cool with that. Head
No,
in a jar, robot
I
body.
want my lightsaber because you know how sad it was for me. Like, so that like there's people like the actual like scientists are sitting there like we could actually
Yeah, they're
make a
making
true
them.
lightsaber and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that. And they talked about making a real lightsaber. And like, yeah, so if you had a laser that was that was strong enough to cut through things like you see in Star Wars, it would be about 5 million degrees, so you could turn it on and melt if you want. I'm like, fuck you, you're sitting there taking everything away from me.
No,
Like,
no. You'd have
I
to. The problem with a lightsaber is you'd have to have a shield that stops the lightsaber from going on forever because light doesn't stop. And
well, yeah,
and
that was the other thing too.
if that shield stopped the lightsaber from going on forever, it would also
Look,
stop it from working.
Luke
Essentially,
Skywalker and
because you're
Darth Vader just
Please
still
turned down
highlight
a light bulb
Legion's
problem.
comment.
What's this one?
Before
1,000% this.
I think death being scary sometimes, then I go in public and imagine how unbearable people will be years from now and assume when I'm old, it'll be a relief.
I'm with Book Freak. I'm unbearable now, so I don't give a shit.
All right.
I want to see the future.
All right, so the lightsaber thing. One thing that everybody forgets, and this is established, and the new Disney keeps forgetting it. And I can like this, but there is one fact about a damn lightsaber that they really keep forgetting, and it takes a Jedi to wield a lightsaber. They literally have to
True.
use the Force to hold it because it vibrates at such a
That's true.
crazy ass. Like if you picked it up, it would normally kill you. There's a reason why only Jedi and Sith wield lightsabers. And it's not something that was just like expanded canon. No, that was canon. Like there was a reason stormtroopers just to run over and pick up a stormtrooper, lightsaber.
But what's it called? But then George Lucas kind of broke that himself when he had Han Solo cut open that tauntaun. Unless
They did all kind of
issues that we don't know about.
Han Solo
They did all kind of.
make a saber.
But yeah, I'm gonna tell you something though. Like you were talking about how we don't have lasers and flying cars and all the rest of it, and I'm just saying, look, I want my goddamn lightsaber. I want a real one, and I want to not die trying to use it.
Yeah,
that's all.
I want flying cars. I want a lightsaber.
I thought
also
we'd be
want a
terraforming
replicator. I want to be able
worlds.
to make a roast beef and just say, "Computer, make me a roast beef sandwich." and it just pops out. I don't
There you
care.
go. Yeah,
Exactly, Mark. Hold my beer.
exactly. It's like a
Like
computer.
the food replicator.
Yeah. I also don't like the cold, so if I want to go somewhere, I would like a beamer, something to beam me places would be really nice. Hey Mike, I'm gonna come for a visit. Bloop! There I am. I'm there for a visit.
Like
Yeah,
a
I
like a transporter.
Yes.
I hope that transporter takes you through customs or some form of border security.
well then we wouldn't have them. There
I
wouldn't be
mean,
borders.
Did you say Cannon? Hold my beer, Disney.
Yeah,
I'll be
canon.
honest with you. Like, if that
There's
existed,
no
I would
such
have.
thing as canon.
I would have visited everywhere. At least, I mean, think about it. Like, if you really like a certain kind of food, or just like want to experience a culture, like I'd be in Japan at least twice a week. I'd be like, shit, I want to see what else Japan has to offer. Beam
That's
me
true.
over. Cool.
Ben Book Freak is a chef. Actually, he's a cook. I guess that probably he would not enjoy that. He'd be like, "Come on, bro. I just want to
I
make
mean,
you."
I'm not even talking about like huge advancements. Let's stop me. Why? Like there's some
If
easy
there was a
things.
holodeck, no teenager would ever come out alive. They'd be fucking dead from banging broads too much.
I mean, I figure by now we'd all have jetpacks. We'd all have self-sustaining
Yeah.
food. Like that, we'd all. By now it'd be like one country, one world kind of thing.
I'm still kind of stuck on this transporter thing. Like, could you imagine people on their lunch break? Like, no, I'm going to France to get some French onion soup. See you later. Boop, and then come back. Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's not that I'm afraid of it. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I don't. I
no,
can't. Is
I
it
agree with that.
blackness? Is it emptiness? Is it
Yeah.
nothing? Am I just nothing? I can't wrap my mind around me being nothing. I don't like it. I don't like it.
My mother said something about that. She's like, yeah, she's like, I thought about it, like, because she is getting older. And she's like, I thought about that one day. She almost had a panic attack just thinking that, what if it all just stops? That's it.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's just something that you don't want to deal with. Like, that's why people do, gravitate onto like things like, afterlife and all that, just because it's hard to know that, like, no, if it's just like turning off a TV and that's it, like that really
That's
sucks.
it. There's nothing. There's no more feeling. There's no more thought. There's no more. That fucking terrifies me. That
Makes you
terrifies
question
me.
everything. Like think about how many questions you would have. So like, why did I follow the rules? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? You know what I mean? It's like, if this is all there is and there's nothing else, it's just like we're doing it wrong. I'll tell you right now, we're doing it wrong. Like, there's so much stupid shit that we get caught up in that literally, that we've made as a society because of this. It's just like, no, like this is insane. Like we are completely living wrong. We could be doing so much better for ourselves, and we're just not.
That's
That's
true.
right. I mean, us as a society, and not just one.
I
nation.
agree. I agree that you're all living wrong.
Right? We all get hung up on weird shit like
Yes,
that.
we
I
all
mean,
should
you're
be going
talking
to
about
Kansas City wrestling and getting robbed by Flavor Flav and all kinds of wonderful things. Winning out on the regular. We have to win out on the regular.
I have no confidence of what happens after we die, Legion. None. That's why I'm scared of it. That's why I'm scared.
Out of everything I said, I do agree we should all be going to Kansas City wrestling, though. That looks like a great time.
I agree. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not all just? I need a fucking guy.
we
one
need
of
to
them
teleport.
beamers.
We
Give me
need to
one of them
teleport.
transporters. I'd be there all the time.
Yeah.
We can teleport right to the Kansas City terminal and teleporting, and then go and see the wrestling show, and then come right back to wherever we need to go.
That I'm transporting right to Beckerman's kitchen.
Or what if it wasn't just teleporting like across the planet? What if it was like Tron, and we could like teleport into movies and games and stuff? Like, would you do that? I do that.
That would be awesome. Like,
Ready Player One is awesome to me, and also
I love Ready Player One.
I watched a thing on this artist the other day, and she paints in virtual reality. And the only way you can see it is if you go into you can watch her paint in virtual reality if you're in virtual reality, but it's all 3-dimensional. It's so fucking awesome, dude. And the only way you can get in there is if you go into the virtual reality world. I do believe that will happen at some point in time.
The second most famous street graffiti artist that stopped graffitiing on, like, he stopped graffitiing in the real world, and he does it in a virtual space now. And all his pieces are like super famous. He's right after Banksy. Most people know Banksy, but not Holman.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. The book Ready Player One is amazing. The movie is a little too different for him to enjoy. That's fair.
How dangerous is the grid? I like both, okay? Both were good. Yes, it wasn't the book, but that's every case. when it comes to book to novel. I thought the novel did a great job. I mean, the movie did a great job.
You know what humble everybody from the Ready Player One experience? It's like, all right, like you can have the Ready Player One experience, go into games and everything like that. However, the first game you have to go into is Mike Tyson's Punch Out, and you're fighting Mike Tyson right away. Humble everybody. I don't care if it's fake. I do not want to get hit by a video game Mike Tyson. Good. I'm perfectly like, you know what? I'll stay. You can have the Oasis. I am not getting hit by Mike Tyson.
Any
I
of
don't know. The
those
Oasis is so
original,
cool. You could be Batman climbing a mountain with,
Yeah.
you know. I just thought the concept
Joker
was
as
so
your
awesome.
Robin.
Yeah, that
That's
was
right.
so
And you
cool.
also can end up having to stand across the ring from Mike Tyson, video game Mike Tyson in his prime, Kid Dynamite ready to kill you. Like, no, you know what?
You choose that. They go to the game worlds. They're
I
not
know.
forced.
I actually never read the book Random Reads, so I did enjoy the movie, but I'm sure because Mike said it already, books are always so much better than the movies usually.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's some differences between, like, in the movie we got the whole Shining thing, and in
That
the
was
book
cool.
it was like, I think they did. Correct me, Kevin. I'm trying to remember. And the book version, I didn't actually like that. I like the Shining version, because the book version, I forget what movie it is. I think it's like Breakfast Club or something like that. But they lit like the challenge during that movie in the novel was he had to go through the whole movie, and he was an actor during that movie, and he had to recite every single line through that movie. And like, if he missed a line, he had to start over. To me, I like the Shining challenge way better.
Yeah.
I mean, but there there were, I mean, most of the differences were the cameo. Like in the movie version, they were forced to go with the Gundam, at the end. In the book, it was Ultraman, and they couldn't use Ultraman due to Disney and stuff like that. Like, and you're talking about one of the most amazing things that Ready Player One, the movie, did was what Steven Spielberg did with all his different licensing cameos. You're talking about most of those companies did those licensing cameos for free, and you're talking about we had Sony, Xbox, Nintendo, like companies that had never been seen together.
Mike, did you watch Doctor Sleep?
No, because
Yeah.
I haven't read the book.
I
Oh
watched it.
man,
I've been
Doctor
I've
Sleep.
been waiting
I
on it.
I I, I love Doctor Sleep.
Shining is one of those great
I thought it was
examples
all
where
right.
the movie is like completely different from the book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Doctor Sleep was all right. I would say, like, the Shining nostalgia part, the Shining callbacks are cool, but like
That
the
works.
actual character, that Rose the Hat bitch, like, she was fucking stupid. I thought she was an idiot. I couldn't stand her, and but like everything that called back, like the fact that they bring back the Overlook and everything like that was cool. But other than that, Rose the Hat was a fucking terrible character. She deserved to be killed worse than what happened, and she was stupid. I would have burned her alive if it was me.
So my takeaway for church today is if I was to write a newsletter or a newspaper article, it would be Boston man thinks others are stupid.
No,
I
just
kind of I kind of
respect
go with
characters.
this sentiment sometimes, especially
Yeah, no,
nowadays.
I didn't like her. Like, her character annoyed me. Like that's what I didn't like about her. But the movie itself,
Okay,
I mean, it was interesting.
and Kevin, actually topped on one thing that I will say that they did, like, disappoint in the movie for me. Was one of the challenges was this, I forget what the challenge he had to do, but it involved, like, it was like a heavy metal challenge, and he had to go through and he had to, like, I think it was like he had to live out this Rush album that was like, it's not one of the more famous Rush albums, but it actually tells this like barbaric story or whatever, and he had to like he had to like, it was like literally use this like guitar as like a rock weapon. That part of the book was freaking cool, and I don't know why it didn't make it in, because it was right before the last challenge. And that, and I think, and he said something about that, like Joust. Joust was like one of the last games that they had to play, and they had to do it like real life Joust versus them playing on the Atari or whatever at the end.
Yeah, yeah. I forget what the game was in the movie, but but it
But
was
of
like the
In the
course,
first.
movie, it was adventure.
I'm just talking
Yeah,
about
adventure. That's right.
the ideas that the movie or the book, whatever, brought out. I think they're great, man. I would love to live there. I'm cool with that.
I love that world. That
Yeah, man.
I read both books. I saw the movie. I just love that idea. I mean, we're getting closer to that already, so it's not something that's
Yeah.
so far fetched, you know.
Yeah. No,
Um,
there are people creating virtual worlds. I do believe that all of those things that people bought were like pieces of art that are only digital. I think you'll be able to see them in those worlds if people create those worlds, things like that.
and
You
it's
know
like
what's
it
funny is
goes. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say my friend John is convinced that once once the adult industry gets to that type of level where you can have like a Ready Player One, he's like it's going to ruin every marriage in the world. He's like there's nothing you can do. Like every like marriage is over at that point just because you can go into the virtual world and be with whoever you want versus And I was just, I laugh at him every time because he's so serious. He's like, dude, he's just gonna ruin marriages. You're gonna see it firsthand. It's gonna be ridiculous. I'm like, oh, I mean, people. There's been many strides made in that world that, like, you can do a lot of escapism and things that you don't have to have an actual partner to do. And he's just like, oh no, man, Ready Player One comes out with porn, it's over. I'm like, if you say so. I was like, I think marriage will be okay. I think that people are gonna, understand that, like, you can't marry your, I don't know, virtual entertainment. So I think that'll be all right. But like, it's just funny listening to him because he's just like, I'm telling you, it's gonna be the end of civilization as we know it. So if anybody's into, that type of thing, I mean, I guess that's one thing the Oasis can be used for if you wanted to. And let me know how your marriage is working.
Well, that was one of the things I did like about the creation, like the idea of the Oasis wasn't it just wasn't like an escape thing where it was like, oh, I want a vacation and I want to do it with Batman. There was other applications like and like to Kevin's point that they left out of the movie. Like for instance, like where he lived inside the Oasis was the school, and their school was this whole planet made up of like all different schools where like if you were poor and you didn't have money to go do because it cost money to do everything in the Oasis, they show that in the movie. But in the book, like the only place Wade really could hang out was the school planet because he was poor. And he is right. I do remember that. Like one of the challenges where they had to go through the very first D&D module, and at the end of it, that was like the challenge against the. But I'm kind of the reason why, and it was cool in the book when they did that. The reason I don't think it would be aesthetically pleasing. Like the joust part was cool when you had to do it against the Witch King, but it wasn't like they literally had to go through the D&D campaign. He kind of went to the spots they knew and they kind of jumped through it kind of thing. So I'm kind of glad they did the car race versus the I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know about you, the car race for me was fantastic. And I agree, like the movie did kind of appeal to more modern gamers and such like that. Like most of the references in the movies were like 90s and up, but I mean there was a lot of old references. The very last game they were playing on Atari, 2600, and
yeah,
that was modeled after the very first Easter egg within a video game. Like they also
yep,
touched base with Tron, which was the first Easter egg within a movie.
yep,
Makes sense that they did it for the marketing and success, but I would love to see the book done as a series or something and be done more like the book. That's fair.
yeah. I mean, it's definitely something that if people want to do a Ready Player One series, it's just, I mean, I think the problem that you're gonna have though would be all the different licensing and
Yeah,
properties. Like the video game stuff will be not probably hard to do at all, but like if you have like the Rush stuff and everything else like that might be kind of tough. So
Spielberg spent 2.5 years campaigning with over 400 different companies. The first time in history this has ever been done. Not
yeah,
only that, but like that was just to get the companies to co-sign to allow whatever properties he was going to use in the movies. Like for instance, with Nightmare on Elm Street, they only allowed his glove. Like certain things, they were very meticulous on what he could use. Like Nintendo was very and all we got from Nintendo was like a star and like something else. But like you're talking about like that in itself, and I don't even know if we could replicate that in history because there's a lot of other things that incorporate like the use of other properties with it. I mean, Stephen King does it in every single one of his books, but like
yeah,
that alone, I don't like. I would love to see Ready Player One done as a show, more fleshed out and stuff like that. But like Chris was saying, I don't think they'd be able to get the like co-signage to do all the cool things that they did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember being amazed seeing in Wreck-It Ralph when he had that support group and it's all the different villains. You have like M. Bison and Cooper, and I'm like, dude, I was like that they had to pull some strings to get this because I mean, you got a Nintendo property, you have a Capcom property, you have.
I was like 8 months on that. I remember that, and that's
I
a
really
great
actually
behind the
enjoyed
scenes.
Wreck-It Ralph. I thought that was a great movie.
I love Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was pretty good.
The second one's okay.
Yeah, the second one wasn't as good as the first.
For me, I think it's because they did the whole like internet thing versus the video game. But
Wreck-It Ralph. I actually thought it was pretty cool that they did that, and I want to say that just seeing things come together like that, because I think back to like when you have like a crossover that's like that, and it's like the last one I can think of is Roger Rabbit. I mean, because they had like just about every cartoon character you could have at the time coming together. Like
Thank you, circumstances. I'm gonna say it takes it takes a lot of people to beat Bleecker. It takes a manager. It takes them talking to people that are on the show. It takes them talking to.
It took a lot of people to drive England out of this country too, but we did it by cracking, because that's the American way, baby.
And now that's why you have Trump as a president. You just listen to Becker.
But yeah, like those big production collaborations. I want to say I don't know the numbers, but I want to say that that Rabbit's budget was very expensive.
What the hell was that?
Darth Lopez, you're a big
USA.
You're
USA.
Darth Lopez, the Biggie show.
Look at that! Look at this $20 bookmark.
Monty's
Chris,
showing something.
Chris, you were right talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Cool Worlds. That there's a lot of movies that took
what happened, Monty?
They got licensing approval.
Oh, there's money in there.
Was that your money, or somebody else just happened to?
I just opened these books. I just bought them in a store.
That's
awesome.
funny. Like that's funny. You just got your money back.
Did you buy that at a shop?
Yeah, at an antique store.
What's the bill year?
$20.
$20.
No, what's the bill year?
This is the second time. This is the second time this has happened to me.
What year is it from? Is this
Uh,
something that's recent? Is it a 2020 and above?
2007.
Wow. That poor person that put that in is probably just like wondering, like, oh shit.
Did it damage the comic where the money was?
No.
That's a good question.
Oils.
Someone sitting there put $20 in, like, you know what? It's probably some kid. I'll save it for later. Or either that, or they're just trying to save it. I don't want anyone coming to my room.
This is for my next pull list.
And
This
next
is $20 is for my next pull list.
I've hid a lot of money within my comics because a lot of people never want to look at my comics, and it's like the ultimate safe space.
So that's why he's asking what the bill year was. Was it 2020? Because that's my Iron Man. Give it back.
Nah, no, it's not mine. I've never lost mine. I never forget that I put it in there.
That's something, man. That's pretty crazy. You sit there and have that just chilling $20 in the middle of a comic book.
That's why you open, you inspect all your books.
I know, shit. Well, if you keep going like that, you'd be rich. $20 in every comic you own.
I think the first one was a $50 bill that I found.
Wellbore says he used to have old bills and Hardy Boys books, and his parents threw them out without even knowing.
No.
Boy, we got some rowdy people in the chat here, Blake.
I know.
American.
I can't
Beckerman
express
for
anything
president.
Darth Lopez says, though. He's a shill, and he's very biased.
Did you have fun last night, Blake?
It was awesome, dude. I loved it.
I thought it was fun, too.
Biggie called all the stand. It was stand on stand violence last night. It was ridiculous. He was just like,
I'm petitioning.
He did not think we were going to make that happen. I'll tell you this. Like, you remember Boston when we were all first talking about it Thursday night. He's like, oh, no matter what we do, I'm not going to win. So I'm not even going to try. And that's how all of this came together.
You heard
those
it, folks.
who don't know,
you heard it,
the
folks.
Hunt
When we were
But
all
you could hear that in the
together
chat,
tonight,
though.
when we were
Yeah, it
all
was collusion. It was collusion.
Collusion has been
I
had.
don't know how much collusion was it. Like, or basically, like Biggie was saying that, like, he didn't think he could win, and this and that, and he was just gonna go ahead and he was just gonna, just
And
play.
Becker
just,
differing
and then
opinion.
Beckham is like, don't do that. Like, no, like do it up. What about? And then Beckham is like,
Yeah,
what if I
Becker
came
said
out as
challenge
a manager?
accepted.
And all that happened was, and then he started talking about like how heel managers can get over like this and that, and they just kept doing promos. And I guess my contribution was laughing at it, and I was just like, yeah, I was like, dude, I was like, you could make it on there. I was like, I like, if you do this, it's gonna make people laugh. So I mean, if nothing else,
Boston Chris is trying to minimize his
His role
His
in
role.
it.
his role
Yeah.
in this
Okay, so
collusion.
I want to say.
I'll say
I
this:
wanna
I laughed and
say-
I encouraged it. I'll give you that.
I want to say that Boston Chris, you need to take Dan's place, and you need to be the lawyer on that show. That was like last night when we got down to the last match, and Chris was like, "No, the champ has the decision. If the champ wants to go 5 matches."
Yeah, man.
I,
We need
well,
Boston.
it's supposed to be like this. Like you owe us another round.
I think you need to take Dan on, and in a match, you need to
We would have either beat him 3-1 or 4-1. It wasn't a big deal.
Well,
No,
here's the
what's-
deal. So because the way that all works is that like, so the last round in the cover match, the final round, if you go 5, which that's the one that according to Tony, that's the only one that really counts. So that last round is what makes it or breaks it. So
I actually have a rebuttal to that. USA, 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 USA. Hit it up, Chad.
I've seen plenty of people.
Let's go ice. Let's go ice. I mean
I've seen plenty
USA.
of people,
USA.
in that last round, and it's just like, wait a minute, this guy was up 3-0,
the
and
chat's
all of a
letting
sudden,
you
it's like
hear
the last round comes and
ICE. 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 Way to go, USA.
But yeah, I've seen a lot of matches that weren't tied go to that last round, and it's like, oh wow, this is something. So, Dan versus Chris in a court case match for the new Hunt lawyer. Yeah, well, I don't want to be the lawyer per se. I do like picking on Dan though. Dan's fun to battle because Dan
You should be the lawyer.
Dan's funny because Dan's just like, he takes it very, like, he takes being the lawyer very seriously. You can tell that, like, the way he talks, like, he has a lot of passion for that law.
The reason
And,
Dan's the best lawyer is because you can tell Dan that we're going to do something, and he will go right off script and do his own thing. It's the
All the
best.
time.
Well,
all the time. But like, if you haven't noticed, every time so Hudat is just a 6-man champion. He hasn't been a single champion in a long time. He's like, oh, the champ is here. Here's the champ. I'm like, what champ? He's part of a team that's broken now, and you keep saying that he's the champ, not the champ. But he won't let it go. Like in Dan's mind, Hudat is the everlasting champion of the Hunt, no matter what.
So I hear we might have future characters. I heard that there might be a hoe train pulling into the station, led by a pimp named Slaughter.
Oh
yeah.
my god, that'd be great.
I
I don't know if I don't know if I could handle that. Like that would make me laugh so hard. Like I laughed out loud hard last night while watching that match. I'm glad I was backstage because if I was doing commentary, I would have been busting up. I couldn't have done it. Like it was
The second I saw Beckerman on there, I knew it was going to be fantastic because of his love of wrestling. And like you talk about how much it came out, like it just felt like a legit promotional like video from the wrestling. Like if I was watching WWE or AW, I mean, that's what it felt like the way he was doing his promotional. No, if you don't like this, you're not American.
Not a man in your family.
yeah.
Kept up with the personality. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, Biggie,
No,
baby.
It was fun.
It
was
threw
fun.
Biggie off. It threw Biggie off like 2 or 3 times. How
Yeah, I
like
don't think he was comfortable with it. He was like,
Yeah, how
to be
confident.
mad. I was like, I don't think he's gonna be mad, dude. It's gonna be fine.
I'm furious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like that type of thing is always fun. Like when you get just that type of energy coming out of a match.
Enthusiasm, yeah.
It's very fun.
It's okay. I can say that Beckerman won that belt, not Biggie.
You know.
Chris
Well,
said,
Biggie,
"No."
I will say Biggie was content to lay down. Like he was just gonna go in. His intention originally was like, I'll try, but I'm not gonna try hard. I'm just gonna put him over. And I
just
was like,
wanted- I just
hell
wanted to
with
play-
that. Let's go have some fun.
I just
Yeah.
want to play some cool books that don't, that aren't like $900,000 keys. Like, let's just play some cool books, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
loved all the books y'all showed. There was one Bleak that you showed. I made me ooh in real life, the T2. That not only is that a clean book, but man, it's such a pretty cover.
It's very clean, that book, yeah.
It didn't get the votes, though, unfortunately.
No,
No,
I didn't.
Terminator didn't get the votes. That's okay.
I mean, it went up against Snake Plissken. What do you expect?
Yeah,
See, now that's what I would.
I didn't
would
care
have
what
man.
Biggie showed for books.
Yeah,
He could
me
have showed the phone book. I was putting it over.
I would have man. See, that's what I'm like. Excuse me. What movie is Hawkeye? I was like, you have somebody that drew some random guy with a fucking eye patch on your book. However,
I don't care.
Hawkeye was a TV show.
He could have held up
was-
any book at
Hawkeye was
all.
no
It didn't
movie.
matter.
It was a TV show then. It was TV and movies.
Yeah.
He said
Oh, it
TV
was.
and movies. Yeah, Hawkeye was a
But there
TV show.
was no. Yes. No. Hawkeye. Hawkeye. Having Clint Barton was no TV show.
I didn't
But
mind
like
the Hawkeye. I didn't mind the Hawkeye show. It was all right.
I did like.
I liked
he's
it.
like, what are we showing horror books? I was like, oh, how is this
Yeah.
a movie? Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, but that was good though. Like that was like Biggie was on fire last night, and he was great when he was just like, you stands out there. Like that was funny. I started laughing at that. I couldn't keep it in. I was like, that's good.
Yeah, Dar said a win is a win.
Yep. It's like when Danielson was getting his ass kicked in Danielson was getting his ass kicked in Karate 1 until Mr. Miyagi showed up. Yeah, because Daniel thought he actually knew karate. Like that was part of his problem.
Daniel wasn't the Karate Kid. Fucking Johnny was.
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a later match, Susie. Yeah, that wasn't
And I'm gonna
ours.
like a naked woman in the grocery cart. That was
Who was that?
that was IJW.
Real James Willie. Yeah, Real
Yeah.
James
Yeah.
Willie played that book.
That
We didn't have any fornicating covers on Team Big.
I didn't even vote on that. I was like, no.
I'm wearing a Hawkeye the musical Funko Pop shirt right now. Nice.
See, there you go. I
Well-
enjoyed Hawkeye. I thought Hawkeye was good.
I just thought it was fun. I didn't think like it wasn't like, oh my god, this was the most amazing. It's just a fun show. I enjoyed it as a show. I
Yeah.
thought it was good, man. I liked the down to earth, the level of it. It was very fun.
Well, let's highlight the most pristine points of these women characters right here.
Okay, let's do it.
Wow, nice
There's some glasses.
tones.
Yeah, very good stones.
Yeah,
Why are they
there's
all
three
dressed
of
like
them.
mole men? They
I
all
don't
have
know.
mole man glasses on.
They cover the top and the one in the bottom. They're just
Yes.
crazy. That's a
Hey, Katie's here.
K-pop, how you
What's
doing,
up,
babe?
K-pop?
Oh yeah, K-pop got raw in the chat too. Like when Biggie's like, "Why don't you vote for me?"
Biggie
Pop?
was
What's
taking
up?"
shots. I was just
No, he's like, "Hey, he's like,
I was
look
trying
here,
to
Papa,
unify
you
the
can vote
country.
for me. Why don't you vote
I
for me?
liked her
My
comment
book?"
though. You
That
know,
was
she
it.
came back good. She was like, show me something
Exactly.
that
She's
I
like,
like.
Yeah. He's like, vote for one of my books for once in a while. She's like, well, play a book I like and I'll vote for it. And
It's
he-
not her
like-
fault. Her and Bleak have similar tastes, like the same thing. I mean, Bleak showed some hot comics. You know, I
It
mean,
was
you're talking
good. It was
about
good.
that Labyrinth cover, man. You
The
talking
one
Jenny Friesen Labyrinth.
He did show some comics, and then we showed him the door.
Yeah, you guys showed crap. All you did was fucking shill to America. America.
You spell patriotism wrong, sir.
That was fun. I enjoyed
These
it.
colors never run.
I'm glad that Biggie's the champ. Way to go, Biggie.
Oh shit! See, that's what you
Is
gotta
that
do.
a
You gotta be snappy. Actually, no. Bleak is coming backwards. Is like, he's like, Beckman's like, you can't spell C unless I spot you the A and the T. And he's like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You
He's
can't
like, what?
spell cat and let
Cat.
yeah. And then Bleak clapped back at me pretty
Yeah, he
Oh,
hard.
did.
that was a great clap back. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, I can spell pussy because I see one right now. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
he
my
did.
god.
Then he kept calling you Pudding Pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta.
He
But
was trying to
I
build
said to him, I was like,
Cosby
you
me.
really gotta.
Yeah, I was
you
like,
really
what's
gotta
with
lean
the
in,
Bill
though.
Cosby?
If you're gonna go ahead and call him like I was like Pudding Pop, you gotta be like. It's like, oh, you see, you and your wife Camille can go ahead.
Oh,
And
what
take
is
a kiss and
this?
get
What is
robbed by
this? Circumstances comment. I'll send you the link there, Bobby.
Yeah, please do.
Counter to
Uh-oh.
recommend someone who's quite.
You gotta highlight circumstance. Circumstance was a good
Yeah.
one. I like it. You gotta highlight circumstance, Bleak.
See,
Circumstances, you could definitely come out and be my manager, and we could face Biggie and Beckerman one more time.
circumstances choosing Canada over America is so consistent with him. I'd like to say I was surprised, but no, that's just him.
Oh.
My
If
thing
only-
is,
If only there was a learning tree out there, I could.
Hey
get
man,
on.
I even tried to call 90 back. I'm like, 90, get your fucking ass back to the hunt. We'll see what's up. Even though he'll kick the shit out of me, that's fine.
my thing is, I've seen a pimp named Slaughter, live, and he don't have a lot of steam for too long. So I'm wondering if he could keep the steam going, to match Bleak, because I mean not Bleak, Beckerman, because Beckerman kept it the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Does Marcus think he can keep, pimp named Slaughter the whole time?
He's a
I
pimp
don't
named
know.
Slaughter.
I wonder if their feud is. I wonder.
I was more thinking he was a dork named Marcus, but
No.
Marcus, you gotta get out. You gotta get on the hunt. Then.
I happen to like a dork
this
named
guy.
Marcus.
You can't let this happen.
I don't know what's going on. This is just getting vicious. Vicious already.
Hey, I'm just saying, Mark. I'm just saying, I do like a pimp named Slaughter, but again, Beckerman kept it going for how long? What was it, like 40 minutes?
It was like 20 minutes almost. Fuck's sake.
Every 5 seconds, America.
Gosh, big gosh, tag.
Yeah, I know. Darth is a shill. Don't worry about it. He just loves Biggie's ass. I don't know what's going on with him.
Oh,
Gosh. What are we looking at, Splash?
Oh, just showing a
big monster.
drawing
What
inside.
do you got? You got more money?
Dragon Man? No, Dragon Man.
Hmm.
Michael Baker, how you doing, brother? And Darth, I'm just fucking with you, man. You're all right. I watched your
aggressively trying again, huh? There.
aggressively relaxing. I just want you to know that Beckerman works. He is a late night manager for YouTube Wrestling. He actually is having people taking them out for dinner this week sometime. Taking them out for dinner. I'm just
gonna say it takes a lot of effort to type in a live chat. You have to go to the live chat. You have to pull up the live thing. You have to use your fingers to,
Well, and I mean, keep in mind, he's probably putting together his own toys while he's doing this.
Well, I also
a self-proclaimed Lego enthusiast. Lego is a company that
see
makes
him on
you
the
build your
table.
own shit.
You see Beckerman shaking his hand at the camera? Look at Beckerman shaking his hands at the camera. Look at him. Look at him just moving his hands around like that.
Also,
Unbelievable.
AR is investigating Girl Scout cookies.
Why are we
it's a whole
investigating Girl
investigation.
Scouts?
Girl
Wait a
Scout
minute.
cookies.
Like the company? Are they in trouble? Like, you say he's investigating Girl Scout cookies. Does it mean that he's taste testing them, or is he actually bringing a lawsuit against the Girl Scouts of America?
There's a conspiracy going on with different flavors of certain Girl Scout cookies in different areas, and AR is trying to figure that out.
What?
I'm sorry, to all the Girl Scouts of America, I apologize, but I would have to say, if there was a class action lawsuit against you guys, I would laugh my ass off just because you're taking a stance against the Girl Scouts of America. It just makes me laugh. I'm sorry.
Girl Scouts of America have been
It's because it sounds
have been
ridiculous.
seen stabbing people on the streets for money to support their cookie habit.
Honestly, it's just because of how ridiculous it sounds. I would have no recourse but to laugh. I'm sorry.
Hey, I have a question for the panel.
Ban Girl Scout cookies.
Friday night, I hung out with Marcus.
Uh-huh.
This time he claimed he was going to be early and not late. Who thinks he showed up early?
Oh, I know
Anybody?
he showed up early. Pimps
No.
don't show up early. Pimps
Right.
show up.
No,
Pimps show up.
he showed up 15 minutes late.
I was gonna
Wow,
say 20.
TM, you must be a Nostradamus.
Pimps show up when they're needed, not early. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They usually show up just
Pimps
to
are
get paid.
Pimps are never late. They're exactly, they're there.
Old shit.
Wasn't that
It's
the
from
Wizard
Friday
comment?
night. Marcus.
Old shit's like that happened 2 hours ago. What, we talking about old shit now? What the fuck,
It's
bro?
old now. You being petty?
It was going to be different this time, though. He was going to come to the pre-dinner. My lord, Swag goes, "Aren't you going to save a seat from him?" I was like, he ain't showing.
Friends.
I didn't even have a seat for you, Marcus. Full disclosure, I never believed in you, and I never will.
Damn. Petty as.
Wow. It's getting hot in this church this morning. Everybody's just hot.
Some hot takes going on. I don't know about that question though. It wasn't a good question. I thought you were gonna bring some more like comic questions.
I didn't actually have a. I just wanted to shoot my shots at him.
See, I'm with Thomas.
We do
Pimps
have
are
a good
always
time
tough.
though here. We had a blast Friday night. I do like hanging out with him.
Drama merchant.
Drama merchant.
Oh, we
It's
got more
good.
pictures
I'm easy.
from Splash. What do we got? Monsters.
Oh God,
That's scary.
it's in between of somebody's leg. You know,
It's a purple people eater.
it sure is.
Oh, ouch, Beckerman. Wow.
No comment. I don't know.
Sounds like my cat.
I do
So
love some 90 though. We need 90 back on the hunt, don't we?
I agree. Actually, 90. Definitely need 90 back on the hunt. I think that'd be fucking awesome. He is one of the good ones, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you were out.
Oh, I think is that Boston? Yeah, I think that's Boston. It is his kid.
I didn't know, but I was about to answer and I had to stop myself. I do that often. I listen to conversations and I'm not a part of it, and I'll answer into them. It's fine.
Huh. That's interesting. Do you do that? You're sitting at
Yeah,
a
I do.
restaurant table and all of a sudden you start answering the questions behind you.
No, not like that.
Nice.
I have boundaries when it comes to that. And usually it's anti-social boundaries. You know, I just stick to myself and it's.
I am pretty antisocial. That is a fact, actually. However, I'm also really social, so it's really weird. Like when I drink, I'm super social. But for the most part, I'm pretty antisocial. I went to a con yesterday
Drinking.
in Toronto. I didn't buy one thing because everything was far too expensive. So
Sad.
a little bummed out about that. I always like to buy something when I go to a con.
Yeah.
CJ talking about star power on the hunt. I don't know. I think we put butts in seats last night.
Mm-hmm.
We had a pretty
Well,
decent turnout.
CJ
he
was a
loves to
good
talk
time.
about his star power, but like he, was on one or two times.
One time.
Yeah.
Was it two? I thought it was just
I think
him
it was
and Lady
twice.
Caroline.
I'm pretty sure it was twice, maybe even three times because he fought Lady.
Was it three? Damn.
He fought Lady and he fought Blue Hellion for sure. I can tell you.
Oh,
that.
you are right. I do remember that.
Hello, comic.
See, that's not a good thing, CJ. We can only remember a couple of your appearances on that.
Yeah, we brought Macca to the hunt last night. That's Make America Champ again.
Macca.
Yeah, they brought all their ICE agents sit down there. It was great.
I thought you were gonna put on a Macca hat when he won at the end. I thought you were just gonna do the whole.
If I had one, I would have.
I thought you had like a paper hat ready to go or something like pre-made.
I tell people they're wrong all the time to random people. Nice, TM. You're wrong. You're wrong, bro.
How dare you, TM?
Whoa.
How dare you?
I don't go that far. I don't really. I like America.
Circumstances make America pimp again. Oh boy. See, I think Marcus will do good. I think a pimp named Slaughter will translate to the hunt.
I think so.
Oh yeah, Marcus will do great.
And there have been pimp personas within wrestling. Like I can remember a couple times they used that. I can't remember who were the pimps, but I remember like
Well, this would be kind of a Godfather era esque.
I remember like during WCW and the NWO, they had like two guys. For some reason, I can think of two guys. It was like red and yellow bright pimp outfits. Can't
There
remember.
was, there was what's his name? I can't remember. There was the pimp in the WWE, the manager.
Yeah, the Godfather.
Yeah, the Godfather,
Godfather.
formerly
I don't,
Papa Shango.
I don't think that the WCW ever had like a pimp type character. Oh, no, Mike Awesome was like the fat chick thriller, which he wasn't really a pimp. He just had a bunch of fat ladies running around with him.
I don't know if it was.
But who was
all-
the manager that was like the pimp?
They didn't have a manager pimp.
Yeah, they did. There was a black dude with a cane, and he was all dressed all fucking pimp like.
That's who I'm thinking of. I think.
right. Yeah,
The only one who matches that description would be Slick, and he was WWF.
that's it. There it is. Slick. That's it. Yeah.
Slick, oh
Slick.
yeah, with Akeem and
The one man gang
Power
and the
and
Big
Glory,
Boss.
right?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's
Like,
Power
he
and
was
Glory.
he was definitely. If he wasn't acting like a pimp, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I thought.
No. He wasn't WCW though. He was WWF.
Yeah, he was WWE, right?
Yeah.
Got
But
a
Slick's still funny.
early
remember it
appearance of
wasn't
Spider
Tom,
Woman.
Thomas O'Donnell, do you watch The Hunt? Because you're a big wrestling fan. I think you'd dig it, man. Last night, I made my Hunt debut as Biggie Shaq's manager, the mouth of South Kansas City.
Early appearance.
Was that your
Spider
name? The
Woman?
Mouth of Kansas City.
Yeah, Mikey Hart.
Mikey Hart.
I'm so mad I missed that.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, man. You would have enjoyed it. It was good.
I
It would've-
didn't
it would've
think
been
you'd
very
vote for
helpful.
us, so I didn't tell you about it.
It would have been helpful to have a Canadian in the chat, bro. What the fuck?
If
Yeah,
you're
the
not
Mountie
interested,
needs to come back to show Canada some love.
That's an early appearance
I
of
like the
Spider
Mountie.
Woman there in her first costume.
Hey, Thomas O'Donnell, I'll just send you the link
So,
from last night's show and you
will
can
be
watch
in-
it.
Number
But the Hunt's
Too
been
long,
going for
big
what,
long.
Bleak? 7 years?
7 years, man. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
one of the
long time.
longest running shows on YouTube for comic books.
I've been watching that for like 4 years now. Something like that.
That's
Yeah,
crazy, man. You guys.
I've been
doing
watching
a
it for
while.
about 4 years. I've been participating for about 3.
Mhm.
You could-
I remember Bleak's first appearance. It was fun. Bleak
Yeah,
was
man. It
really
was.
excited.
I still get sort of nervous. Like it's weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's fun, weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a fun thing to do, you know.
I'll say my favorite episodes on the Hunt were Callie and his whole like first appearances or whatever. And I
Oh
think
yeah, he's a character, bro. He does good work.
that like revitalized it.
Why can't I find last night's?
Might have been taken down, or Tony
Really?
hasn't put it up yet.
Sometimes
that
that happens, yeah, because of the licensing or whatever.
WWE will go
Oh,
back
we
to
got
the-
copyright striked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sometimes.
the episode I was on got taken down. I never even got to see it.
That was
Yeah,
my
you-
debut episode.
Yeah.
It usually happens when he plays like a new clip, and last night he played a couple.
90 says, "My days in the ring may be over, but there's a lot of things that could be taught these days to these younglings. May have to extend the branches of this tree."
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. Like, I'll believe it when I see it because I would love to see you come back because there's a person that's came on last time. If you didn't watch, so the not this last show, but the show before that, a guy named Half Black Machismo that may or may not want to see if the Ayatollah of rock and roll still has what he thinks is a little bit of Y2J in him. So you let me know. I'll talk to him and see what happens. See if Half Black Machismo has a little something for Y290.
How many personalities do you have on the Hunt, Chris?
Me?
Yeah,
So
there's
I
like
was no, I think it's like, let's see, I was the snake. I was
yeah, the
Cactus
snake was the
Jack.
one I was introduced.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
what I started watching. Was when you were the snake.
I have the snake, Cactus Jack. I was in the Rights to Censor. I was still Cactus Jack and Rights to Censor, and then I was the Comic Code Party, Seth Freakin' Boston, and then
Yeah,
I
Seth.
did and then I just did Half Black Machismo.
Half Black, so technically 4.5, 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
But you
The
could
one
say
day-
I was at one point like I because other people couldn't be there and they had to defend the tag team titles, so it was me and Chris Barrett and he was Spike and I was Big Dick. So I was Big Dick Boston. So
One day there's going to be an episode where it's just Chris versus all his other different personalities, you know? He
That
switches
will
up his
happen,
character.
man.
It'd be half Black Machismo versus, like,
Oh.
you know, the Jake the Snake.
Bobby's in the back.
I would love
just
this. Man.
been
Yeah,
ignoring him,
I don't
apparently.
like this
Oh.
snake. Yeah.
There he is. How you doing, Bobby?
Hey,
Good
Bob.
morning. Good morning. Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, I had a good time doing that though. Like
Bobby, you gotta say when you're backstage.
Yeah.
I just
Ter-
got back there,
Tori's
man. Yeah,
coming
it took
up.
me a minute to figure it out. Yeah. I don't know how to cut and paste and all that, but apparently I figured it out because here I am. Yeah.
There you are, brother.
Uh,
Good to see you. We
I'm
gotta get
proud of
Bobby
you.
back on the hunt too. He's also a pretty good competitor.
Bobby's already got a personality.
Yeah, man.
yeah, man. I'm
Dude,
ready.
never mind his personality on the hunt. When you see him at an event, he's in a suit with his mask. He looks like a fucking wrestler. Like I'm just like, why isn't Bobby in the ring? Why are these loser guys hanging out near this awesome wrestler named Bobby? What's going on?
I like
Are you
seeing
gonna watch this one again, Bleak? Now when they post the full match?
For yes, oh yeah, I'll watch the whole thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like why it makes me feel like I'm hanging out with you guys. It's fun.
we do dominate the outside of the ring.
Yeah, man. You guys, it's like it's weird to just be able to watch you guys hang out, and then of course watch the matches because some of the matches were actually pretty fun last time.
This was their best show to date. They put
Okay.
on a banger.
There was one match last time that I didn't love particularly, but most of them were pretty good. Most of them were good, I think.
No, this was a good show.
Are they still doing the referee fucking getting screwed over and shit? Does that still happen?
No, that ended. The one you watched ended that whole deal.
Okay, all right. If you
Midnight
don't know what we're
Cutlery
talking about,
didn't come back.
Beckerman goes to a show in Kansas City. They have a local wrestling show, and this local promotion actually puts it out on YouTube, so you can watch the
Fountain
wrestling.
City
You can
Pro
watch it.
Wrestling. Fountain City Pro Wrestling.
Fountain City Pro Wrestling. So you can check them out on YouTube, and you can see Beckerman and Bobby and Marcus, all the people hanging out.
Swag,
Yeah, man, it's pretty cool, dude. Your wife even
Brother
was
Joe
last
and his
time.
little dog, too.
and brother Joe brings his
Brother
dog.
Joe fucking got into the wrestling match last time. He fucking held the guy back. He was like, oh, holding his arm with his dog and shit.
Wrestlers held the dog up last night or Friday night. Like some
That's
people
awesome.
went out, they
That's
were
awesome.
holding the dog up for the crowd.
Yeah,
That's
the
so
power
cool.
of the Chihuahua. That's what he was calling on, the power of the Chihuahua. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
That's awesome, man. So yeah, if you want to feel like you're hanging out with Beckerman and the boys from Kansas City, watch the what is it again? The
Fountain.
something Fountain City Pro
Fountain City
Wrestling.
Pro Wrestling.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, watch that. That's pretty fun,
And
man.
if you ever want to come out to Kansas City, we'll take you to a show.
Okay.
Next
Thomas
week's the big time. Yeah.
subbed Fountain City Pro. Nice.
I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, man. Cool. Yeah, Mike. Next time you go on the hunt, man, you want to be my manager, man. Yeah, I'll go on there.
How are you gonna stable?
How you
Yeah.
doing?
I'd,
Hey, Joe.
I'd like to see that where Mike is representing different personalities on the hunt. That'd be great.
Manager your stars, baby.
Right?
But now I have to have like a big hate on for Beckerman when he's on this show. It'll
You're
be
going to have to get your own manager.
yeah.
You're going to have to get a star-powered manager to battle.
Don't worry, I got a
Get
That's
that
our
flash.
manager.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't you worry. I have one in mind.
And then
What are you saying, Flash?
And then
I seen a big graphic there.
eventually end up having a situation where then all of a sudden, the manager gets involved, and now it's just like, you know what? If I beat
Oh,
Bobby
yeah.
Dillon, I want 5 minutes alone with the manager, and then you sit there and just beat him up.
Are you guys familiar with Mystery Wrestling?
I am
guess
not.
Becky was sitting there like, no, wait a minute. Now, you're not really going to put your hands on me. You're better than this. You're better than this. Come on. Now. I had to believe you're better than
I'm
this.
not an athlete. We all know this. I'm not a professional book shower. I do
He's
not
like,
Evil's
compete.
Army.
I manage those who compete. I manage
oh my
champions,
God.
people
I
that
can
are
hear that.
serious about their career on the hunt, and I push them to the top. You saw what Biggie and I did. Straight to the top, baby, top of the charts. But I am assembling an army, and if you want to join Mikey Hart's army, reach out to me.
I could already see that nonsense. I could already see
For
the promo
stars.
after Beckerman gets his comeuppance. It's like, and you really want to put your hand on the softest? Yeah, you want to put your hands on the man, the softest hands in the business? It's getting beaten up, and I'm not taking
Oh,
this
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
Hands of eel, baby. Hands of eel.
Yeah, hands of eel.
Oh my! You see him show up like a neck brace. He's like, and he put his hands on the softest hands in the business, and I won't have it. He's like, you just dig yourself your own grave. The army's coming. It's just for you. We're recruiting night and day, baby.
Mhm.
I felt bad for Bleak because he was having to go up against Biggie and Mike, and Mike was just so like wonderfully overpowering, and that Bleak was trying to come back at him.
He did pretty damn good, I thought.
He did. He stood his ground.
Hey,
You know,
man.
I mean, because a
The
lesser
second
person.
he showed up, he knew the fix was in.
Yeah. But I mean, you gotta give Bleak. I mean, because not only did he stand his ground, he threw out insults, he kept it going, and he still did it with flair. You know.
Yep.
Gotta do it, bro. Gotta do it. Even when you know you're gonna get your ass handed to you, you gotta fucking do it.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Susie Q just renounced her citizenship of the United States.
Well,
Uh-oh.
it didn't help Bleak though, because she showed up a little bit. She showed up for the last match. If she had been there, but if she had been there during Bleak's match, you would have had trouble. Like Bleak would have had extra vote in there.
America is never afraid, Chris. It's what makes us great. We face adversity and we overcome it, and that's what we did Friday.
What are you gonna do
night.
what's gonna be your little silly stick when you fight an American? You know
Guess you
Biggie's
just
gonna
have
lose
to
that
wait and see.
championship
Tune into the hunt.
in 10 minutes, right?
Now we got ways
See
to.
what we do next.
I'm
We
just
got
gonna
easy
kidnap
ways to end
Beckerman
fight.
and Biggie's gonna lose the belt, so it's fine.
Just remember, if you were against Biggie Shack Saturday night, hate America.
Just lay it in there.
Pencil neck geeks. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I don't hate
Yeah,
America, man, but we got our days. dude.
It is spilling over into church, and that's even more fun.
Yeah.
doesn't spill over all the time, but when it does, it's good stuff.
Oh, so do you think comic book shops are in trouble and the market's in trouble without Diamond, or what? What's going on with that?
I mean, there's
Without
going to be
Diamond?
a time of upheaval, right? There has
Yeah.
to be. They were too big to not make long-lasting ripples. The real issues are going to be the smaller distributors and how we're going to get them through these times. And if you do support people like Mad Cave, Tomorrow's Publishing, countless, I mean, just insert name. If they're a smaller company and you support them, get out there, go to their websites. Many of them are telling you how you can help them get through this, etc.
Yeah.
There's also another thing to add to that because, you know, even though I love the country that I live in, this country just started something new this week and we got tariffs to deal with. And I don't know about you, but I bought my first thing this morning that actually had a tariff sticker on it. Like I bought a roll of paper towels, and on the top of the roll of paper towels, it physically said how much they paid for the tariff, like where it came from. Like I was like, what the F? So guess what? A lot of our comics are printed in Canada, where one of
Go
the, I mean,
Canada.
almost all
Not if you're
paper
buying back
is that like yes, not if you're buying back issues but
I
most
am-
novels are printed throughout Canada. Most comic
Oh.
books, most magazines, most all.
Quebecor is a major printer.
Not only
Or
that, but
whoever
I know
bought them.
I don't know about you, Bobby, but I work in construction. And I know you work in construction, but tariffs are also affecting us there because we get a lot of aluminum, steel, and wood from Canada too.
Metal and wood, yeah. Metal and wood's huge.
So
I know it, man.
these comic shops, whether they're gonna, I mean, you're talking about they're not just dealing with one thing. They're dealing with like a
A
multiple
lot.
things, right? Yeah.
Well, that
They're
and
gonna put
a lot
a
of movies. Like think
they're gonna put a big old sticker. Yeah, put a big old sticker on your comic. This is how much it's going up. Yep. Damn.
Okay. When I
I
saw
mean,
the sticker on the
and
paper
then
towel, that was my first thought. I was like,
well, I
oh
was gonna
crap.
say like Pokemon cards are a big deal, and are those also printed elsewhere? Or are they printed here? And also too like the action figures, the statues. Like I have a feeling that a lot of that stuff doesn't just originate here; it might come from other places. So a lot of collectibles might be going up. And
I,
people
Most
I
of
are
your
want to.
action figures,
come from China.
that's what I'm
I
Several
saying.
want
That's a
several
big
small
hit right there.
publishers have already closed down apparently because of it.
to. And I
So
want to say
Hell
that was
yeah, they
part
have.
of.
Hell yeah, they have. It's
Yeah.
rough out there, man.
I
But
want to say.
Fleek, what time is
Hey,
it?
it is 1:14.
Yeah, that
12,
sounds like
14.
it
Is
sounds
it
like
nap
nap
time?
time to me.
sounds like
Yeah.
America needs a nap. All right.
Yeah.
Hey,
Man.
the goddamn promo machine runs on naps.
go go relax there,
I
America.
will.
Enjoy your nap. If you're not, I don't know if Beckerman's going to be on. I don't know when he's going to pop
I
back.
might return. Who knows?
He may return, but if he doesn't, check him out on the Hucklebuck every Tuesday, and of course on the Hunt now every other
They
Saturday.
better find a way for me to rewatch that video.
And of
It,
course,
it'll come back up.
you can
Okay.
check him out. I don't think he'll be on this week, but Sweet Chin Music Thursday night with Papa Wheelie. They do the Sweet
This week,
Chin Music.
going out to dinner.
All right, Beckerman, have a good one, jerk.
Bye, Beckerman.
There goes America. Gone for a nap, that lazy.
So,
Man.
Speaking of printing, all Alan's books have finally been printed. I don't like to talk about it because I'm a little upset about it, but yeah, man, holy shit. It's been forever. I hope they had to reprint some of his books, and it's some people have gotten them, a lot of people haven't. So I'm getting everybody's sort of getting a little antsy about it.
Well, they
Wow.
have to reprint. Why
here's
they
my hat,
reprint
my
them?
cheese thing. So here's
What
my
was the deal?
headband, got my glasses.
I'm not sure why they had to reprint them. I think that's something that you'd probably have to ask Alan. But I know some were reprinted. So
Boston is not Hollywood. No. This is Half Blood Machismo. Yeah.
what I
This
can
is
tell
the
you,
book.
I want my dang comic book.
How long has it been?
It's been a while, man. I can't give you exact dates, but it's been quite some time. Enough time for me to go, where's my damn comic book?
And we're talking about the Kickstarter, right? Since
Yeah.
like they pulled the money
Yeah.
from.
Yeah. So I know that it takes some time anyway for Kickstarter comics. Like I know that that's a thing that you have to wait for them, but I wasn't. His was my first Kickstarter I ever backed, so I wasn't prepared for the length of time that you actually have to wait for a Kickstarter comic.
Yeah, and the thing I would say the thing that it seems to be, I've never done a Kickstarter, but it seems like there's a pretty steep learning curve, and there's a lot that goes on. So, I would say, for everybody who's been very patient, just continue to give Alan patience, just because again, first time doing it, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
no one up and downs going right into it. So
And again, K-pop says it's this is normal turnaround time for a campaign. I just wasn't prepared for that kind of a turnaround time. Like I said, it was my first Kickstarter I ever backed, so having it take this long, I'm just like, what the heck, man? What's going on over there?
No, and I think that's a perception that a lot of people get, which is like, oh, you do it, and then little bit of time go by, and then you get it.
Well, if you don't watch K-pop Junkie, she does Kicking It with K-pop, and it's all about Kickstarters. But if you do want to start, like backing Kickstarters, there's some things you need to know. First of all, it takes a while. Second of all, if you don't do the every Kickstarter, they send you a questionnaire at the end. When it's all been said and done, they send you a questionnaire, and you have to fill out the questionnaire. If you don't fill out that questionnaire, you don't get your Kickstarter.
Yeah.
You have to fill out that questionnaire that they
They
send
can't
you.
process the order until you do the questionnaire because they'd
they
ask
won't-
about
they
your
won't-
address.
Yeah, so it's like and some people don't do that, and then they wonder why they didn't get their Kickstarter. They're
No,
like,
that's his mask.
and you got to go, well, bro, you got to fill that stuff out. It's important.
I've only done like 7 or 8 Kickstarters, and I actually don't have a time frame of what's normal, what's not. And I want to say for me, it feels.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I
Okay.
want to say it feels like 7 months to a year, something like that.
I'll
It's
be
like
back.
the norm of when we actually get our books, kind of thing.
You want to do your own Macho Man impression? Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
What did the five fingers say to the face?
Snap.
What do the five fingers say to the face? What did they say?
What?
Slap.
Oh,
Man, Macho, you've gotten hard in your young age.
Yeah, mini Macho Man. That's what she calls it.
Big Macho Man. Big Macho Man. Mini Macho Man. I'm Macho Man Junior.
I have to call you
uh,
over there.
Tony. Say
oh
hi, buddy.
yeah.
Oh,
Happy
Yeah.
Easter.
all right.
Yeah.
Ham.
Bye
We
bye.
got a ham in the family.
No, well, just like
The
I think
apple
that's
doesn't fall far from the tree. I see. There's a couple of hams in
no. Well, now she likes wrestling out of nowhere too. Like the Royal Rumbles all it took to get her into it. Now she like loves it. So it's just like,
Apparently, the books had to be reprinted because of defects.
yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that happens, especially on like a small format printer. And like,
Yeah.
I mean, you have that information. I'd go to Katie. Katie would know like the best. Like she's saying,
Yeah.
I try to explain
Same
these
shit.
things, but no one ever listens.
Yeah, like
K-pop
you know,
I think that really too. I mean, if nothing else, like this will help you out with Murder King. You know what I mean? Just kind of getting to see all these different experiences and can kind of have an idea of what to expect going forward.
The one thing that I can draw from a little experience is it's hard for me to talk to somebody I don't know. At least I know Alan, I know Comic Journey. Like I can reach out to them and I know K-pop obviously, and I can reach out to all those people and say, hey, okay, hey, what the fuck is this? What am I doing? What's going on? And there'll be an answer there. I don't have to be uncomfortable. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
it's good to have friends.
It's good to have friends, man. It just is, Brian LCS, I think, has done a couple Kickstarters now. His second campaign was successful, I believe. So congratulations also go out to Brian LCS. That's pretty cool.
For me, in all honesty, but I think Brian's Kickstarter is the only Kickstarter where, and I can't remember how fast I got it, but I want to say his was the fastest, like that I got after like it was funded. I want to say it was like a month or two after that I received it. But I want to say the norm is like 6 or 7 months. It feels like something like that.
Yeah, it works for me. Just because it's like, like when it shows up, it's like, this is cool.
Because I know me and Mark, we both kickstarted like Liam Shark's book after he did the Sideways book. I can't even remember the name of it, but I want to say
I want to. The reason why he probably got Brian's book right away is he finished it before, like all it had to do was go to the printers.
Yeah.
And that's probably why, like, as soon as it got finished and stuff and the money got released, he just sent it to the printers, and then
that's
out to you
something
guys.
that's something we're working on. We actually want to finish our project.
Backer. I don't know. I mean, if it was a first backer of a project, I would understand. But a second backer, I don't know if I believe this information.
Yeah, that's sort of what we're trying to finish the whole book before
Thank you, Susie.
we even put it out. Really,
I'm just joking about that. I just figured Beckman's not here to give you that whole you and number two thing. So I figured, why not? Yeah,
Beckerman's not here, so I'll say this: Beckerman represents me, so technically I'm the first backer.
I don't know. He seemed to go ahead and let you. I mean, every time he says it, he seemed to get, oh, you know what? Enough.
The nice twist on it.
TM.
Chris, you look thinner. You're looking like a beach body. All right, nice.
I'm trying. Let's see.
I'm a super back just on Kickstarter. I backed about
geez.
150 campaigns. Holy shit, man!
Yeah, it's crazy.
I am a Uno backer. I only back so far as the shift. That was
is it? Because there are people that have backed a lot more than I have. Is it common that most books on Kickstarter are $10 or $15?
It varies, but yes,
Yeah,
that I want to
I
say
think
that's the
so.
norm, like 8 to
'Cause it,
15, something like
yeah,
that in that price
because you got
range.
to figure that they're trying to get all that cost covered, so it'd probably be a little bit more to
The
kind of
no-
get that
the ultra norm is usually $5 for like a PDF, the digital version, and that's usually like
going.
the most basic tier on every comic. Like, and then after that, it varies on how, because I mean, that's like on the Doctor. He did different ways of you to get the comic. It wasn't, it wasn't just like a standard way to get the physical issue. It was like,
Hmm.
you had cover A, and then you had like either cover B, or then you had like you could order both. Then they had signed. I think it just varies on your reward tier. But that was what I remember when Brian was doing his Kickstarter. One of the questions he was asking around the community was like, it was mainly focused on the reward program, and I generally liked the way he did his program, where he had like basic tiers for people, like $5, $10, and then he had more, expensive, because there's some Kickstarters, if you go look at them, the reward tiers are like $1,000 to start at, and it's like, who are you petitioning to? Like
Hmm.
Hollywood. Um,
Well,
it's
yeah,
I,
I've seen some. I've talked to Callie. Obviously, him and I are doing this project together, and we've got some really great people on the project. But I've seen some Kickstarters that like their goal is like $150,000. I'm like, holy shit! But these people must already have be very famous and have books published or whatever the case may be. $15,000 seems like a lot to be asking for on a Kickstarter.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I
say like, into Katie's point, she said most are 20. Like, I want to say most of the ones that I've purchased are like 8 to 10, but then it's like the shipping cost is like 15 to 20. So
Yeah.
it's usually like a $30 thing by the time you're done with it. And
Yeah,
that's
what I've noticed in Canada, it's about $68 to get like one copy of a book on Kickstarter with the price difference. So like, I don't know why it's so much, but it is.
$68. God
Yeah,
damn. I don't know if
I
I'd
think
ever
I
do a
paid
kick.
$100. I think I paid $100 for Alan's book, and I'm getting like two covers. So it's like I paid like I don't know $40 a cover basically.
mm. Oh,
Yeah. So
I actually have to get going because we're going to a birthday party for my
oh,
wife's cousin's
fancy.
kids. So yeah, I'm gonna go and watch Allie burn off none of her infinite energy, and go and play and everything like that. So I get to sit in the corner and be like, yeah, that's, don't jump on, don't do that. All right, be good. All right, thank you. All right, yep. Did you have fun? Cool. And then
Yeah,
talk to the other parents.
you get to be a referee today. That's good.
Hey,
Pretty much.
hopefully,
That's
hopefully
how it goes.
free food, free food and some chill time.
Yeah,
Bring your
well, that's
phone
that's
and read
pretty
some
much.
comics.
Yeah,
No.
just kind of hang back, and then that was it. So, but yeah, that's not like birthday parties. As you get older, it's just like okay. Like, I mean, at least I'll say this much: my daughter's old enough that it's like I just have to just be like, don't hurt anybody. Everybody be good and this and that. Versus when she was little and was like, you have to really like physically be like, don't die, please. They're like, no, don't jump off the slide, please, no.
See, I had a whole different way of birthday party, especially when I thought you were talking about an adult birthday party. Adult birthday parties, yeah, I can kind of go with that. But kid birthday party, hell no. I'm in the jump room. I'm playing the games with them.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to break
Watching
it.
the clown make.
Like no. If I jump in the and if I'm going in the jump room, all of a sudden it's like dropping an anchor into the just all of a sudden this big jump.
I've seen some bigger folks in the
Don't
jump
do it,
room,
bro.
so
Don't do it. I've
Yeah,
seen
well
some
that's
bigger
the thing.
folks go in the jump
And
room,
they
not
have
hit.
these places that are probably waiting for like, oh no, go ahead, big man. No, go ahead and have some fun. All of a sudden, bow. You broke this $10,000 balloon jump house, and well, you got to pay that right now. Like, no, I don't want to do that. So no, I just kind of I just hang back. That's the thing now. It's just like when she was a baby, we used to have to watch her because like
oh
she used to
yeah.
love to climb things. So then she sit there and she climbed up to the top of this slide one time. This slide was huge, and then she was like I think maybe like two, 1.5 or 2, and she was up there and she just she didn't know how to slide. So she just like kind of jumped and like slid down. So she comes flying. I'm like, oh my god. I was like, she didn't hurt herself. And then like my father-in-law went down with her and stuff like that. And well, like it was a whole big fun thing, but it was just like but then you'd always have to be like, "Where's Allie? Where'd she go?" Because you just crawl away, and next thing you know, you like, you don't know where she is. So that was always kind of the fun. But now it's like I know exactly who. I just just all right, play nice, because everybody gets excited in the bounce house and people are jumping and running and everything else. So it's like,
Oh my God! It's when I walk by a bouncy house, it's that noise that only children can hit the pitch, and
Well,
it's
that's
like
what I'm saying.
they're all doing the pitch. It's like, oh my God, that is
Well, yeah,
absolutely terrifying.
they're all having fun and this and that, but then there's that, and it's just like, I just sit there yelling like don't jump on your cousin, please. Like watch her, make sure she's okay. Don't do that. Like come on down. And it's just like, I want to play with this. I want to play with this. But look, there's you're in, because the place is called, I think, Cowabungas or something like that. It's like you're in a place called Cowabungas. There's a million things to jump on and play with. Like go, you don't have to play with this exact thing that he's playing with. Go over there and play with something else. So, and then like you said, it's like being a referee and then making sure like take your shoes with you, because you have to leave your shoes at the side and make sure everybody gets their shoes and everything when they come back. So.
Oh yeah, the shoe thing's important.
Yeah.
How do you only have one shoe? What the heck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, where'd your socks go?
Yeah, where'd your socks go?
We had that
I don't
issue
know.
a lot. Where'd your socks go? It's like,
I don't
You
know.
got one shoe and one sandal. What happened? And shit. Yeah.
Those aren't your pants.
That's gonna be my afternoon. Is going to that. But yeah, for the most part, as long as everybody's good, it's just chilling. Nobody's hurt. Everything's good, and then you do a lot of like whole crying kid, like, oh, you're all right. Go ahead and have some more fun. And then you send them off again, and they all right, good. All right, good.
They are. It's like $100. It's cheap.
But
I don't know about now. Well, I want to say like 5 years ago it was like $100, but I want to assume it didn't go up that much. But like even those like Jamboree play or the place at the bouncy house places, they're kind of cheap. Like the place that I was going to Houston, it was like $10 and you could stay there all day with your kids. And I mean, how they made their money was like concession stands and stuff like that. But I mean,
oh yeah, that's how they get you. And the thing I'll say is that like they are very efficient. That's why you got to be careful of the shoes, because they're very efficient in what they do. So they put you in the playroom for a second, then they run you into the birthday cake room, and then they take you out of there and they put you back into the lobby again. So, and like the whole experience is like maybe like an hour and a half. But they're like they're very like strict on what they do. So it's like, get your stuff. You can't come back, and the room door locks behind. It's like a trap door. It locks behind you. You can't come back. That's it. Like, you lost your shoes, you lost your shoes. Yeah, they go all the way back around, and then
they know they've been through it, man. They've been through wars with these kids.
Well,
they know the next group of kids is coming through. They don't need the last group of kids going back.
That's why if you leave your shoes behind, and all of a sudden, and then there's a whole new, and also there's all these new shoes in it. Which one's
yeah, you leave your kids behind, and they're adopted by another family by the end of the day. It's just the way it works, man. They got all
no shoe left behind. Yeah.
Yep. So that's what the racket of kids' birthday parties has become. Is that they just kind of they shove you in a room and they shove you into another one, and then it's all right. Party's over. Let's go. Everybody, like you don't have to leave, but if you want to stay, it's another $15, and you can play in the room. There's public room for everybody. So it's like, you know what? And all the parents by that time is like, I just want to go home. I have no desire to see another child for another month. I don't want to see anybody else's kids for months, please. Like this is it. We're good. Like, and then the parents that are throwing the birthday parties are just sitting there, like they come out drained. They're just like, Jesus Christ.
There's just so much energy and sugar, and oh my God.
Yeah. And that's what it is. It's like you load them up, and then all of a sudden you see them just It's like they all just got the second reign of power, and a bunch of Super Saiyan kids just running around, jumping around, and going nuts. And it's like, all right, get in the car. I'll fly in the car. It's like, no, don't fly into the car. Just get in the car.
No, if you do it right, they're all crashed out before you get to the car. That you've already burned the sugar out and everything.
No, because they've outlawed it, and they make you do these like juice drinks and stuff. So it's like, so the sugar doesn't hit the same way it does. And so like what happens is the way they do it is that the sugar's hitting as you're walking out, because they know the kid's gonna sit there like, I want to play some more. It's like, okay, we'll pay the $15 to get some of it out of you, and then but unfortunately, like it's just like they've experienced Hulkamania, and they just can't calm down for like another 4 hours. It's like, please, can you calm down? Just a little bit, and then when they're finally ready to go, it's like it's like sorry, and then it's like, all right, come out of the car, eat dinner now. Oh gee, okay. So we gotta hope to burn out all that energy so that she'll go to sleep tonight, because Sunday's a school night, so it's like, all right. But then getting her up tomorrow morning is gonna be like trying to wake Dracula out of his sleep. So it's just like, we'll see what happens. But that's the birthday party. This is the first of many because it's birthday party season is starting to roll around. So it's gonna be
Mhm.
a fun couple months.
Terrifying, terrifying. Well, congratulations. And Chris, what do you got going on this week? You got anything coming up?
Um, I don't. I don't think me and Huda might be doing a graphic content this week. I'm not 100% sure. I have to ask him. And then I'm gonna pop in and see if we're gonna do Sweet Chins. I know that Beckerman won't be on, so I assume that they'll still be doing the show, but that'll be on Thursday if if we do on the Sweet Chin music. So and then as far as my channel, there's nothing I don't think right now. I do have something I should unbox. I just don't know if I'm gonna have time because this week is kind of a busy one as far as work and stuff is concerned. But we will see what happens. I'll try to do my best. If I can do the unboxing, I'll put it up there. And then oh, so what am I saying? Saturday, yes, Saturday there is something coming up. The Band of Brothers auction, this coming Saturday. So I'm actually in the process of organizing for that. I've actually organized a pretty good amount of books, so should be pretty good. I'll have a bunch of different titles in my long box of stuff that I'm getting ready to get rid of. So come check us out because it should be good. I know that who that has some stuff. I know that I have things, and I'm sure that everybody else who's going to be on will have some good stuff for everybody to come and get. So if you're looking to score some good books, check us out on Saturday.
Absolutely, we'll be there.
Yep.
Awesome, awesome, Boston man. Good to see you, brother. You know you're welcome anytime. If you get back and we're still on, you know where we are.
Yeah, well, that would be my therapy. So if you're still on when I get back, I'm definitely gonna be like, yes, all right, now it's time to, time. I can come back.
You're gonna
I'll be
need you're gonna
No,
need
you
church by the time you get back.
yeah,
exactly,
because you
yeah.
can come
'Cause
back and you
I'll
can
probably
vent.
I'll probably have PTSD after. I'm like, oh my god.
You can rant and rave about all the stuff that the kids made you do, and
Exactly. Like they threw balls at me. I didn't even want that. Like, because that is sometimes what happens. My daughter
that's
and my nephew would just sit there and just be like, "Hey, daddy, what?" Pow! I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Having a ball. So,
Think fast, Dad.
pretty much, and then it becomes
All
a
right,
game
buddy.
of who can get me the most. So,
If you can, yeah.
but I'm gonna go. So I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And if you guys are on, I will hang out. Even if you're hanging out in the backgrounds, I'll do that as well. So
Yeah,
I will
man.
talk.
Have fun, man.
You know
Have
where
fun,
we're at.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Take it easy.
Cheers, brother.
Yeah, man.
make it a party.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Always a party.
We gotta do it for the kids, man, for the little ones.
All right, Bleak, I got something for you. I
All
know
right.
you're a Xeno fan and a
Okay.
Predator fan. Have you
Yeah.
ever read the Alien novels?
No, I've never read the novels. Never.
So I hadn't either until this last week, and they're based off the screenplay, so there's very little difference. But let me share one little difference about the movie to the novel that would have changed things in a huge way. So in the book,
Mm.
the Xeno is self-healing,
Oh my
and
god.
I'm talking about there's a moment there it actually gets its arm ripped off a couple of times, and instantly there is another arm.
Oh my god.
Could you imagine? Now that doesn't continue on because I'm like I'm like 75% done with Aliens. So could you? And it's not something that they got rid of from the first to the second book. But could
You
you
know what
imagine?
though? That makes way more sense as to why they call it the perfect organism.
Yeah, and the way
Because
they
yeah, because in the movies, I'm like, why do they call it the perfect organism? I get it, it's dangerous, but you can kill it. It's not that perfect.
no, and it
Mm.
kind of like and it makes more sense too because like and Aliens, like one of the biggest problems was them shooting the aliens and acid going everywhere and stuff like that. Well, like with the self-healing alien, since it healed itself almost instantly, it only had like a little of the acid bleed out. Like it would bleed for like a second. There, like in the novel, there is that scene where they cut the face hugger and it drips all the way through the ship. But like as soon as they cut it, the face hugger healed right there. So it was only like one drop that got out versus like a continual thing like the movie did. So I felt like if they would have had that in the second movie, it would have changed things like immensely, like in a kind of more action-packed way. They could have kept going with the, some of the characters would have survived a little longer because most of them died just by acid splash and stuff.
Can you guys hear me? I got cut off there for a second.
I can.
Now we
I saw
can.
you
Yeah.
trying.
Perfect.
See,
Yeah,
too.
that definitely would have changed even just the fear level, because that's what was great about the first Aliens. It was very horror in space, right? They've sort of made them more action movies nowadays, and even after the second one was more of an action movie, I guess.
Mhm.
Which it's fine that they went in that direction, but the horror in space was really what drew you into that series, and to have the xenomorphs even more horrific. Oh my god,
Yeah.
they could that no, oh my god, that's terrifying, man. That they could
So
self heal. No, thank you.
there,
I'm
there
good.
was
Yeah.
uh, there was a couple other slight differences, like that it's more revealed about Ash, about like how much he knew and how much Mother didn't know about it, and how much like it was more the company influence, which is kind of there in the film. Another thing is that Jonesy might not have been a real cat. Jonesy might have been an android. And
Oh,
it's hinted at a lot in the novel because in the novel you actually are in Jonesy's head. Like there's actually moments where you're in his mind and he's reflecting on the crew. And
interesting.
like, why would that happen? It was an interesting concept that I never thought about. Like going through the movie, that they would have had two androids, and it goes into the thing where like in the movie they had picked up Ash right before that, and Ash was it's part of the whole company knew, and they sent them there on purpose, and
Mhm.
that's why they put Ash there, the android or whatever. So like another pickup that they had right before that was Jonesy, and it's never really gone into why they added Jonesy or why he was there in the first place. But
Yeah.
it kind of makes a little more sense when you think about it, that Jonesy was also an android, and he was like really the eye in the sky watching for the company kind of thing.
Well, and I always got the impression that, like, I know they get pissed off about the Android thing, especially with the Alien Covenant and all that stuff. But I always got the impression that androids were inherently like evil, sort of, because like I know Ripley made a comment in the early movies where she was like she didn't like androids for a certain reason. I can't exactly remember what she said, but I always got the impression that androids were like, I don't know, not good. They had problems and people knew about it.
I
So I
think it
don't know.
was in the movies. I think it's back and forth because in the first movie they do show you that Ash is specifically working for the company. He had no care for human life, stuff like that. He was just specifically using them to figure out about the species, that kind of stuff. And then we go to the
Yeah,
second movie and we're introduced to Bishop, and
yeah,
we're instantly supposed to hate Bishop like Sigourney does because she's been frozen and she doesn't know that they've made progression with android technology. But lo and behold, Bishop is really a good guy throughout the movie, and that's one of the things I love about the second movie is the way they played with the android thing. I
hmm,
can say that I was a fan of David in Prometheus. Like I
hmm,
liked that part of the android thing. I did not like where, and that we didn't really see this in the movies, but that Ridley Scott stated that he really was going to move the whole Alien franchise toward the androids. And I love androids like Blade Runner and stuff. Shit, that's some dope stuff. But
yeah.
to make a franchise with Alien in the namesake go towards, and no, that's what I was against. I like the whole David plot line. I like the whole that David was kind of the reason why we got aliens. Like I like that he was continuing his research and wanting to find. I liked all that,
Yeah.
but you're telling me if we would have got another Ridley Scott movie after Prometheus, it was not going to have any aliens. It was just going to focus on the android side. That I wasn't a big fan of. Like,
No, I'm with you on that. I didn't mind Covenant. There were some definite problems with the movie overall, especially the way they cut the movie. There were some really like questionable scenes. Just like, why? What do you
I like
mean?
Covenant. It was good. It was
I
good.
didn't mind it. I liked it. again, like, where'd she get the ladder?
Yeah.
Why didn't she tell the pilot that she just gave birth to a fucking alien on board his ship? I don't know. There's certain things that you're like, bro, come on, like, come on, man. But I like the idea of the movie. I like the idea of the gods there. I like that. I like the Wayland Foundation. I enjoyed all that. Um, I would not have enjoyed it if it went into a non-alien direction. I didn't like the fact that they made David the creator of aliens, because I think that takes away from the lore of aliens. I think aliens should be older than that. Um,
I don't know, like, and I said that loosely. I don't necessarily know if that, like, yes, we did get like an interpretation of like that was in the timeline. That was the first time like we'd seen an alien was
yeah,
through David's. But I mean, they had those canisters with that stuff in there,
yeah,
and assuming if they took, and we know how Xenos work, they match with any host. So I don't think that was necessarily the like origin of the actual species, but for us, as far as what they've shown us and what we've seen,
yeah.
technically it was. But like,
They made you think it was, even
yeah,
if
yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't, they made you think it was. That was the origin of it, and it was sort of, it fell flat for me, that particular part. But for the most part, I actually really enjoyed that. I like Ridley Scott's ideas of like,
I do.
making aliens more, I guess, making it a more deep franchise than action, go get them, let's get off the ship, and hopefully we destroy it. Oh, we didn't destroy it. Okay, we destroyed it, and then we get another movie. I guess we didn't destroy it. We've seen it a few times. The new movie goes more into the lore of. I thought it did a really good job of like the company inside the android. I thought that was like, you really
Mhm.
got to the idea that yes, the company is in control and wants all this stuff, and I thought that was good. The acting was a little weak. Some of the scenes were weak, but I didn't mind the newest version of the Alien movies. It was all right.
Romulus was good, and I did like the callbacks to the original film, like with the Nostramos and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Um, I don't necessarily know if I need, that's it's been my issue with Aliens, the franchise since it started, and their focus on Ripley and that continual story. To me, that doesn't need to happen. Like I could imagine aliens on any number of planets just wreaking havoc, and that's what I want to see. Is like a group of anything trying to survive against these things. And the focus on this, like having to come up with a solution on why Ripley's still alive, why do we still like, to me that was beyond bonkers. It didn't
yeah,
need to happen. Like I mean, and I'm not saying I'm an anti Ripley fan. No, I love Ripley. Like it's just the fact that they kept going on that same formula. Oh well, Ripley was the reason why Aliens was successful, and it's
yes,
not.
yeah.
And I get that understanding at the time, but it wasn't true. Like you don't need, you could put any female, like, and I'm not any female, but a great actress or whatever, but like, or actor, and then they can, I mean, anybody running scared from these things is what we want to see.
Did you
Yeah,
like
yeah. I think Alien.
did you like oh, sorry, man. Did you like AVP with the Aliens versus Predator? Did you like that one?
I have the
I,
comic. I didn't really love the movie Aliens versus Predator. No.
I I enjoyed them, but like I was honestly mad that we didn't get the comic version or whatever. But like, I mean, they're okay as far as like action, or like I wouldn't even call them horror anymore. I
No.
mean, the first one tried to do a little horror, but it was really the storyline that they picked for those movies, like both one and two. And I want to say I like Requiem a little more than the first AVP. But I mean, I wouldn't put them in a category like they were absolutely horrible. I mean, I enjoyed them when I left the theater. I remember, I mean, I went day one on both movies, but I can say like leaving the theater, it wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I also, I wasn't mad or anything. I didn't deem it like, oh, it was a horrible movie. I mean, I can remember me and my brother bought it when it came out on DVD, and we watched it, and we watched it several times, kind of thing.
Well, I liked
I
where it tied
enjoyed.
in with the. I liked where it tied in with the Aztecs, where it was like, the Aztecs, kind of like that's how they disappeared. You know what I mean? And that, they were doing rituals. They were around since that time, since way back. And
I would have
yeah, yeah,
preferred a whole movie like that. Like if we would have got
yeah,
the like not necessarily a origin, because it was kind of like an Earth origin story, but it wasn't necessarily like the beginning. But still, like to have that time frame, that would have been dope. Like Apocalypto, but with aliens running around. What?
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
no.
Game
Okay,
over, man.
right.
Yeah,
As Okay, so as an Alien and Predator fan, I've enjoyed every single iteration. Now I do have pluses and minus within both. Like I always go, like everybody always talks about Alien 3 being the worst, blah blah blah. That's actually one of my favorites, but I go back to Alien Resurrection. Alien Resurrection to me was one of the like worst, and I'm not using that as like, oh, it's a bad movie or anything. I still love Alien Resurrection, but I can remember going to the theater and like just laughing at some of the choices, like the direction, and when they were I was like, really, this, and I still enjoyed it, but I can remember like, man, it's going like so off where I thought it was going to go, kind of thing.
Alien Resurrection was it was very comedic. Like there
It,
was
it was very comedic.
a lot of
And
jokes.
And there was parts of that I liked, I enjoyed. They fit the moment because there is a lot of comedy within horror. That's a normal person's first reaction to a scary thing is either you have a scream or it's a laugh, and most people deal with, you know. So I can deal with that. But no, that movie was like 75% was like even the villains were doing like comedy lines. Like
Yeah, man.
the villain himself, that I forget the actor's name, and I love him, but his role in that movie, the dude with the really bushy eyebrows or whatever, and he was like the army commander of the base or whatever that they were at. He just came off as like Eugene Levy the whole time from American Pie,
It's
and it was
it's
like it was like why is you're talking about one of the most serious things that you could ever think of. They're working at this like secret government facility. They're doing these super illegal things. They're testing on me. They're trying to weaponize these aliens. You're talking about during that time they had figured out this like what was it, the telepath thing that they were doing where they could kind of control the aliens? No, like, and then they had this guy walk around and he's cracking jokes at his like at every soldier he passes. Well, yeah, it's almost break time. I'm gonna go have a drink. And I was like,
yeah, just like, and I get trying to make when you make jokes like when in the original Aliens, when they're around the table and when they're joshing each other, when they're ribbing each other, that's one thing because you sort of it's character building. But when you're just making jokes for the sake of, I think a joke should be thrown in here. All right, well, okay, I guess they did lose the horror sense of it in that movie. Predators, always loved Predator. I didn't like the newest one with where they all went to like the crazy hospital and they each had their thing, and then there was a super suit at the end. Not a huge fan of that.
oh, the one written by Shane Black, and I think that
Yeah,
one.
not a huge fan.
I could say I that was another one like Alien Resurrection where I enjoyed it, but there's certain parts of it like I can actually get behind the human in the predator suit. I actually like that,
Okay.
and they've actually done that in the comics like recently with the Marvel run where they had it was a girl that like had her family killed, and she eventually like kills a predator, and she figures out that using their armor she can like get in closer to a lot of the other predators she's trying. I can get behind that. What I didn't like about the movie version was it was like the stainless steel chromed version
Yeah,
of the Predator.
it was like
I kind of wish it would have been more Predator-ish looking,
when
but
when I saw it, when I watched the movie, I was like, okay, they're just trying to make it a superhero movie. Like, and I love superhero movies. Don't get me wrong, I want them to keep making superhero movies, but not every movie has to involve like, oh, now we've got a superhuman suit. We can go fight aliens, and it can be all super awesome and great. That's not what I want in my aliens and predator movies. I like
you're
the thing.
you're exactly right about what should be in Predator because I don't want. Okay, everybody loves Predator 1, and I do
Yeah,
too. I'm a huge
great.
Arnold fan. It's one of my but it's not my favorite Predator movie. My favorite Predator movie is actually Predator 2 with Danny Glover because he fights a regular guy and
Yeah.
not a regular guy that's all beefed up and stuff. Nope, it's just like a beer-bellied detective that, and like I actually loved that's why why I really loved Prey more than a lot of the other newer ones that we got because Prey was back to that normal. Yeah, she was a skilled warrior and everything, but she was just a regular person, no powers, no, you know, it, that to me is like, you know, it was always explained that the predator himself goes out for the best of the best. That's why it
Yeah.
made sense that the aliens and predators matched up. That kind of like cemented like that lore even more. So for
I
the predator,
I
the
also
predator,
loved Prey very much. There's definite problems that I found with Prey, but
there were.
as a throwback to the franchise, I was like, yeah, this is really good. This makes me happy to see a Predator movie like that. I would also love to see now that they're doing throwbacks like going back in history, Predator in the samurai times. Oh my god, that would be amazing, bro. That would be
Well,
so
supposedly
dope.
we're supposed to be getting the French Revolution is the next one, and supposedly like if you know the lore, this ties back to Predator 2 at the ending. He gets that French Revolution musket with
Gets
the.
the gun. They did that in Prey though, right? They already showed you the
Mhm. That's
where
why
they
we're
got the musket.
that's
Yeah,
why we're supposedly going there. But I mean, could you imagine? There's a bunch of different time frames, which I would love to throw a Predator in. Like they did that for Predator 2, and they did the whole riot and gang war during LA. Like, could you
that's the
imagine?
best
Like
part of that movie. The fact that they made LA into a world that you believe like that was a hard world, man. Like I
we were
believe
going through that in real life.
yeah, man, I
Like
believe that was like a hard city and it was intense. And I was like, the world building that they did in that movie, I thought was really good, and I enjoyed that movie too. It's a guilty pleasure. I know people don't like it, but I enjoy it. I think it's
that's like,
fun.
could you imagine like Predator and Nam, or
Oh
Predator
my
and like
god, a
Desert
predator
Storm?
in actual Vietnam, like taking
Yeah,
out a
like
fucking. Oh my
in the
god,
Congo, or can you imagine like in Desert Storm with our like our kind of first real technological advances in war and stuff, and the Predator's not able to use his invisibility anymore, kind of thing. Like I mean, we have like yes, we did see some Predator in a modernized world, but they were still using just basic like modernized guns, but still just guns and stuff. They weren't using really like military advancements that we have today. Like, I mean, you're talking about we have drones, we have weapons that shoot around corners, we have.
It's a great issue. Yeah, I love that one. The Hulk goes crazy. Yeah, because his girlfriend died. Yeah, that's a great one.
Mm.
yeah, I'm with you, Mike. They can do a lot with the Predator franchise. I think they can do more with the Alien franchise now that they've done Romulus. I think they're gonna try to bring Alien to like an Earth world or maybe a settlement. Maybe I don't know.
Well,
That'll be
we know we're going to Earth next, because we're getting the TV show
Yeah.
Alien Earth.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I want to say I'm a little confused on where the time frame is. It don't quote me, but I think it takes place in our future. But most of Aliens does take place in the far future, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I
Hey,
mean,
when I went and seen Predator at the movies, yeah, when it first came out, I didn't know it was what it was. I just thought it was like an army movie or something. When I knew Schwarzenegger was in it, but I guess I didn't know it was going to be an I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know that an alien was going to pop out. That the Predator was an alien. That I took a date and I went to this movie and I got all into it. The movie was cool as hell. You know what I mean? The whole cast, the movie. You know what I mean? The Billy Bear. That Indian where he slashes his
yeah,
chest on that log. He's just like me and you with this knife and shit. You know what I mean? Like damn. And dude, he gets his arm cut off and his arm just shooting the gun, pop, 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 pop. Yeah,
Jesse
yeah.
Ventura.
Yeah, no, Witherspoon,
Oh yeah,
John
yeah, yeah.
Witherspoon. Yeah, yeah, he gets his arm and it's still the gun still shooting, pop, 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 pop. And yeah, Jesse Ventura. Yeah, he's in the long tall salad. He's singing and he's shaking. Yeah, he's leveling everything with that gun and the whole cast. It was a great movie because I wasn't. The spoiler alert didn't get me because it was all like, wow, what the hell is this and shit? You know what I mean? Yeah. I dug it, and so yeah, I got a certain love for that first one and shit. Yeah,
Well,
just the whole
that's the
movie.
thing about those movies, especially those first iterations of movies, even older movies. Because I watched Romulus, and it is a good movie. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to badmouth Romulus. I enjoyed it, but I didn't feel the love for the cast. Like I didn't feel,
I can
and I didn't
agree.
know the Aliens cast when I first watched Aliens. I didn't know any of that cast. I just watched it, and it you. I don't know how to explain it. The cat, like
No,
you,
you're explaining it right because Bobby's right. That's one of the greatest things about Predator is the cast. There's so many lovable characters. Like for me growing up, I'm a huge Arnold fan, so Arnold's first.
mhm,
But right behind Arnold, you had Billy Bad. Billy was such a badass character. Like,
so cool.
and right behind that, you got. But okay, so for me, an Alien, that doesn't happen to Aliens because Alien, although it's a great cast and everything, for
Yeah.
me it wasn't such a memorable cast because you're lacking certain badasses and stuff, and you don't really get to meet badasses until the second film when you meet Hicks and Hudson. Okay, so like that does play a part of it, and I can say in Romulus that it was the same thing where like I love the movie and everything, but I can't think of one character that I had a tie to, and I'm talking about like I'd have to go back and watch the movie to like I know the main girl like survives, but like
She was
okay, so
okay. I like the droid was her android buddy was really awesome. The
I
black
liked
dude.
him. I can remember.
He was
Yeah, I remember him.
he was
Uh,
very memorable. Like as
So
far as
that
acting goes, as far as his character goes, he was great.
so for
Um,
me that also applied to like Prometheus and Alien Covenant because I did like Miri Syria or whatever her name was, the main
yeah,
character for Prometheus.
me too.
I was really disappointed that they didn't like I she was kind of like the new Ripley for me, and she worked. Like I loved her
Yeah,
character. Like not only did I feel like she was the same level of badass as Ripley, but like that's kind of where Covenant kind of like killed it for me is was finding out her continuation that David just kind of killed her off screen and stuff. I was like, what the f? Like
yeah.
you
Because I
talk,
actually you sort of wind up caring for her character. They do.
yeah,
They don't make that movies don't do this often enough. Like you have characters that you don't give a shit about because they don't really give you any kind of backstory, and if they give you a backstory, it's not a good one. It's like a generic backstory. With her, through the dreams and through conversations and through little back pieces, you get to see you sort of start caring for her and caring for what she believes in, and then again to find out she gets killed off screen, you're like, oh Jesus, all right, whatever.
I actually liked her dreams, like the whole like wanting to see everything, and it also aligned with David, and I like that David wanted to find out where they were from and stuff like that, more about the engineers, and I was like, yes, this is where I want the movie to go, and then we moved to the second movie, and they're like, we're not going to do that anymore. Hey, Bobby.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They really went a weird direction in the second movie. I feel like it was going okay, and then all of a sudden it went. Meh, meh, meh.
You're talking about? I thought the second movie was going to be just us on the engineer planet, the whole movie.
Real quick, thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Yeah, John said he saw your show yesterday. Monty, I know you're doing a another find all the clues, and and you're doing another giveaway for your very sick sense of humor.
Y'all are out there just to entertain me. Y'all entertain me. I'm not here to entertain y'all. Y'all entertain me. That's
This
the way my sick, perverted
sick
mind thinks of
sadistic
it.
mind of Monty, Mr.
You know,
White Gloves,
you,
making
you,
us
you
do.
yeah, you think you go to my shows and, I'm trying to entertain you when it's just you entertaining me. So stay tuned to my show. There, you're going to really entertain me.
The true villain of the comic book community, Mr. White Gloves.
You thought you had me all figured out, but you don't. This whole time it was not about you, it was about me.
The content creator where he gets you to produce his own content. I like
Damn
it.
right.
I like it. It's flipping the tables, man. Flipping them tables.
So Lyle, I had never seen you before. Go check out my show and everything. Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
Hit
Lyle's
that
a good dude.
notification.
Lyle's a good dude. He's been on here before.
Now he might already be subscribed. I don't know.
He is possibly and probably already subscribed.
But yeah, there's something coming up. Y'all better start watching these videos now until y'all
Your
turn
last two
around and
videos? Is it your
yeah,
last two videos, Monty?
yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Is it
Until
just
you
on your?
get
Is it just
until
on your channel so far?
so far.
Okay.
Until you get like 8 videos in, and then I hear all the whining and complaining. That's too many videos to go watch. I don't want to do that. Why don't you make it easier? Where did I? And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Anyway, I'm just bagging and boarding right here and showing off the books that I got for $1, which you'll see
Nice.
some all these for $1 each. And I'm showing
Wow,
off
that's a
the
good one.
splash pages on them.
Making sure they're all right and tight. Making sure the
Yep.
staples are all good. Making sure all the pages are there.
And making sure
And
all the $20 bills are out of the book.
yeah, I was about to
Yeah.
say, and some of those books have already been paid for because he found $20 in one of his
Oops.
books.
I don't know what I did.
Nice.
Hold on. I did
It's a
something.
lightning storm. Caught in a lightning storm.
Hold on. I
Yeah.
removed Monty from the stage. Hold on. Sorry, Monty. I didn't mean to do that. I'll get you back. I promise. There we go.
And that's what I'm going to say. What are y'all laughing at? It wasn't that funny. I was giving
Yeah.
y'all the next hint and everything.
Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you went backstage.
Oh shit.
Oh, that you put me backstage.
I
Well, too
did, yeah.
bad for y'all. Y'all didn't get the hint, so yeah. All
You just
right.
gotta go watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
I watch the shows.
You know, technical errors. You got to pay for them one way or another.
Look at Donnie.
Flash
Splash
just
just
said,
said,
"Go f
"Fuck
your
your
feelings in the
feelings."
most direct way possible," and
Yep.
Mastodon's here for it. It's good. Yeah, I collect all the Aliens and the Predator comic books. Well, not all of them, but I've got a good chunk of them anyway.
Recently, I had read that originally, the original Alien run, and you talk about a hard read. That first run, like
Yeah,
I was so looking forward to it. Now I love black and white, but man, you talk about a hard read. Like
it is.
it took me like an hour, 2 hours just to make it past the first issue because it's not that it's bad or anything. It's just it's pretty much a retelling from Aliens, the second movie. So it was like, oh, I thought this was like going to continue or move past or
Yeah, it
it's
gets
like,
into there's that's yeah, it gets into lore. There's all sorts of different kinds of aliens. It's actually really cool if you go into the Dark Horse Aliens.
I love all the Dark Horse stuff. Like once they got past the main series and away from well, I haven't read a lot of the DHP with Dark Horse
Yeah,
presents,
yeah,
but a lot of the side stories like Hive, Earth Wars, stuff like that. That alien is great.
yeah. I started buying aliens when Marvel bought them again, and then I didn't collect it all, but I got a good chunk of the earlier stuff. Like, yeah,
Have you ever seen Batman versus the Aliens?
yeah, man, that's awesome, bro.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's a homemade movie. It's on YouTube. Yeah, Batman versus the Alien. It's got Predator in there and Joker,
Pretty sure
and
it's
it's
a comic book. I'm pretty sure it's a comic book too. Batman versus Aliens. I think Wolverine versus Aliens was a comic book as well.
yeah, but no, there's a movie. There's a guy made a homemade movie, and the costumes and the guy that plays the Batman, he looks like right out of Alex Ross painting. You know the way he made the cowl, and he's a big beefy Batman dude.
Yeah.
And it's a little short movie, but yeah, it came out like in the '90s or something. You know what I mean? It's no earth shatterer, but I recommend it instead. Yeah,
So what's all this nonsense I've been hearing about? What is it like? State Farm made a commercial, or somebody made a commercial, and it's like a better rendition of all these characters than we get in our live action movies. Has anybody heard this? Has anybody seen this? What I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I heard some about it, but I haven't seen it.
I've seen it. It's actually like it's a long commercial, and it's really, I mean, it's a State Farm commercial, but they're talking about like like when people call for Batman, like, but instead they go for like the cheaper version and they get like Bateman, and it's Jason Bateman in like this pseudo like Batman outfit. But
That's
like as he's running around because he's in Gotham, that's when they show like Joker. They show, I want to say there's like 6 or 7 major Batman villains they show. I guess it's like perspective. Like he looks cool, but I wouldn't like want him full time as the Joker.
Okay, all right. Banner from Growing Pains is a Joker. I've seen some of the YouTube short movies. I've seen some of the Joker ones that they've made. I thought they're pretty good.
I've watched that one that Bobby was talking about. The Batman versus Alien.
I'm gonna
Shows
check
up. It was
that out.
good.
I do like.
Yeah, man.
There's a nice, cool, really short Batman versus Darth Vader. It is done amazing, man. And it's
I've
just
seen that too.
It's them two fighting, and it is freaking awesome, man. Like that's wicked. So people are doing some cool shit on YouTube, that's for sure.
Yeah, the books. Yeah, Batman fought a Predator a couple times. Yeah. So Predator's crossed over from the DC to Dark Horse to Marvel. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Marvel owns Predator again, right? Finally, I think they have Predator and Aliens. Pretty sure. Well, I guess Disney owns them. Which is really weird because at any moment Disney could do a Mickey Mouse versus Aliens movie, and
so you could have an alien queen be a princess, yeah, be a Disney princess. Yeah,
I'll be crying the blues.
We want.
There you go. That's one of the clues.
I like that page.
That's a good Doctor Doom, yeah.
Doctor Doom's
Those are some good.
Again,
Yeah, those are some good Avengers. Yeah, I like what other Avengers around that time.
Spider-Man and his amazing friends. I always thought Doctor Doom was Spider-Man's enemy, and Iceman was like part of Spider-Man's crew. And then I started reading comic books. I'm like, this isn't right at all. This is all wrong.
It's all jumbled up.
Yeah, man.
Well, Spider-Man hardly ever talks to Bobby. I could see
that's a different universe.
And Doom isn't a Spider-Man bad guy. They've crossed over maybe a few times, but not really. I guess
during the 90s and 2000s, could you name Spider-Man's two best friends, like his real amazing friends?
No.
One's easy. I mean, he's right next door, and he's a hero.
Human Torch.
That's one, yes. That's the second one, but the more famous one is Daredevil. Daredevil's just, I mean, because he's right next door in Hell's Kitchen. I mean, like, literally from where Spider-Man is, it's like...
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. They're in the same area.
And then Bobby's right. The Human Torch is his other big, and to the point where Spider-Man and Human Torch have, like, the secret, like, meeting location that only they know about kind of thing. And his third best friend is where it gets a little weird. It's actually a gargoyle that stands it's like at 4th and 54th Street, but it's one specific gargoyle, and the name, I forget the name of the specific gargoyle, but he spend more time up there talking to that stupid gargoyle.
That's true. That is true, and I do know the gargoyle you're talking about.
The gray gargoyle.
I forget his name. It's got a specific name, and it's something hokey, but.
All right, those are all bagged and boarded.
All bagged and boarded?
Yep.
Don't forget to check out Monty's last 2 videos for his clues.
Now to tape them down and log them in.
His next winning drawing. I guess you're doing like another package, I'm guessing, Monty?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay.
It's going to be one of those things as I get there, I'll decide it.
Fair enough.
I have to pull out some archives and see what big book I'm going to give away this time.
Ooh.
You know, the last one was a Hulk 6, and Jig should be getting it. It was delayed. I looked it up on tracking. It was delayed. It should have already been there by yesterday, but it wasn't. So it was, I don't know where it's at.
And if you're not familiar, that Hulk 6 wasn't just a Hulk 6. It was signed by Lou Ferrigno.
Yes, it was.
And didn't Jigs also win a Batman 227 in his first, the first box you gave him?
That and an early Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won the, I went ahead and threw in the Neil Adams Batman with the the card, the Ace of
Yeah.
Spades, the
Oh,
Joker.
yeah.
You
I
also,
had
I think the G-Man won a really early X-Men. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, it was either X-Men 6 or 9.
Yeah, like single-digit X-Men. Come on, bro.
Mm.
Pretty
Yeah.
awesome.
Then Ben Compton won a Chamber of Chills number 12.
Jeez Louise, man. Monty giving away gold over here, folks. Go check out Monty's show. He's got the last two videos on his channel they have clues for his next giveaway.
Then Random Reed, he won a early Spider-Man. And Martin ended up winning a bunch of signed graded books by Scotty Young. So all these are what they requested. So I mean, I'm not going to give them exactly what they request, just kind of the hit and miss area. But yeah, I mean, it was in the wheelhouse. Then we had some random winners of merchandise, which was Cookie at Just a Little Podcast. Then we had what's her name? Christina Payne. She won one.
Oh,
She unboxed it on Jigs last night. Jigs Kingdom.
Good.
I
I'm
seen
glad
that.
Christina won something. That's nice.
And
She was on Mad Spidey. Yeah, I seen her on Mad
oh, it was
Spidey.
Mad Spidey. Mad Spidey. My bad.
You're
I'm old.
good. You're good.
And I will be giving away some more merch boxes and everything out of the spinning wheel. And with that, I can pretty much go. Let me see. Let me get down here where y'all can see me. I can pretty much go 33. 33. Thank you.
Boy.
I'm assuming that's a clue or something. 33.
So just
Not my
stay
waist
tuned.
size.
33.
Yo.
Stay tuned to
It's not
figure
my
out what's
age.
going on.
Maybe episode 33 or issue 33.
Order 33.
Order 33. Fine.
As long as it's not Order 66, we're all cool.
I don't even
33
say
is worse.
that. It's half of 66.
Dude, I
Right.
hate those movies, and that scene made me tear up. I'm watching it in the theater, and I'm fucking got tears in my eyes.
I
And
love those movies.
and then all of a sudden, Yoda fucking spins around and kills those. So I freaked out. I jumped up and shouted. I was like, "Yes!" I was like, "Oh, sorry, guys, sorry." Just like Yoda, sorry, guys. And I know he's gonna live. I know Yoda lives. I've seen him in the forward movies, but I still was like, "God damn, that was awesome."
I was fortunate enough to see all three prequels with a Star Wars like fan base around me. Everybody there was in costume, and like I did not have the theater experience that I've heard about, but like that's like leaving episode 2. I mean, the whole theater cheered when the credits rolled, kind of thing, including me. I mean, episode 3, episode 1. I can remember like because I saw the first showing in Houston, and they had cosplayers up in front of the damn theater, and they were lightsabering battle with like plastic lightsabers while we were waiting. I mean, no, like I enjoyed all 3 of episode 1, 2, and 3, and yeah, I had small complaints and stuff, but like that's like the hate for Jar Jar. To me, I always liked him as a character, and he fit within. It didn't feel like something they threw at the movie. It didn't feel like any of the new stuff we've gotten. I can say that. Like them trying.
I do like Jar Jar's the fan theory about Jar Jar. I think that has some pretty awesome.
I can get behind both. I like Jar Jar as just a completely innocent, clumsy, good guy, and I also like the fan fiction that he's like, part of this Darth, dark theory.
Yeah, man. He's the Sith that controls
Darth
everything.
Jar Jar.
Yeah, man.
People got mad at me when I cheered for Thanos at the end of the end game or the Infinity Gauntlet. Everybody, it was a packed house. It was the first day, man, packed with kids making noise the whole movie, talking, yada yada. Then finally at the end, man, it got real quiet. You know, everybody was fading away. Thanos won, and and everybody looking at me all mad and stuff, right? Like I'm the bad guy and shit.
I would
Hey,
have loved to
man.
see that. I would have been right there, like, yeah.
Some
Yeah,
movies,
in your
there's some
face, and they
movies,
got mad and shit.
bro. Sometimes you get in
Man,
trouble at the movie theater. I'm not gonna lie. I laughed when Buddy hit the bell on Titanic. I like giggled. People weren't fucking happy with me when I was in the theater. I'll tell you that right now. They're like, "Fucking, look, this guy is so inconsiderate." I'm like, relax, man. The guy fell and he hit a bell. It was fucking hilarious.
Well, that
Shut
was
up.
like we went to go see Captain America. Well, two different occasions. We went to go see Captain America when they reveal what the leader. You know, spoiler alert. But when they reveal what the leader looked like, the whole audience. I mean, it was a full theater. They all gasped like a horror movie, and like me and my brother laughed out loud, and like everybody was all looking at us after we laughed. And we were just laughing because of how comical like he did look, and everybody was scared, and I was like, "What the fuck are you scared of?" Like, um, no, but like when we went to go see Deadpool and Wolverine, we had one of the best theater like experiences ever because like when we went to go see it on opening day, for some reason our whole audience was like I want to say 60 to 80-year-old ladies. It was
Right.
like no joke. Like the whole audience, like 40 some odd people, they were all older, like, and like every scene that like Hugh Jackman had his shirt off, or like every time they showed like a beefed up muscle dude, they were like you could hear like ooh and like you know like just nothing but thirsty like older. And I was like, this is great.
Well, hey, man. You know what? I get it. There's a lot of movies I'd watch for Scarlett Johansson in a black slinky outfit, so I get it. Although
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Scarlett Johansson's also a really good actress, though she's actually
She
pretty
is.
good.
I enjoy her.
Yeah, there's certain people that you can give it up for, and Scarlett's one of them. Man, she's one of the good ones as far as actresses are concerned.
You know, I watched a show on TV that I hadn't seen before.
What'd you watch?
The other day, I actually watched. It was a DC movie. It was Flash.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
I
Oh
haven't actually
yeah,
seen it yet. Is it any good?
I kind of thought it was all right. You
I
Okay.
I
know.
loved
enjoyed
it.
it too. Michael Keaton
Biggie
part
enjoyed
especially.
it. Splash
Yeah,
thought
Yeah,
it was okay.
I
yeah, I
loved it.
thought it was all right.
Evo
Yeah.
liked it. Okay, all right. So it got a lot of hate for no reason, or it just didn't make enough
Really, it
money.
got
No,
a.
No,
yeah,
there's
well, there's a good fucking reason. Like he was a piece of shit in real life,
Oh
but
well, yeah. The guy that actually plays the Flash is a fucking piece of shit. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. But I went
yeah, if you
into it.
don't,
I went into it and just started. It was bored. There wasn't nothing else on TV. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I seen Flash. I said, I've never seen this movie. Then I started watching it, and I was like,
was
huh.
it on Wednesday? Was it on
No, it was yeah.
USA?
It was on TBS, and it was
Yeah, it was the first time they showed it. My brother watched it that day too. I was
it was
amazed.
on. No, it was Friday.
Oh,
It's
okay,
Friday.
okay.
It's Friday night.
Because I
I
think Wednesday
DVR'd it
was the
because I couldn't watch all of it, so I DVR'd it. Then I watched it Saturday. Yeah.
I actually just watched the Captain America movie on YouTube yesterday. I think.
it had huge. Yeah, it's funny because they did just release it like on Wednesday, and then they premiered it on like I thought it was USA, but it might have been TBS or something. But it had huge like viewer ratings from the TV thing, which is funny because it was detested in the theater. And Biggie's right. That was first and foremost the reason why a lot of the backlash was because of Ezra Miller. And like second, that within the movie, like I mean, there's an opening scene in the movie where like this, people talk about the bad CGI, and that specific scene, and it's the very first scene in the movie. It
Uh,
there's a lot of like it looks like unfinished CGI. It's not even bad CGI.
yeah,
It almost looks like the scene was supposed to be something else, and last second they just did that.
they
Now,
they tried to make an excuse for that too. I believe they said something, and then people were like, "Uh huh, yeah, you're just making excuses for bad
now
CGI, bro."
Now, there's a lot of like talk about CGI at the end of the movie. To me, and I saw it in the theaters, I did not. The only bad CGI that I saw was in the very beginning of the movie. The rest of the film has a polished, nice look to it. Like even there's some heavy CGI scenes at the end, and I can say for me, they were okay. I wouldn't say it was like the best ever or anything, but I wouldn't say it was the worst, like people were saying. Like, no,
Hot
it
take, man. I didn't actually hate Captain America, the new one that just came out. I watched it yesterday. I was like, it's all right. It's not that bad. Like,
I liked it, but I had
I
like
get it. I get some of the complaints.
small and big complaints. For me, the big complaint was the look of the leader.
Yeah,
And I've heard that, like, I know DJ and a lot of other people liked his look. Like, he was a more, I would say, a toned down version of the way the leader looks. I wanted that comic book, like, weird looking leader, you know, and
Was in the Incredible Hulk movie, the one where he was fighting Abomination,
yeah,
that guy in there had that stuff drip down on the Hulk's stuff, drip
yeah.
down in his cut on his head, and his head started swelling up, and it gave you a little thing. Oh, the leader. That's who that's going to be.
That's who they.
this
That's who they got.
yeah,
Yeah,
this
they got the
directly
same.
continues that.
Yeah,
They got the same actor. It
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah.
but all right. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know. Usually wait until it comes on TV.
so
It's
I
not
would
bad. Again, it's not bad. I don't know. People give it a lot of hate, and I'm finding when I watch a movie, I'm wondering why people hate it so much. Like, I get it; it's not perfect, but it's not like, oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
I want to say I gave it like I can't remember my exact rating, but I want to say I give it like a 6.5. Like, it's not the
Yeah,
best, it's not the worst.
I can
Like,
see that.
when I saw it in the theaters, I enjoyed it. But I have the system like one of the I have like a 3 question thing that I ask people like to determine whether it's a good movie. And one, is it rewatchable? Like, if you watched it in the theaters and you walked out thinking, man, I want to watch that again, that is a definite determination of a good movie.
Yeah,
This one, there are parts that I wouldn't mind watching again, but I don't know if I'm like rushing to like watch it again. Like, I've seen it, like, kind of thing. Another question that I ask is like, watching it after you watched it, level of disappointment or excitement. And after this movie, I was pretty excited. So, like, the Red Hulk stuff was all pretty good. I didn't. I did enjoy the leader's storyline. I'll say that. I did like him being like the secret villain or whatever.
yeah, yeah. I enjoyed that. He did
I,
look a little. He looked a little like, I don't know. He wasn't right. But then again, if they gave us what you want, we'd probably get something like Modoc.
right.
Um, you know what I mean? So they probably did the right thing by sort of just making him a human with a weird looking head.
Yeah, and
But
it's not necessarily. I mean, even his appearance looks like it could grow further. Like, they could add on to it if they wanted. Like, this might be the early stages of the leader, which I'm fine with.
mhm.
Like, for me, he wasn't like, his character in general was not a fail. Like, I like that actor. I like, even though, yes, if you analyze the movie, even though he's supposed to be this incredibly smart person, most of his plans did not work out in the movie, which
No,
they should have at least they should have done a Baron Zemo thing where he still kind of won. Maybe it looked
Come on,
like he
bub.
lost. No, but for me, I liked it. I want to say it's better than most of the Marvel movies we've gotten recently, and I'm not talking about Deadpool and Wolverine, because that one's I see that one more as a Fox movie
Come on.
versus a MCU movie. But
I
like,
also the rewatchability of that. It's just a fun movie. It doesn't really do anything for the MCU. It's a great movie. I loved it. I really enjoyed it. But it's more fun and fan.
I wouldn't exploit it from the MCU continuity though. I think you guys are off on that. I think it's absolutely going to tie in at some point.
Oh yeah, you're right. They have
no,
the
it
I mean,
does.
whole.
you could say that about Ant-Man. You can say that about all types of movies. I'm not going to exploit my boy.
No, it definitely is going to tie in. They had because they had the whole time police and this, that, and the
Yeah,
other.
dude.
I don't know how they're going to tie it in, but they'll do. They'll figure something out. It'll be all right.
Deadpool and
Yeah.
Wolverine, I don't know where they go. The only connection I see from there is that that's going to be our connection with the specific mutants and X-Men, and that's where they continue that plot thread. That's what
No,
I'm hoping.
he said that he wanted to join with the Avengers, and if you notice, whenever they go into the
Yeah,
video
with the
part of the
Thor.
thing, they talk about Thor.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
got
he
Thor
well,
Thor crying while he's holding him, right?
That I mean, we do know. We do know that Deadpool is going to be a major part of like the Secret War, kind of things, and which I hope he is. Like, I think he'll be a great addition because that was like getting Tom Holland like in Civil War, or I think it'll be cool to add him in there. Where I
I
think his
think that
storyline will
yeah.
go on, I think they thread it back to the X-Men. If we get the X-Men full force,
I think didn't he say he's pretty much he doesn't want to be with Disney? Isn't like this like I'm sure if they give him enough money, he'll do whatever they ask. But like, I don't think he wants to be a part of Disney in the MCU.
technically, I think that's like tied up with the current debacle within the movie. I think right now the last thing I heard was that he might not be allowed to portray Deadpool again because of his. I think it's still like a iffy.
Yeah, like something happened while they were filming. Like he had a lot of pull with the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, and I don't think they really want that direction. Even though it's a great direction, obviously it made $1 billion in like the first week. So I don't know, Disney. Maybe you should just listen to Ryan.
I don't see him cutting it. Like I mean, then I mean that's one of you talk about bigger properties that they acquired. Deadpool was definitely. I mean, you're talking about both movies were $1 billion movies kind of
Yep.
thing.
Yeah.
So
But
you're
they're
talking
good. But
about.
are they $1 billion movies because it's Deadpool, or are they $1 billion movies because Ryan Reynolds does such an amazing job?
I want to say Ryan Reynolds in this
Ryan
case.
Reynolds does a great job playing Deadpool. It's just that Wolverine Deadpool movie, I got tired of hearing his smart ass mouth. It was like a person that wouldn't shut up. And I'm like, all right, y'all
It's the whole
overdid it
gag.
on his No, they overdid it to me in his monologue. He should have laid back just a little bit.
So
That's the only
you
thing.
were you were feeling like Logan then. You just wanted to punch him in the face the whole movie.
Hell yeah. I couldn't stand it. He was like a person I used to know that wouldn't shut up. And it irritated me.
I think this would have been I think that movie would have been a really, 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 really great opportunity to bring in a new Wolverine. Um, Besides Hugh Jackman, and don't get me wrong, I love Hugh Jackman. He's my Wolverine. Blah blah blah. He's great. No one else can do it better. Yada yada yada. But like he's like 68, 70 years old. Leave the poor man alone. Like
It was pure fanfare. Even the shit you're talking about now that we had a Henry Cavill fucking Wolverine.
oh
So
my
Mhm.
god, that was awesome. The cavalry. It
yeah,
was
dude,
wicked,
everything was
bro.
great about that movie.
That was wicked,
It
man.
was. I mean, it was fanfare to like the umpteenth degree, but really, what it was like a farewell to the Fox movies, and I'm happy
Absolutely.
with
It's
I'm
like we
happy with
bought
that.
we bought y'all. Now it's Disney. All that shit's Disney. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
not really,
basically
but
Oh,
what the movie.
wow.
That's basically what the movie portrayed. We bought Fox,
yeah,
and now you're
Disney
part of
owns you,
Disney.
motherfuckers. Pretty
Mhm.
Yep.
much. So I took
Yep.
it.
I'd say the only fail for me in that movie is I wanted a little more of Deadpool inclusion into the MCU, like not necessarily within the movie, but like, and yes, they hinted at some stuff to come, but I wanted like more of that. I
Yeah.
mean,
He's
the
Marvel
whole
Jesus. What do you want from him, Evil?
that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping he was going to be like
He
walking
saved
around
the whole
next.
fucking Marvel everything. Like
I,
literally and imaginary. Like
I'm ready for those scenes where he's next to the Avengers and he's claiming that he's Marvel Jesus, kind of stuff.
yeah. Look at the if you watch the deleted scenes, you could see how Deadpool ties into the prior movies. So it's all
Oh,
types of shit you could say.
I hadn't seen
You haven't
those.
seen that? Oh yeah, with
No.
the Howard the Duck and the fucking Infinity Stones and yeah, bro. There's a lot of shit that makes it canon. I don't.
Hmm.
That's I've heard other people say that, and
No,
I'm
it's
just
it's
like,
canon. It's canon. Stop saying that. It's canon. Like the fact that when they put the TVA in there, it's canon.
I just don't
Like
know how they're.
absolutely.
I just don't know because Ryan Reynolds, he is Deadpool. I don't know if anyone else can play him like Ryan Reynolds can, man. And if Ryan Reynolds isn't going to be part of Disney, the MCU, What are they going to do with Deadpool now?
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Okay, so there's a couple answers to your question. Now we all have favorites when it comes to actors and who they portray. Like everybody's got a favorite Superman, Batman. And that's the fun part of like different actors portraying different roles is you get different choices and different impersonations, different. Okay, so like the other thing is it really depends on No, I forgot where I was going. I don't know. But no, I mean, it really depends on your preference for that actor. And you're talking about like, it's not can't is a big word because that's you're putting like any faith like for anybody that could possibly portray that character because you never know. There could be
That's
somebody
fair.
better
That's fair. I
than
didn't
Ryan.
think there would be a Heath Ledger on Joker after Jack Nicholson did such a great job.
Exactly.
There
You're
you
right.
So
go.
it's, I mean,
You're
it's
right.
kind of like if you could put Rob Liefeld in that suit, like you don't think he'd do a better job than Ryan Reynolds? I do. Like, I mean, him being the main contributor to Deadpool. I mean, I,
Yeah, he might be
I,
able to say the words. He wouldn't be able to act.
I
That's
think what we saw from Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool is exactly what we need for every character portrayal going forward. Is we need somebody passionate that loves that character that
mhm.
wants to do the job. Like, you know,
You
that's why I
guys,
was. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say it was. Do you guys know that there was a Deadpool comic that actually showed Ryan Reynolds in a panel and saying he would be the perfect actor for my shit, and then Ryan Reynolds found that panel before he was casted as Deadpool.
I
I
Did
love
y'all know
that.
that shit?
no,
Mm-mm.
no.
Yeah, I need to
It,
figure out what comic that is and get it. But I seen him talk about it, and I was just like, "What the fuck?"
it was one of the big reasons I was behind the Black Adam movie and another controversial. You know, people loved it, people hated it. Like, I got behind it because The Rock was so enthusiastic about playing that role to the point where he was, you know, doing the same thing as Ryan Reynolds was. He was funding
He
his own money into the project,
he
you know, kind
he
of
was
thing.
a great Black Adam. I enjoyed that movie. I didn't like the mom and the son. Their acting was really bad, and their storyline was sort of shit. But the rock, like all the rock scenes, yes, there were a lot of hero scenes, a lot of you know, look at how big I look in this in this particular pose. But I thought it was great. The action scenes were cool. I loved the beginning where that when they raised him up from the under the ground and stuff. I thought that was so friggin' awesome, man. I was stoked. I was down for it. But The Rock behind the scenes, he tried to like do other things. Like he tried to control everything, and they
There's
were
a
like,
lot of
nope.
stuff. He was doing that whole Fast and Furious beef. He was doing that whole like no, there's a lot of stuff that messed that
Yeah,
up.
he just wants to every project that The Rock gets involved in, he wants to be the controlling entity of it,
Mhm.
even if it's not his stuff, and then it winds up being shit.
No, but I want to say that I would like to see, you know, because we know that there's a lot of writers, that there's a lot of actors that they come into these projects and for them it's just a paycheck and that's great for them, but it's not so great for us, you know. And
Yeah,
then we're talking about these, you know, it could be the same thing to a novel. You don't want somebody that just wants to make this novel into a movie just to make a buck. You want somebody passionate that knows the source material that you know wants to do the project kind of thing. And I think now,
Christopher Reeves was one of the best Superman because he played it straight. He played it like he like it was a real role, like it was something like he believed it. He believed what he was doing, and that's important. And I think The Rock did that. I think obviously Ryan Reynolds does that. Uh, you're right. Absolutely, you have to believe. You have to want. I don't know. Make it a reality. I guess.
and honestly, I think there's a lot of MCU like portrayals that we're getting from great actors. I'm not saying they're not, but they just don't know the characters. They haven't read the source, you know. They
Yeah.
or maybe they read like a couple comics, you know, and then they deemed that you know worthy enough to portray the character kind of thing. Because a
I
lot of them are just reading the scripts kind of thing.
I think there's a lot of actors that feel the same way that Martin Scorsese feels. I think there's a lot of actors that are doing these roles because that's where the money is.
Hmm.
And that's where they if I don't do these roles, what am I going to get stuck in? What movies am I going to do that are they're going to make me money or going to get me out there? They have to do these roles and I think some of them don't like it. I
I
don't
mean,
like it's like bubblegum rolls to them. They don't get to sink their teeth into a guy in a wheelchair that counts fucking to a
It's
million
not
with his
easy to pull off a
thumbs.
superhero.
I agree.
Scorsese's a genius, but that shit's
I'm
not.
not saying they're
Yeah.
right. I'm just saying that I think there's a belief that these are bubblegum movies and
No, you're right.
why am I an actor? Why am I a serious actor playing fucking Superman. This is stupid. You know?
But
Right.
also, but like think about it from the actor standpoint. You know, nowadays, I mean, how many movies are invested within just let's say the DCU? Not even talking about the MCU because the MCU is like 30 plus movies now. You think about getting a role within any of the DCU movies, the concept within the actor's mind is, hey, I might have a job for, you know, this many
20
years
years.
because yeah, because I might get to do a movie here, my character might have a cameo, and if that actor's smart enough and they know the character shit, they could map out, well, I'm playing Batman, so I'm going to be used a lot, you know.
Hugh Jackman was in a lot of movies, but guess what? He's Wolverine. And he was Wolverine for what, 20, 25 years?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
He's been Wolverine since I was a
since
kid, for Pete's
2000.
sake. Yeah.
Since 2000. X-Men came out in 2000.
So
Superman, it gets weird with me. I know everybody has a favorite, but I've actually enjoyed and loved every actor that's portrayed, and that's even including like the TV show iterations, like Tom Welling and the new. But I actually love every single one of them, and I think they bring like a different, like a different aspect, different version. Like I love
yeah.
Brandon Roth after, you know, Reeves. I liked Cavill. I've liked, I don't know. For him,
I
it gets a
always
little.
wondered why they didn't make the Smallville guy into like the movie Superman.
Ooh,
Like,
I wanted that so bad.
because he like, you look at him, you're like, yeah, that's Superman. He looks like he's got the look, he's got the feel for it. He's been Superman for a long time. Um, it doesn't seem to not make sense to be like, yeah, let's make a Superman movie with him as as Superman. I don't understand. It's just, do they just think he's a shitty actor, or is he just not a movie actor? Like, I don't
No,
get that.
they had real reasons, and it was something that was on a blog at one time. But you're talking about we would have got like straight to TV movie with them, but like even that was complicated. And the same thing came up with the actor for Flash. Like, how come they didn't use him for
Yeah,
the DCU? You know, it was really like because licensing complications, the same crap with Spider-Man. Like, you know, because the TV persona was owned by like CW, and this was owned by like. So that's why we never got any of those because there's a lot of I mean, like the guy who played Oliver Queen, Green Arrow. I loved him. Stephen Amell,
yeah, he was a
whatever.
good Green Arrow. He was a good Green Arrow. I agree.
There's a lot. There's a lot of those actors that, and some of them are complete fails. Like I'm a huge Batwoman fan, and I
Oh,
like Ruby. I like Ruby Rose, but like I
ugh.
watched both seasons. Like no, to me, I did not like her as Cassandra Cain. Like she just
No.
didn't fit the role, kind of thing.
They also some writing is pretty bad too. Like some actors can't help their people that write their roles. I guess too.
It's true too.
Right.
And yeah, all that depends on a lot of stuff. You're talking about directors, writers,
Yeah, visions for the character, all that stuff really plays a big role. It's
because
nice when
that's
you hear that actors fight for that, though. Like, I know you never want to see an actor be a real dick, but when they're fighting to do something important and or what they deem important, and frankly, what I think is important, I want them to play my characters awesome. I want Joker to be awesome. I want Batman to be great. I want all these characters to be great. I want Superman to be great. It's just the way it is, man.
to me. And I think there have been fails, like just specifically based on that, even within successful movies. And I can give you a great example, and this is my example, but I love all the X-Men movies that we got because I'm an
Mhm.
X-Men fan. But one of my biggest complaints on those movies is specifically the director. I am not a huge Bryan Singer fan, and I do not think that he just had a good eye of capturing like what the X-Men represented, what they were supposed to be doing. Like, I'm not saying I didn't love all those movies. I did, every single one of them, but they weren't exactly like the X-Men that I thought we were going to get, or like the comics, or now, man, I want to say there's been several directors that have tried to like mix things up. Like we got Fantastic Four stick and stuff, and that's exactly what that was. The guy was like, "I don't want to do a traditional Fantastic Four movie. I want to try these, this new, different."
Yeah.
Look how
Yeah,
well
that's
that did.
that's artists being artists, right? They want to put their spin on everything. I don't know. Yeah, Uh, it we've touched upon it earlier with artists doing different books. Like if Frank Frazetta ever got a chance to do Spawn or something like that, It'd be amazing to see your favorite director and your favorite actors actually doing something that you really loved. I think that would be interesting. But again, there's so much red tape. This actor doesn't like that actor. You're not allowed to use these characters. Those characters can't be with those characters. So it's amazing that we actually get what we get sometimes.
Normally, why I'm appreciative of all of it because I remember a time when we didn't have all this, when we didn't have superhero movies as like
Bro.
as a regular like. I mean, you're talking about I'm born 1980 all the way up until 2000s. That
Dude,
wasn't a normal thing, and right
I
before the
remember I remember Captain America on the beach with his
yep,
weirdly plastic shield that bent and shit. You're like, what the fuck am I
and you're
watching?
talking about each one of these little straight to DVD movies, these made for TV movies. Shit, I watched the hell out of them. Like Generation Next, I think I saw that Fox made movie like 100 times because that's all I had at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I watched those live action Spider Man from the 80s. I watched those tons when I was a kid, bro. Tons. Just to see it live was awesome.
I used to
The
watch the Japanese Spider-Man.
Nice.
the 40s Captain America, uh, I guess real action role played series. He always carried a pistol with him, and there was a
Yeah.
lot. It was a lot during the movies. He didn't even carry a shield. It was
But like again, I'm when you're talking about old stuff that you watch, especially with superheroes, you got to go. Is it Fleischman's the Superman series from the what was it, the '60s or whatever? That still holds up to me to this day as far as cartooning goes and as far as rewatchability goes. I think that shit's amazing, man.
Same. I loved him. It's just like it was phenomenally made. That's all I can say.
So good, bro. So
Yeah, it
good.
is.
Better than some of the stuff today. Like just
Yes, like
amazing.
tons.
Yeah.
And for it to, I know it's ridiculous, and it's free to watch out there. You know.
Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube free charge. It's awesome.
Well, it does suck that you got to have physical videos for some movies you want to watch,
Yes,
unless you want to
they
pay
don't make some
for them.
stuff. You can find most stuff on YouTube if it's like weird stuff that you haven't seen in a million years and it was not very loved. You can find some of that on YouTube, but there's definite stuff that they didn't take from VHS to DVD to Blu-ray to whatever we're gonna be next.
Yeah, I want to watch this movie about Wizard of Oz that has dwarfs in it, and I can't. I think it had maybe Chevy Chase. No, I can't remember, but it
Talking
was
about
like
the
a normal
Wiz.
actor. No, I don't think
Not the
so.
Wiz.
No, that's Michael Jackson. This is
Yeah,
like
it's Michael
this is like a documentary or spoof kind of comedy about the dwarfs that were playing actors, and like they were staying in a hotel.
I know what you're
They
talking
were having
about.
orgies and shit. Those
Yeah,
kids.
It sounds familiar. I remember.
yeah, they
This
were
is all
horny as
hearsay, though. I
hell.
don't know for sure, but I've heard this. This is definitely I've heard this for sure.
Yeah, they couldn't
Yeah,
keep their hands off the women.
Yeah,
yeah,
there was like the dwarfs were having a really good time on the set, apparently.
Yes,
yeah. They had
very.
like real Nazi fucking dwarfs or some shit. I don't know.
There's been quite a few stuff that hasn't made like the switch. I know Dogma. Dogma's been tied up in like legal problems for years, and like they originally released it on DVD back in the day, but ever since then, no, they've never. I mean, you can't find it on Blu-ray or nothing
You
nowadays.
can't find Dogma on Blu-ray, really?
No, it's actually like
Basketball Diaries. You can't
yeah,
watch that.
Beastmaster is another. You can get foreign copies of Beastmaster, like which all they did was they took the VHS tape and converted it to DVD, and they sell it over in China, but they've never re-released it over here. And
Wow.
that didn't even pass VHS days. It's never officially been released on DVD or Blu-ray or anything higher.
Well, and that's a big reason why a lot of those old horror, like those really crappy horror movies, are worth a lot of money on VHS because they just don't get re-released. They don't get reprinted.
There's a lot of those like Full Moon, and I know they've like the Full Moon production movies, and I know they've done like the Phantasm movies and stuff like that. They've re-released those, but there's a bunch of the other ones that haven't got like Prehistoria, Robot Jocks, like I want to say half their catalog you can't get on like DVD or Blu-ray or anything new.
Yeah, I find that pretty interesting, actually.
I
I
think.
think the challenge with FF is to make something that modern audiences can relate to. It's a very dated concept that has struggled to find relevance even in current comics. Yeah, I think you're probably right. That whole family dynamic, it's very positive. Everybody doesn't really love positivity. The 90s was really
Is
dark and
it
gritty.
hard to make FF relatable to modern collectors? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, but
Yeah,
I
I don't
guess
know
it's
either.
proven a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit.
it's got a bit of a track record. It's hard. The movies definitely haven't done well. And again, I didn't
Yeah.
hate the movies when they came out. When I saw Silver Surfer, I thought it was freaking awesome, bro. I was like,
I
wow,
like
that
both
really
those
looks like
movies.
Silver Surfer.
I
Huh.
liked it. I'm an FF guy. I like that first one.
I like the first one. I like Michael Chiklis
Yeah,
as the Thing.
yeah.
You know, I
I don't think
mean,
that it should be a hard project, though. I think it should be easy to pull off if you had a machine behind it like fucking Disney. Like, I think we're going to have a good FF movie. I don't know how they could fuck it up.
I'm hoping so.
Oh,
I've
I
been
hope
waiting.
so too, man.
I've been
Again, I
waiting. I
haven't
love.
hated everything that Disney's done. I've enjoyed a lot of the things that. Again, I just said I enjoyed the new Captain America movie. I didn't hate it, man. Like
Really?
I've heard a lot of hatred put towards it, and I went in thinking this movie was going to be dog shit, and I was going to hate every
Where
second of
does
it.
it place in the four Captain America movies for you?
Oh, it's definitely last in the four Captain
Oh, okay.
Americas. Definitely last.
Yeah,
Is it?
if you would have said like third or second, I'd been like, oh shit, I
No,
need to
no,
go watch this.
no. The
Okay,
first movie, I loved Captain America one. Probably Winter Soldier was my favorite one, but Captain America one is like right beside it. In fact, it might edge it out once in a while. They're both very good.
so here's real standards. Was it better than the Marvels?
Yes, actually, I think it was better than the Marvels.
Was it better than the Eternals?
Yes, it was better than the Eternals.
Was it
That's a pretty
better?
low bar.
These are all the worst. Okay, these are all
Yeah,
the.
Yeah, I don't
Was it
think it's
better?
going to be the worst.
Was
I'm
it
Was it
sorry,
better
go
than
better
ahead.
than
Thor?
Super Bowl 59?
Super
But
Bowl
No, it was
still,
not
59.
better.
that's was it better than
Some of
Thor
us didn't want
2?
the Chiefs to win.
Was it
What's that,
better than
Mike?
Thor 2?
Thor 2?
No, actually, I liked Thor 2. I enjoyed Thor 2.
Mm.
I can
Aha.
enjoy Thor 2 more now, but
Yeah.
whenever people say that Love and Thunder or whatever the hell it's called is worse than that, I think they're crazier than fuck because I like
I
the
definitely
new
think Love
Thor.
and Thunder is way worse than Thor 2, just
I
in
don't.
both
Yes,
movies.
agreed.
But
I
Nah.
love. You think Thor 2 is
Nah.
worse than Love and Thunder?
Hell yeah. Like, everybody hated on, I don't even remember, was it Null? It ain't Null,
yeah,
is it?
Yeah,
no,
Love
like
and Thunder.
Gore the
No.
God Butcher.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Gore.
Gore. Yeah,
Gore.
Gore. Yeah, I thought Gore was okay. I thought that it looked good. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta get what you're into. Like, this is
I
Happy
love the fact
Thor.
that
This
Christian
is.
Bale. I love that Christian Bale played. I was like, yes, we've have a great actor to play Gore the God Butcher. I loved that. I was very happy.
I
I
like
actually.
Thor being all chipper and happy and shit. I don't like Thor being all like, I'm not worthy of my hammer. Oh, I lost my eyeball.
I agree.
Oh, I'm big and fat. Oh, like I like my Thor fucking pretty in a good mood. I'm powerful. I'm kicking your ass. He had
Confident.
no fucking
Yeah.
doubt.
I'm a
Yeah,
biggie.
so
Okay, there are parts in Love and Thunder that I didn't like, but overall I enjoyed the movie, and I don't get a lot of the hate towards that movie. Especially because I think people forget it's not a standard movie. It's the only movie in the MCU that's told by someone else. It's told through Korg, and Korg's that rock guy that's already weird as it is. So that's why a lot of that is the way it is. It's the
that's a
it's
good
the
point.
only it's the only MCU movie that's told from a secondhand narrative. And if you listen to Korg throughout all the other movies, he talks kind of nonsense to begin with. So
That's not a terrible point.
That's not a terrible point. I just
It's
didn't
not
like.
something I'm making up. It's something that's established at the beginning and the end of the movie because Korg's narrating the whole thing.
So he's basically fantasizing everything, and everything is okay. That makes it
Like
maybe a
like the
little
part
more.
with Zeus and him taking off his clothes. Did that really happen? Probably not. Korg probably threw that in there to make it like more of a cool story. Like that's what you do when you tell a story. You kind of lavish parts up so it's more interesting.
That might
So
make
like
it more rewatchable, but that doesn't help me forgive them for destroying.
I'm not gonna say there were missteps. There were
Yeah.
like especially like the whole cancer thing.
Yes. Oh my
They
god.
could have went a lot heavier, and same thing with gore. But that's like all the gore scenes. I love all those scenes. My brother constantly watches Thor: Love and Thunder. He
I
watches a
thought
lot of these.
I
I
watch
love
it
all
all the
those
time.
scenes.
Yeah, I've watched it like multiple times. I love the fact that he's just like, I think I love her more than my hammer. It's just like he could give a fuck. Like, it's funny to me.
But
Like
I'm
all
with you,
these
Biggie.
movies now, it's like, oh, they're dying because a girl or whatever, and he's
With
just
you,
like, ah,
Biggie.
that's
I like
whatever.
my Thor to be smashing coffee cups and saying, "Bring me another." And
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
that's sort of the Thor that I read. When I read Thor, that's how he was. He wasn't like such a sad. It, Gore the God Butcher is a hardcore story, and it is very sad and it's very dark. But mostly, when I was reading Thor when I was a kid, he was very. I'm the God of Thunder. By crown.
I bet
All this
I
bullshit.
bet they would have liked it more if Thor was all cucked out and he was devastated and shit, right? Everybody be like, oh, that's a good fucking movie. But since he didn't give a fuck, they're all like, oh man, that sucked.
Mm. No, the only reason I say it sucks, Biggie, because again, I can watch the movie. The movie itself, as a movie, is all right, but they misstepped the Gore the God Butcher story because that's a whole story by itself that could have been amazing. They also misstepped. If you want to empower women, which Disney is a huge fan of doing, you make the cancer story and you make it its separate movie because that is a powerful, powerful story of a woman becoming a hero and losing her battle to life every time she dons the power of Thor. So,
Yeah,
like,
I think they did a good job at giving her origin and explaining the relate. I thought they did a good job at about everything. Honestly, like that's just me, though.
no, that's fair,
I
brother. That's
didn't.
fair. These are just
Yeah,
my
I didn't.
opinions, obviously. Like, I think that story could have been done
That's like
separately. It's
Gore for
great.
me was not a fail. Like when I think about bad MCU villains, he's not one of the ones that comes to mind. Like I enjoyed like his whole story part. I'm looking forward to find
They
out.
explained the beginning. I don't think they missed a fucking beat, really. The whole like he was kidnapping children and shit. That was a little weird, but him just killing all the gods and shit. That was pretty good. Like I thought that was cool.
The
So I don't
Necrosaur
know.
coming to play, I thought they could have, like, they didn't really, I don't know, they didn't explain that very well, but that was all right.
I think the only
That's
thing
it.
that like when I watch it over and over, the fucking part that I'm like, okay, they could have done without that was whenever he was riding the hammer like a witch. I was just like, it's kind of fucking
I like
goofy.
that part. I can say the only big real missteps for me were just that there were quirks during the movie, and I know people can agree because I know this is one of the thing Beckerman hates, but one is the goats, like the
Yeah.
overuse of the
Oh, those are
band.
hilarious.
I
I
love the
like the
goats.
goats. I
I
like them.
like the goats, but it was for me it was just the overuse of them. And again, this is Korg's, it's him retelling the story, so that's why it's overused. But
It felt like
for
the
me,
movie didn't take itself seriously, is what it felt like. It felt like
that's
the movie didn't take itself seriously. And
and
I'm
that's
and that's
kind of
fine, but and it makes more sense if you say it's from Korg's point of view.
What
Because
about
and
the
that's
part at what about the part at the end whenever Thor like gives all the kids power like Thor? Did you
I
guys get
hated
into
that
that?
scene. I
I didn't
hated
hate
it.
it. I didn't hate
I
it.
didn't hate it, and I didn't like overly like it. It wasn't terrible. To me, it's something like, and I'm not the biggest like I don't know a lot about Thor, but it just felt like something that he could do, kind of thing. I mean, so I mean, it didn't go against the realm of things within my mind.
It's not the fact that Thor can't give his power. Okay, so I thought I hate this because I'm an adult, so I'm thinking reality about comic movies. They're real, they're not real, so like I should be able to give it up. But all these kids that didn't ever have power before, all of a sudden got power. Now they can fight like Thor, apparently they've got the training
Right.
to destroy all of
Well,
these
they
evil
weren't.
demon
They
dog things. Come
Yeah,
on.
they didn't really fight like Thor, but they had the power of Thor, so they fought like they wanted to. There was a lot of real creative like ways they were fucking shit up. So they were just fighting like a child would with Thor's power. I don't know if I thought that was great. I when I first watched it, I was like, oh, this is people ain't gonna like this, but I kind of dug it. You know, I don't know.
And again, it's not. I don't care if you love it, if you hate it. It's not for me to say. I didn't like the movie. There's reasons I don't like the movie. But hey, man, if you like it, that's not a problem with me, man.
Yeah, like I said, my main reason is because of his personality. Like, I never liked the I'm beat up, I'm a fucking loser, I'm a whiny bitch Thor. I like
I
my
did like
Thor.
Fat Thor though. I thought Fat Thor was hilarious.
Oh man,
Nah.
after that you seen everybody cosplaying Fat Thor.
Yeah, Fat Thor was pretty funny.
I'm a
They
biggie. I wasn't a fan of all that, like the depressed or the. I
Yeah,
mean, you're
fuck all
talking about
that shit.
we got that for like 4 movies straight and a couple like
Fucking
tie-ins.
horrible.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did. That was too much. I agree. If Thor, but again, if you don't write people out of the story, if you don't write Miss Marvel out of the story, if you don't write Thor out of the story, they're too powerful, and the story wouldn't. The story would end right away.
I guess it's the way they nerf them. They're like, normally Thor would kick more ass, so let's make him mentally challenged
You
or some
sort of
shit.
have
I don't
to.
know.
It's the same reason
Yeah,
they
but
write Superman gone to all sorts of planets all the time because
but
he's
to
not
your
there.
to
He's not,
your
he can't be
to
there
your
to save the day.
thinking and what you're saying, that was one of the biggest fails that the MCU originally had to correct when they got to Thanos, because guess what? They had all those people and they had nerfed them where they couldn't fight Thanos by themselves. And they had to call somebody they didn't even know. That's how we got Captain Marvel
Yeah,
to fight.
yeah.
They had to call her as the big guns because they had nerfed everybody to the degree where they couldn't stand. No, it was one of the biggest earlier problems within the MCU is when they started nerfing all these like gods and characters that are supposed to be that powerful, like Hulk. I mean, you're talking about everybody was waiting for a Hulk versus Thanos fight scene, and the fight scene that we got, was pathetic. Like
Yeah,
it's
you're not wrong, brother. You're not
one of my
wrong.
worst hated moments in the MCU is that scene with Hulk, and especially the storyline after that with Hulk.
Oh,
Enough,
nerfing the Hulk and putting Banner in the Bruce in the armor, the Hulk Buster armor. Ugh.
The whole and to the point where Hulk didn't even want to show up anymore on regular occasions. I was like, "What is this?" I was like,
Yeah, that
"So that's
sucked.
how you defeat Hulk? You just
Shame
you
him.
you shame him and man depress him to the point where he just didn't want to show up. Damn, I didn't know Hulk was that easy to defeat. Where's Bill Burr?
It's a bunch of bullshit. I didn't like that. Excuse me
It's
for
but
saying
that's
that.
again, it's very hard to write some of these characters, and so you got to give a little grace. But it's some of it is just like, oh, come on, guys, you could do a little better than that. You could do a little better. You don't have to do the best, but you could do a little better.
It's kind of weird because we get to like first and second phase, and then for me, none of the MCU's really had missteps, and then you start getting to second and third phase, and that's where we started having missteps within. And I'm not gonna say at that time the movies were bad or failures or anything, because
Nope.
I've overly enjoyed all the MCU movies. I do have ones that I like way more than others, but that's like the Marvels. I like the Marvels. It was okay. I'm not going to say it was the worst. I'm not going to say it was the best. There's definitely a scene I take out of that movie to make it a lot better. No, but it's like the Eternals. I enjoy the Eternals. Now, did it have like MCU level excitement after I left that movie? Not so much, but I still like the movie. I wasn't mad when I left the theater or whatever. Like, damn, that was horrible.
Bro, and that's one movie. The Eternals is one movie that I wish they made more like the comic book. I don't usually say I want my movies comic book accurate necessarily, but The Eternals is a really good story, and they sort of, I don't know, it wasn't good. It wasn't good for me. Again, it wasn't good.
I felt like they just didn't work on the costume design or the fucking the set aesthetics. Or they just kind of cheaped out. They made like the villains like these weird dragon looking fucking things, and like
How long
make
have we had this?
celestials, make them look cool. Like what the fuck?
How long have we
I-
had the celestial thing in the ocean in the MCU? They finally made reference to it in
long
Captain
time.
America. They're like, okay, we're finally going to make reference to this big,
Yeah.
huge celestial sticking out of the ocean.
The
They did. It's
Eternals,
like they didn't use any Kirby inspiration at all, dude. It's like they
the
just go, "Oh, Kirby was in it. Fuck that. Let's not do anything that look like Kirby."
I want to say the main issue for me and maybe some others that have watched the Eternals is it wasn't as capturing as it should have been. Like you're talking about, yes, it did have some action scenes, but like it kind of felt more like Venom: The Last Dance because it's like you said, and it wasn't like these cool things that they were fighting. They were just like generic CGI, like
Yeah.
monster, And I feel like if they would have had like a standardized bad guy from the beginning, or like something like a bigger pool in the movie, because I feel like a lot of these misstep movies, that's the reason they're missteps. You're talking about Suicide Squad. I love that movie, and I agree. I get why people hate it. But one of the biggest missteps of the movie is you got a group of people and their powers are guns and bats, and they're going up against a super powered god. Like that's one of the biggest problems is who these heroes are going up against, and how.
Well,
Like
that's one of the biggest problems in Captain America, I think, as well. He fights the Hulk. If the Hulk hit him, even if he has these super powerful wings from Wakanda, the Hulk would smash him into the ground. It's just the way
yeah,
it
there was a couple scenes. There was like one scene where like Cap had done the whole shield thing to prevent Red Hulk from hitting him, and Hulk hit him like straight down, and I was like, I get that the wings would like protect, but like what about his legs? And
Yeah,
like
man. Like he's a human being. He doesn't have superhuman strength. His legs would literally collapse under the weight of the Hulk's fists. It just would. Of course, I get it. These movies aren't real, but there's certain things that you got to be like, come on, bro. Come
That's
on.
what I was told from D. He said this new Captain America was acting too much like a Cap with the serum, and he just ain't,
to me,
So
to me, that's like a huge misstep because it's even joked about in the damn movie. Like, why didn't you take the serum? Well, blah 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 blah. Like, bro, just give this dude a serum and make him a Captain America. Like,
yeah,
I don't like.
I think that's the point of the whole movie, right? I should have taken.
she's coming, babe. Stop.
He believes he should have taken the serum, but in the end, he didn't take the serum, and that makes him more of a better man, more of a Captain America. And I'm just like, that's lame. Take the fucking syrup, bro.
One of my, I mean, I'm a huge Batman fan.
Beckerman, are
I'm a
you trying
huge
to talk? 'Cause we
fan.
can't hear you if you are.
I'm a huge
What?
fan of a regular
Okay.
dude in a suit, but like I don't need that to be everybody. And like, yeah, it's cool that Falcon has no powers per se.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can fly. He's got like
Yeah.
a Falcon buddy. I love that. But like, I mean, what in your definition is Captain America? And I don't know about you, but half of my definition of Captain America is super soldier. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah,
not
man.
just regular dude.
No, he can swim down to the bottom of the ocean and grab a boat or grab a submarine and flick like he's
That's
got super
the
strength, man.
that's the problem with the super serum, though, is that dude. That's what made Cap so special. Like, I don't think it would react well to Falcon, dude. I don't think we would get the same Falcon.
Yeah, it's the same.
You know
It's the
what I
same
mean?
reason it didn't react well with
Red
Red
Skull.
Skull, right? Because Red Skull wasn't pure. He wasn't.
Right.
That's why everything worked so well with Captain Steve Rogers because
Yeah.
Steve was a pure guy, and that's
Yeah,
like-
Falcon's too much of a winner. He never went through the hardships as fucking Steve Rogers,
And I get like the complications that would come. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the way the MCU is treating our Falcon. Like, you have him in the position as Captain America. In the show, they had to spend episodes explaining how he's even throwing the shield around because a regular human's not supposed to be able to do that.
no.
Like, this whole complication of like going around explaining why Falcon can do the things as Captain America, it just doesn't need to be done. They could have just made him a super series and not written the complications, because that's what it is. You're writing like, hey, this was another example of the super series, or maybe they gave him like a lesser dose of the super series. So
My thing is like, okay.
Susie.
What's that, Beckerman?
Oh, I'm just
Yeah, what's up?
answering Susie's question. It's beef jerky.
Yeah.
Oh,
Smells beef jerky. Nice.
so I would say like I haven't seen it, and I've just heard people say the super serum shit. But if I was to have like an excuse for him, I'd be like, he's just like fucking Iron Man or War Machine. He has like a fucking super suit, you know? Fuck him.
Yeah, no, you could say that, but I think that the Hulk would be able to just destroy a super suit pretty easy.
Yeah, but you guys are pointing out. I feel like we can all earn our no prizes here. So yeah, there's an obvious problem with Sam Wilson versus a Hulk, but we're pointing out a second rate Cap. We're not pointing out a second rate Hulk here. This is Red Hulk, and it's his first time transforming, and he's in
It
the
is true.
process of trying to not become the Hulk. He's actively fighting against it. So we're really kind of giving him too much credit for how hard his hits are coming down.
Okay, I could go with that. It's a nerf.
Okay.
Yeah, I give you
That's
that.
how you
It's a
earn your
nerf
no
Hulk.
prize, kids.
I give you that. It was a
I'll give you
nerf
that.
Hulk. But still, it's a Hulk. Like,
Are we certain that this is the first time he's ever popped out, or I thought he was taking
Yeah,
these pills
that's
so he
it.
did-
It's
Nah,
been
that was-
established.
yeah, that was the first, and that's part of the plot of the movie.
Yep.
Spoilers. No. No, but I mean, I we're in this weird state right now in the world where like people are like really divided when it comes to movies. Like whether it's either like it's never in between. It's either they hate it or either they love it. You know, that's like watching that Electric State movie, and like I've heard nothing about bad stuff about Electric State, and then watching it, I was like, dude, I love this movie. I don't know. I feel like the whole multiverse thing happens a lot more than we know, because I feel like I'm watching a movie and everybody else is watching some other version of the movie that I'm not privy to or some shit.
I felt the same when I watched Captain America. Okay, the first people that I heard destroy the Captain America movie was Beckerman and Marcus. I watched when they came out of the theater. They all gave their reviews on it, and I was like, 2.5. This is better than 2.5. It's got to be at
Oh, I
least
didn't
a
like
6.
it, man.
I know you
but
hated
I was
it, Beckerman. I know
cranky.
you
I was
did.
cranky and tired too.
That's fair. That's fair. But I like. I heard such bad things about it. It almost made me go, "Wow, this movie's great. It's not that bad. Jesus, guys, take it easy."
Nah, I saw my brother and my roommate, and we all enjoyed it, like all
Sure.
three of us. And I want to say that does
You
play
can
a
tell there were
part.
reshoots.
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying that there's not problems in the movie.
Oh yeah, there's
I'm not,
problems.
and I'm not I'm not saying it's the best either. Like to me, it's still a step down from where the MCU used to be. I'm not, but I want to say that within this movie, I did see signs of us getting back to old MCU standards. Like, you know, it's the same thing with Daredevil. It's the same thing with the last couple of Disney projects. I have seen, you know, improvements or sites that we're getting back on good tracks, kind of thing.
You know, it used to feel like the
So
MCU was building towards something, and I haven't seen. It doesn't feel like the MCU. I know they're building towards stuff, but it doesn't seem like they are. Like we sort of knew Thanos was. We knew like we saw the glove, we saw this, we saw that. We're like, oh my god, this is gonna be awesome, and they sort of built that up for the first couple of volumes of the MCU there, but now it's just sort of it's a movie. Okay. Oh, it's a show. Okay. Okay. There's no like, oh, this is happening. I can't wait. I want to see this so bad. I don't feel that as much as I used to.
It's more along the lines of right now. Well, in the beginning, we only had one thread that we were going to, the Thanos event. Okay, now it's not that we don't have one event set up. The problem is we have like 6 or 7 things that we're heading to, and we haven't really moved the beat. You know, like you mentioned, the celestial hand that they put in. There was a reason, the plan of story that they did that for. It was
Yeah.
leading up to something, which some of us know, but like they kind of scrapped that idea and then they didn't know what to do with it until recently, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like I think a lot of those threads, because I can, and I'm drawing a blank at because we have so many like right now. I mean, the end of Doctor Strange, like that. Charlize Theron showed up with him and took him somewhere. We don't know where that's going yet. I mean, you're talking about. I want to say there's I can think of at least 7 threads of different angles we can go. And the way I think about that is, I think that's the direction that the MCU has planned. I think they're getting back to comic standards where we're going to have an Avenger route, we're going to have an X-Men route, we're going to have like a magical route with Strange and stuff like that. And
Do you think they're all going to lead to a culmination event by the end, like X-Men with the Avengers, with the X-Force, with like, are they all? Is everything eventually going to lead to a culmination, like a Secret Wars or Infinity Gauntlet, or
you just
I know
said it.
Secret Wars is coming. I get that.
The hope is that's a big tie to all this is Secret Wars. That's the hope. But there's been a lot of times lately where I thought they were going one direction with the way the story was going, and they go somewhere else. So I mean, you're talking about when we were getting Thor Ragnarok. I mean, that should have been War Hulk, and like there's all this love, this hate about Thor: Love and Thunder. You're talking about World War Hulk is one of the best Hulk storylines. We got like a piece of
We
that,
got
like
we got a snippet of it,
But
really.
you'd
like
have
it.
to go. You'd have to get the Fantastic Four involved to get that done properly.
But they're
th-
actually, I hear that they're actually doing a World War Hulk.
they are, which is kind
Yeah,
of fun. Okay, so I assume that once we get to Secret Wars, because that's the next big, after like I want to say that's the next big event movie. Once we get there, I think 4 or 5 of these threads lead there. We know Deadpool, Wolverine. We know. Okay, so like I think once we get to a couple of these threads, that's where they kind of stabilize where the MCU wants to go. Because right now you're talking about how there's so many doors that are open and they're about to open. I mean, you're talking about the inclusion of the X-Men. We don't even know what that looks like yet. The inclusion of the Fantastic Four. We don't know what that looks like. We don't even know if they're going to be main connected to the MCU at this point. There's a hope and a wish.
they're also doing a Maestro movie. I heard, which is very interesting. I love Maestro as the Hulk. I think he's a great version of the Hulk. So I think,
I do.
Would you bring in Edward Norton to do his voice just to kind of fuck with it a little bit?
yes, I
I
would.
would.
100 fucking
And
percent, I would.
and honestly, they better because that's one of my biggest flaws with this new Cap movie is they tied it so heavily to Incredible Hulk. I'm not saying there's a misstep with that, but there is because that movie had another Hulk, Edward Norton, and like we have Mark. Okay, I
Oh,
could
we
tell
had
you.
2 War Machines and nobody cared.
No, but like I can tell you from regular standard movie fans, like my brother, who's not so connected with the comics and stuff like that, that confused the fuck out of him. He didn't
We'll
understand
just
like
replace
he,
the actor.
but to him he didn't understand that, and they've done that before. But to him they were like completely different worlds, kind of thing. From Eric
Because
Bana
Mark
to Edward
Ruffalo
Norton.
says in the Avengers, last time I was here, I broke Harlem.
Oh, they've established that.
They established he's the same guy.
Hmm.
Just
But I
a
want to
different
I
actor.
want to say, and it wasn't the lead in that kind of bothered me about that. It was more the Liv Tyler. Like I wish they kind of would have
Yeah, I
recap.
really didn't like that, but it did give me an opportunity to start singing that Aerosmith song from Armageddon
I'm not gonna
in the middle
lie.
of the
I'm
theater.
never gonna miss.
When they brought Liv Tyler in, all my feelings for Liv Tyler came right back to the surface. I
I
just was
love
like,
Liv
yep,
Tyler.
Liv, you're the
That's why Bleeker liked it.
Who
wow,
does it?
Liv.
Why?
She was so
Because the
I
two
liked her in
minutes of
Empire
Liv
Records,
Tyler.
bro. She was so fucking awesome in Empire
Yeah,
Records.
she was.
Jesus.
Lords of
And
the
for all
Rings,
it is,
man.
Rex Manning Day.
It's Rex Manning Day, baby.
Lords of the Rings. She
Who
was
does this guy
Aragorn's
look
love,
like?
man.
Who does what guy look like? Let's check him out.
Like the penguin.
Like
Yeah.
still,
Stilt man?
That's
Uh,
Biggie's right. Looks like the penguin.
it does
Penguin?
look
Yeah,
like
it kinda does.
Still,
At least,
man.
Yeah.
is
Still
this
Spidey
Manning,
Superstores.
favorite villains.
I love the back covers of those comics too, man. I gotta get me some more of those motherfuckers.
These are hard to come by. These are getting real
They are,
hard to come
dude.
by.
Yeah, man.
In good condition, they are getting
Yeah.
real hard.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Movies are good still. I enjoy them. I hope they keep making them, but I hope they do right the ship, so to speak. I'm not upset completely at the ship. I don't. I liked a lot of the things that our Marvel's done. I've liked the. I liked most of the TV series that they've done. There's a few that I didn't watch just because I don't think they're for me. If I watched them, I probably would like them. But like,
I want to say that you touch base on one of my biggest missteps within the MCU is right now we don't have like a singular thing that we're driven to. Yes, we know
yeah,
about some stuff, but like, I mean, I don't know how excited y'all were, but I was super excited every step of the way. We got closer to Thanos,
yeah.
and Thanos was not a disappointment. I can say that like when we were first walking into Kang, I was super excited about that. Like in the end, yes, like Ant-Man 3 wasn't the best of movies. I still like
I
that
didn't mind
Kang.
Ant-Man 3. It was all right. It was okay.
I liked it. Like, and that's like people knock on the Modoc thing. I enjoyed the way he looked. Yes, he could have been better, and
He looked like Modoc. You know,
Yeah, he looked like Modoc, but
he looked
man, he
like
had a
Modoc.
sour attitude. Like, I mean,
yeah, it did.
it was just, oh, it was just like trying to be funny and serious at the
Deadly
same
kung
time,
fu.
like a spoilt little brat.
Those magazines are great. The covers are awesome. Rampaging Hulk as
Yeah.
well. Really cool shit.
I just picked a couple of them up. They're in real nice condition. I'm brushing up on my kung fu. Yeah, this one's real cool because it's got a Sons of the Tiger story in it by some with some early George Perez art and
And they're
stuff.
black
Yeah,
and
it's
white those,
awesome.
right? They're all black and white. I think I
Yeah,
remember them
Yeah,
being
yeah,
black and
that's
white. Yeah.
yeah,
Careful,
that's some
bro.
black and white. That's some George Perez right there. Yeah, the Sons of the Tiger. Yeah, yeah.
That's cool shit, bro.
I love those. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try to find some more of these. Yeah, I pick them up when I find them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
hella
cool.
cool.
Those
The
I
Comic
always
Con's coming. The Comic Con's coming next week here in Kansas City. Yeah, Beckerman and the whole crew.
I
Planet
always
Comic
pick up the
Con.
Rampaging
Yeah,
Hulk ones when I see them because I just think the covers are great. What do you got
I'm gonna
there?
try to get this signed. This is Jose Luis Garcia. Yeah,
He
I'm gonna try to get
canceled
that
Bobby.
signed.
Bobby
Oh,
canceled
did he?
like weeks
Damn
ago.
it, man. Oh man.
It happens to me too, Bobby. Don't worry. I wanted to get Bisley to sign a piece of work last time at my con, and he canceled. I was like, God, Bisley, no, not you.
Yup. It happens, man. But damn, yeah. I was hoping to looking forward to meeting him. That's less stuff I gotta carry then. Yeah, thanks for the info.
You guys got a con what next weekend?
Yep.
Next weekend, yeah, the
That's
big
cool.
one.
Are you guys going? You guys
King
going
and
all?
Joe's plane lands at around noon on Thursday.
Are you guys going all 3 days? I
There's the
imagine.
first issue. Yeah, there's the first issue, Electric Company. I used to have that, yeah, as a kid, but I lost it, or I think I had to I purged my collection. I don't need these little kid comics, you know what I mean? Yeah, they were well read, and I threw them away. But now I wish I had them. Yeah, those Electric Companies. Yeah,
Oh, the electric company ones are cool. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's
Spidey.
cool.
The Spidey stories are really good. I know Biggie is real big.
Yeah,
The Spidey stories.
Thanos Copter. Yeah,
There's a couple of good keys in the Spidey stories ones.
I'll tell
yeah.
you one that's getting tougher to get is the Jaws homage. I think it's number 19 or 19. I think the
Yeah.
Jaws homage, dude. The Ramita Senior. That one's like fuck $100 for a decent grade.
Christina
I think that's
Payne dropping
the
all sorts of links in the chat. Appreciate you, Christina.
Christina, yeah, I seen her. She got that box last night, Monty. She tried that T-shirt on. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Oh, she did try the T-shirt on.
Yes, sir. She
Did it?
modeled it. Yeah,
I didn't get to see that. Hopefully
you
it
have to
fit.
catch that on rewind. Yeah, it was good.
Well, I seen her unbox everything, but I didn't see her try it on because I was getting sleepy. I had to go to bed.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So, Monty, are you writing down, like, do you have a book? You don't use an Excel page or anything? You just have a book that you write down all your stuff in, or you just write everything on the back of the backboard?
I write everything on the backboard, and I
Now, what exactly do you write on the backboard of every book that you checked out?
well, I put what I paid for it,
Okay.
and like this book was bought back in I don't know when, but I paid $10 for that one.
Oh, that's a pretty high
Nice.
price, actually. That's pretty.
Yeah,
Clean though, yeah. Looks like brand
Yeah,
new.
it's brand new. It's brand spanking new. I paid $10. Then I put 1974. Then I got the Electric Company First Easy Reader Sesame Street. Then I got stamped on there Splash Page Comics.
And so yeah, you do if you know it's a key, do you put the key on it and all that stuff?
Yes, and sometimes I put the artist. I'll put the artist who did the inking and the cover art or and other stuff down that
I
down
only
there. I'll
say
put
this,
some.
I'm only pointing this out because it's a really good idea to do that to your comic book collection, for your loved ones if you should happen to pass away suddenly.
Seeing this one right here, uh,
Mhm.
it's on the back of it. I don't have anything. That means I picked this off the newsstand at cover price, 35 cents, and I just never wrote
Mhm.
anything down on it.
Well, you buy comic book collections too, though, don't you, Monty?
Yeah, yeah. If I buy collections, I'll kind of just take the average of what I paid for. I'll take all the big books out, then take the average and divide it, and that's what I pay for them. I'll
Okay.
put them on there. If it's below cover price, I won't put anything. You
Okay.
know.
Cool enough, man.
And
Cool
then
enough.
this one right here, it's 1980, and I paid cover price for it. So, see, a lot of these I paid cover price for and everything.
It's
So,
just a good practice to do on your books, to be honest. I've started doing it recently, on my books, like writing the not necessarily, but yeah, key points. They're not keys. It's not like they're keys, but like a certain artist or a certain writer or who did a cover, something like that.
this is my second, or well, I guess you could say my master checklist from it goes up to 2008. I got another one that goes to 2015, but I don't use the prices in here. But it's a checklist. It has every issue, and it has little boxes. I don't know if you can see the boxes.
Yeah, yeah.
It has little boxes. I put a slash through the box if I have one, an X through the box if I have two, and an X circle if I have three. If I have four, they just don't get logged in
Okay.
of the
You
same
ever
copy.
you've heard of Microsoft Office, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. But
Okay,
what
just
happens
check.
when your computer goes down?
Just checking. No, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong.
You know, and that's just some of the. Then I highlight the ones that are pretty uh, relevant that I needed to get back then and everything. See, and this one's
What
not
did you
even up
need to
to
get
date.
back then? What did you need to get? What was relevant to you back when you had that book?
Number 29, 30, 32, 34, 35, 36,
Of
41.
Spidey stories of
No, Avengers. These Avengers.
Avengers. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. It's just then I go through and I'd get them and highlight it. I could look on here real quick at a comic shop or a convention and everything. And yeah, I mean this is some of the Avengers.
I agree with you. Paper copies are always going to be best, but I do love the fact that I have a telephone on me and I can go directly to cover price and be like, "Oh, I have that book," or "Nope, I don't have that book," or "Oh, that's what
Yeah,
that book's worth."
I understand that, but I don't have a telephone. I don't have a telephone, so I
That's
mean
fair. That's fair.
I have a company phone and it's in the house, not even charged up. I mean I haven't used it since Friday.
I went to
Anytime I go anywhere, I just don't take it. So
I went to a con yesterday, and they had. I was looking for Freddy Krueger's Nightmare on Elm Street, the comic book magazine, and the guy had two copies of it. He had one signed at a 6.5, I believe, and then he had one raw that was probably closer to a 3.5. And the 3.5 raw, he had $250 on it. And yeah, that's what I said too. I was like, what the fuck? And then the signed one that was a 6.5, he had $675 on it. I'm like,
Who
bro,
was it signed by Robert England?
yeah. And I'm like, bro, I can go into my phone right now and show you that the fair market value on that comic book is $50, man. Stop. I don't like it was so outrageous the pricing at this Comic Con yesterday. Maybe it's because I was in a much bigger city. Like Toronto's way bigger than St. Catharines or Niagara Falls. But I was just blown away by the pricing of these comic books, man. Blown away.
They're trying to cover all them tariffs, man. Them tariffs left and right. Shit.
No, they're trying to cover their table cost, and they're getting there and leaving and everything. That's it's not really a Comic Con is not a real good place to find cheap books.
No, but you'd figure that like fair market value, like books are already really expensive, especially nowadays. They might not have been back then, but like there's a lot of comics that used to be $5 that are $100 just because they are now. And I don't bat against it. I'm like, okay, if that's what it's worth now, that's what I'll pay. But I'm not going to pay $300 for a comic that's $100. Like we
Yeah.
all, you can't. If you're a comic book dealer, you can't go into a fucking. You can't. People know. I know what comics are worth. I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm supposed to pay. I'm like, we all have telephones. We can all go on eBay. We can all go on Cover Price. We all look for these comics all the time. So how can you justify? I get it. You want to cover costs, but
It seems like the more bigger keys that they are, the more they want. If you were like looking for $10 or $20 books, it might have been a little easier, you know.
yeah, it probably would have been. It probably would have been.
I think that goes into like the anticipation of selling people, like specifically at cons, to people that don't know comics. Because yes, a lot of us that go to cons are comic fans and stuff like that. But I want to assume like maybe 50% of people that go to cons are not. That they're just there for an
Yeah,
event.
and they will take that book that's overpriced, and if someone knows what they're looking for, they'll negotiate. And they're just hoping to people would go up there and say, "Oh, all right, yeah, I'll take that book," and not know anything about it, but they know the movies and the character, and they think they're getting a good deal, which they're really not. But those comic collectors go up there, and we see that, and we're like, "Ah, come on, dude. Well, I can
Yeah,
make a deal for you."
Because
I was
especially with
surprised
the
too, Susie. My phone worked
ex-
perfect inside the Toronto Comic Con. It was amazing. I didn't have any problems at all. I have huge problems in Niagara Falls. No problem at all in Toronto.
Oh yeah, Bill Morrison was at Toronto Comic Con, wasn't he, when you were there?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yeah, Ken was working that show.
I didn't. I've met Bill before, so I didn't actually have to meet him this time. But yeah, he was there. There was a few people there. There's I can't remember the name of the Star Wars artist that was there. But every time I went to go see any of the people that I wanted to meet, none of them were there. Like I went to see Anthony Starr, not to actually meet him because he was too expensive, but like he wasn't there. Butcher, the guy that plays Butcher on The Boys, wasn't there. I'm like, what the hell, man? Every time I come around you guys, you're not there. It was just bad timing.
but I want to say that like a lot of, I mean, because cons nowadays, like, I mean, for a time it was just us, just comic nerds, and now like with MCU and the DCU and like people, because I like the term, but I hate the term, but like pseudo fans, you'll see people with Star Wars shirts on, and they're rocking and sponsoring the franchise, but when you ask them specific questions about this and that, yeah, they don't know anything.
Quick
Yeah.
gatekeeping, Mike. Quick gatekeeping.
Hey,
No,
somebody's got to
no,
do it,
he's not
okay?
wrong though. It's the same reason. My buddy sold
No,
a T-shirt, a rock and roll T-shirt to some guy in China bought it, and it was an old Ozzy Osbourne shirt from the '90s, and the guy paid $500 for it. He knows nothing about rock and roll. He knows nothing about Ozzy. He just wants to look cool and wear the vintage T-shirt. So I get it,
Damn, $500. That's pretty cool looking.
dude.
How
I'm not
much
even
did you
kidding.
pay for your rock and roll lifestyle?
I'm not even. I don't pay for rock and roll lifestyle, baby. I live that shit for free. Um,
No, it's a song.
yeah. I'm just telling you what a real rock star does.
It's kind of the point. Well, like the point you were making is the point of that song.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Absolutely, and it's just there are people that like it but don't know anything about it. And I don't want to keep them away from the hobby. I just wish it wasn't crazy expensive like that for no reason.
I'm all about inclusion, and the more, I mean, that's the hope, right? Especially when it comes to comics, the more people we can get into this, the greater the hobby goes, and especially when you're talking about like the TV shows and the movies, because we want them to be more successful so they do continue to go, because we could go back to the days when we didn't have superhero movies and shows and stuff like that. It could, I mean, there's already the concept out there, superhero fatigue, and uh, so yeah, I don't know. All I could say is, I mean, don't be so negative on those types of fans. I'd say that, the more the better kind of thing. That's like
Yeah,
my
I don't like the word superhero fatigue either. I don't like the term. Um, I understand the need for other. The problem, okay, the problem that's happening is that movie companies, it's all about money for them. So they're like, well, I can make $1 billion on a Wolverine Deadpool movie, but if I do Driving Miss Daisy, nobody wants to see it because there's no superpowers, nobody's a vampire, there's no fantastical shit happening. So less and less other movies are being made, and more fantastical movies are being made. I think that's the problem that's happening with that comic book movies have created with the money machine that it is.
I mean, and to all standpoints, these companies want to make money. I mean,
Yep.
like, and you're talking about Hollywood. I mean, they should be about big money. I hope. I mean, I wish or hope that every hope or aspect of making a good movie is making that bank. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure they're not making movies and behind the scenes are like, yeah, I hope this movie fails.
No, I money. I agree. I make no qualms if people are making money. Good for them. That's the way I get how the world works. But he used to be content with making a few 100 million on a on a project, and now it's like, if I don't make $1 billion, it's not even worth doing. So like we're getting less and less just good cinema and more fantastical whatever we're getting now.
You got somebody backstage, and I think that's just like inflation. I mean, back in the day, it was cheaper to make movies,
We got Big John backstage. Look at this guy, King John himself.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey,
Thanks for
John.
Mike helping me crash church.
Yeah.
Hello, John.
Okay, so real legitimate question. All of us love the movie Batman '89 with Michael Keaton, right? So if it was released in nowadays standards, would it be $1 billion movie? And I'll answer yeah. I would say yes. I think, like, released in today's standards, like at today's prices, I think it would have hit, like, depending on marketing and such like that. And it had great marketing back in the day. It's not $1 billion movie. If you go look at its like revenue cash in, it wasn't anywhere near that. I mean, you're talking about that didn't even start until the MCU started. Like before then.
Are you saying if it was released now with all these other Batman movies that have come before it, or like it would be the first Batman movie?
No, first Batman movie.
Okay, because I feel like by comparison to all the Nolan stuff,
No.
It might not hit as the same.
No,
way.
like if we never had a Batman movie and that was the first Batman movie and it was released today versus back then in the '90s.
I think it's still a movie that suffers from difficult fight choreography because of the suit, and I think it would look slow when you look at like John Wick and the Fast and the Furious, and then you look at him, like, he looks like he's fighting in a neck brace like half the movie. I think that's the biggest hurdle the movie has. The effects and the look of it all last. The music is timeless and phenomenal, and Jack Nicholson's performance is spectacular. But I think the fight choreography nowadays has to be so fast.
Visually, he wouldn't live up to our standards of physique either.
No, I mean we've progressed in many different.
Yeah, I don't think he has a shirtless scene, and nowadays it's like every superhero.
Yeah, he does, hanging upside down.
Upside down.
I do fish.
The flap.
That's right. Sleeping like a bat. Apparently, Bruce Wayne sleeps like a bat. Everybody.
Yeah, I'm not trying to body shame the guy, but if you spent your entire life training to be a living weapon and you look like Michael Keaton in that movie, you'd probably get a fucking refund.
For the time, Batman '89 was huge. If you remember, it was advertised everywhere. I
I
do
do.
remember. What I
I
really
do.
remember about Batman '89 was the absolute hatred towards Michael Keaton. The absolute people despised the casting
Until the
of
movie
Batman.
came out.
There was also another dilemma with the movie too, because people forget this, but because Warner Brothers was on session with certain rappers at the time that were against the police, there was also a boycott on that as well at that time.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
And
it's
remember,
when.
never forget Bob Kane showed up to the premiere in a cape.
Yep.
Remember all the toys? I remember all the toys coming. I wanted the toys. That was like first year. That I think I just turned 14, and my parents, they didn't want to buy me any toys anymore. It became underwear and socks. They're like, nope, you're too old for toys.
I think
Came home one day from school. All of my wrestling toys were on the grass waiting for the garbage collectors. All of my Star Wars shit, like everything. It was terrible. It was
Ouch.
terrible.
Ouch. Oh my
It was
God.
I think Keaton is a way better actor than the other Batman too. I don't know that like they even hold a candle to fucking Keaton, especially as Bruce Wayne. Like it's not even
that's
close
one.
to me.
That is a good point, Biggie. Michael Keaton actually is a very good actor.
Yeah.
He's that's why I was so happy when Gore the God Butcher. I was like, oh look, they've got a really good actor playing Gore the God Butcher.
But then
Oh,
isn't that ironic that it's the actor who also has played Batman?
yeah, he's also
Yeah.
So we would qualify him as a great actor then too, right?
They're only great if they play the Bat.
There you go. Vital.
I'm just saying, if you had to walk down Crime Alley and you had to pick the Batman to walk with you to make sure you got through the alley, are you
Would it
picking
be Michael Keaton, Batman?
Probably not.
No,
Who
you're
are you
picking Ben.
choosing?
You're picking Ben Affleck because he's gonna
Yeah,
shoot
Ben
everybody.
Affleck.
Oh
Yeah,
no, I'm
probably
picking
pick
Chris.
Batman.
I'm gonna pick Christian Bale, and I'm gonna tell him that every boom mic operator he's hated is in that alley. Just get in there, Pretend they're production assistant.
Okay, the only reason I'm not picking Christian Bale is because I don't want to listen to the voice for like the whole 20 minutes
Ouch.
that I have to walk down the alley. Get out of here! I don't know you.
Hey, okay, within the movie, that was his suit that did that. Like, yes, we know he did that voice in real life, but if you go back and watch the movie, he had like the voice modulator that did that, so he didn't really talk like that.
It was so. I like. There's a good meme on YouTube where Batman finds his voice, and it's fucking hilarious. It's so good.
When I first seen that Michael Keaton Batman, when he got shot, that's what I didn't like that. And there's a scene where he gets shot and he falls down. Like my Batman, he don't get shot. He avoids getting shot. He's stealthy. He moves out of the way. In the comic books, he don't get shot. Yeah, right. Yeah, But no,
That's
I
because
was like, he's like a.
I
you
thought
and
that
I
was
grew up
pretty
with
sneaky.
the
I thought that was a
gray and the
good
blue
thing.
Batman who
Yeah, he
would,
was.
wear just cloth. It was just a cloth suit. It didn't have like armor plates or anything in it.
Right.
I
Now
love
he's
Ben
like Iron
Affleck's
Man.
Batman
Yeah.
suit. That suit that Ben Affleck wore is probably my favorite out of all the Batmen so far. I get it. Some of them are cool. Some of them, like you got the leather. I like to whip people. You've got the I'm really technically sound and I've got a lot of weapons. But then you've got like just the cool suit. He looked huge, and the fact Ben Affleck. Did you see? Oh my God, when he was working out in that movie,
Oh, he was
holy
shredded.
shit!
Yeah.
Yeah, he was shredded.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he was big.
God. I don't
All
know if
right,
that
so
was Ben
I'm on
Affleck,
the
but he
hot.
was
I'm on.
huge.
I'm gonna give you the hot take of the year, and my favorite Batman is Patterson so far.
Patterson, eh? I like
Yep,
the helmet. I like his cowl. I really love Patterson's cowl.
I've enjoyed
And his car, actually. His car
all
is really
the
cool.
iterations of Batman, but I want to say like as close
Even
to the
Clooney?
source. Okay.
Stop it. Stop it.
And I forgot about Clooney. Okay, I love Val Kilmer as Batman.
Me too.
I love
Me too.
Keaton as Batman, but like
Not
when we
enough
got
love for Val Kilmer.
when we got to Clooney, like that blew my mind that they cast him as because he doesn't even fit like. And I can get that some actors, like for me, I liked Keaton better as Batman, and to me, his weaker parts were the Bruce Wayne. He didn't fit that billionaire part, but it's not a snide to him. Okay, so Val Kilmer, I felt like he had a more like standardized Bruce Wayne but I like both. Okay, so George Clooney, he didn't fit either. He didn't
No.
fit my Bruce Wayne image, and he
And
didn't fit my damn.
Keaton was all about getting some pussy, so I don't know where you're getting mistaken at.
Hey, I'm not hating against that. And like shit, we got Batman Returns, and he went full blast on that. I love that. No, but like George Clooney for me is just a weird. Like I don't know who was the casting director for that movie, and you're talking about some Thor and Love Thunder, hate. No, that was Batman Returns. I can remember going to that movie. And like after we got Batman Returns, and after we got Batman Forever, and then we walked into Batman and Robin, and I was like, what the hell did they just do? What did they try to do? What was the like? I did not get the callbacks to the Adam West thing. I did not know that there was some weird, like the whole bat credit card nipple. Like
I got kicked out of my own church. What the fuck?
glad you're back.
Thanks, man.
No, but as far as like my version of Batman, I'd say Patterson. But I mean, that's just the director's vision and stuff. I like the Nolan stuff.
The only thing I didn't like about Patterson's Batman was Patterson.
I love him.
Pattinson? Is it Pattinson?
Patterson, whatever. Sparkly
It
vampire
could be
guy.
either
I have
or.
no
I'm
idea.
horrible with names.
I didn't
Well, I
see
didn't know
it.
if there was some other guy that.
What movie was Pattinson in?
He's
The
in
Batman.
He was
What?
in the
Batman.
Vampire Diaries.
He was in the Batman
The one,
one that
that
ties in
Order
with the
Tide
Penguin.
hates.
getting his ass.
Batman.
Who dat's in here? What's up, who dat?
Hey,
Who dat?
Hello, who dat?
That's another movie that was like either hated or loved. Like I know Hoarder's Hide.
That's the funny thing is I
him.
liked the movie, but I hated him as Batman. So it's kinda
He was just so. Yeah, he did. There was no difference.
He was so
between him as
whiny.
Batman
He's
and him
kinda
as
whiny.
Bruce Wayne.
That's what
He
I've
was
heard.
very sad.
The depression part of it. That's the second
Yeah,
year
I'm
of
just
Batman.
sad all the time, Alfred. I just need to sleep a little bit. Come on, Alfred. A little pillow.
Batman versus Alien. That's my favorite Batman. Yeah, check it out. It's on YouTube. Yeah, Batman versus Alien.
And it kind of sucks that you have a Batman that told the director, "I'm not working out for the role."
Apparently, yeah, he doesn't want to be Batman anymore. That's what I hear.
I mean, I think people blew that out of proportion. He was in great shape. He just didn't want to bulk up like these other guys. He was like, no, I'm going to stay like slim. I'm going to like do my normal workout routine. I'm just not going to be what.
That's what made it not believable to me.
He looks great.
Oh, but you didn't question Michael Keaton?
Yeah, he looks better than Michael Keaton by a long shot.
What did they come out? 88. I was 4 years old.
Yeah, it was different back then.
I'm just saying. I just heard somebody like, well, that Robert Pattinson, he needs to work out.
Yeah, he does.
Well,
then
what does Michael Keaton need? What does Michael Keaton need?
Let me go back in time and ask my 4-year-old self, and I would say it was amazing.
You can watch it now and critique it.
That wasn't a requirement for the first three Batman. Michael Keaton didn't do that. Val Kilmer didn't do that, and George Clooney as hell didn't do that.
George Clooney was but George Clooney was huge. He's like 6'3".
George Clooney's a big dude.
He's a big guy.
He sort of filled out that suit pretty well, anyway. He was just.
I don't really grade superhero actors as how ripped they were. Like that's one of the last things I think of actually.
I never really.
He's ripped. He did a great job.
Which is what I had said earlier. Is that
for
by
certain
today's
characters.
standards, we will critique your physique more than we would have in 1989.
But I heard Robert Pattinson he doesn't want to play Batman anymore. He might not come back for the next installment, apparently, or maybe they filmed the next one.
I think it's because it's been delayed.
Yes,
pushed back
the
so
quote.
much.
The quote was more aligned to like he doesn't want this to take forever. He kind of wants it to get it done, kind of thing, because he doesn't want to be Batman for his life, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't
think he had to worry about that. That's a good statement to have when you ain't got to worry about it. Oh, did he sign for more?
Yeah, 3 movies.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's talking about. He doesn't want the 3 movies to span out like a 15-year deal, kind of thing. He wants them to be like, get them out pretty soon, kind of thing. No, I think recently the only thing I think the only thing that I've heard Pattinson go against that he like after Mickey 17, he said he was like kind of shying away from doing sci-fi films.
Kamikaze, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I get a little gun shy with him because of the movies that he did that I don't like, but he could be a good actor. I'd like to see him in other things that are.
Have you seen any of his more recent? Like, did you see The Lighthouse with him
I
and
didn't
Willem
see that,
Dafoe?
no. So maybe I should
Oh,
watch
it's
something else that he's in besides Batman and besides the sparkly vampire stuff.
any of his any of his recent films, like The Lighthouse. I can't recommend enough, but it's already by. It's the same director who did Nosferatu and
I've
Witch.
heard good things about his acting. That's what I've heard. I didn't see it in Batman necessarily, but I've heard good things about acting.
I liked Christopher Nolan's Tenet, and he's got a good job. He did a good job in that.
I liked him. Yeah, and he was good in Tenet. I forgot. Nah, he's been in a couple good things recently. Like I'm actually excited to see Mickey
If you want to
17.
see him doing something dark that's very different, he did a movie called Good Time with the Safdie brothers. That's really dark. He's like a intense criminal character in that.
Okay. We'll have to check it out. Actually,
from 2017, the same guy that did Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler.
What a really like interesting. Uncut Gems was so interesting when it came out. Like it's not. I wouldn't say it's my favorite movie, but man, I was like, wow, this is really cool.
They're powerful, hard to watch movies, and Good Time is the same way. Good Time gives the same kind of performance for Pattinson that you get from Sandler.
Okay. All right. Well, I think he can be a good actor. I just don't think I like him as Batman, and I don't think I like, and of course I get messed up because he was in those movies that I just won't watch. That's just the thing.
No, those are his biggest, most commonly watched kind of things. He's also in the fourth Harry Potter, but most people forget that.
Yep.
There is a new Harry Potter TV series coming very soon.
There is, yes.
I'm a huge fan of Harry Potter. I loved the movies. I often say that they are this generation's Star Wars. I think and you know how much I love Star Wars. That's a big thing to say. So they gave me that exact same feeling. It was a very coming of age. It was a very, I could be this, I could be a wizard, the school, the whole mystery aspect of it. It was like Hardy Boys meets Star Wars. It was really awesome. So I don't know. I hope they do a good job with the TV series.
So they've only officially cast one actor so far for that show. It's John Lithgow as Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Okay. John Lithgow, eh? Interesting.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of rumored casting going around, but that's the only one that's confirmed.
John Lithgow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got that presence, that kind of grandfatherly presence with a little bit of like that. Could he be a killer behind the eyes kind of thing?
I like John Lithgow. He's great. He was good in Dexter. He was good in a few old movies that I love.
30 Rock. He was hilarious on that.
There was a great movie where he was in. He was like a dope movie with John Bon Jovi, and it was just fantastic. And he played
in what's the movie with Mark Wahlberg and he plays the dad of Will Ferrell.
Oh
yeah, he's so good in that. Oh my God,
love
he's
that
perfect.
movie.
It's like Stepdad or something.
I want to say it's Stepdad. That's the name that kept coming to mind, but it also feels wrong.
He plays Will Ferrell's dad.
Yeah,
and they're perfect. That father and son. I'm like, oh my God, I so believe that. That's
right. And then you've got Wahlberg and Mel Gibson on the other side.
So good. That movie's great. I watch it at Christmas. It's one of my Christmas movies now.
I think there's a sequel. I think there's two of them.
Yes, there is. That is the sequel.
Is there any thought to this Harry Potter show being too soon?
I think I feel like we just finished Harry Potter, for Pete's sake. Usually it takes a few years before they're like, we should revise the Golden Girls, or we should,
The final film in that series came out 14 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Shut up.
I know the first one was like 98 or 97.
Yeah, Deathly Hallows Part 2 was in the fall of 2011.
Oh my God.
So.
You forget because you're like 90s books. They're modern books. I'm like, no, they're 40 years. They're 40 years old, bro.
Right.
They had other movies. Yeah, they've had the movies come out since
Yeah,
in the Beast.
Yeah, the
spin-off
Fantastic
shows or
Beasts.
whatever, or
Yeah,
movies. Yeah,
there's like 3
Yeah.
of them, I think, that kind of tie in
Yeah,
before Harry
yeah,
Potter.
yeah.
Which I watched the first 2. I didn't watch the third one. I don't think. Maybe I
the
did.
third
I
one's
didn't
good.
mind them. They were okay. They weren't as good. Obviously, they weren't as good as the Harry Potter ones, but
Sure.
I liked them.
they were okay. They were all
I
right.
want to see
I
the
enjoyed the
play.
casting. I like. It was good to be back
I
in that
do and I
world.
don't. I'm mad that she made. I'm mad that she made. Like I was pissed because I read all the books and like when she dropped them kind of thing, and then when we heard that she was doing The Cursed Child as a play, I was like, what? And then she was only gonna release it as a play. I was like, you said what? Why? Like, why not just do another book? Why are you doing this weird play? So like, I actually own the damn screenplay for the play, and I still have not read it. Kind of in distaste because she did it as a play.
And it's not something that you read. It doesn't have the same literary
No, it
kind of
doesn't.
enjoyment. But because I'm not cool, my daughters and I acted it out for my wife just for the fun of it. Everybody had
Because you're not
we all
cool.
like it was hilarious.
What do you
It was so
mean that's
funny.
not cool? That's
Why
the
didn't you
coolest.
record this for YouTube, John? What the F?
Because the last time, Becker probably remembers that the last time I did this, I got some copyright content
I do,
strikes for
I do
reading
remember that.
chapters of Harry Potter on my YouTube channel.
Oh, that's funny.
Everybody used your moment on the copyright thing to
I mean,
discriminate.
those
They
are
were
still
like,
the
"Don't,
most
you
watched
can't
videos
read from
ever on my
books."
channel. Yeah, everybody's like
That's-
waiting for the day the hammer was gonna fall on
That's
me.
one of the first things I asked Google, by the way, was can I read a book on YouTube without getting in trouble? And they said no.
Yeah.
And you can,
No, you can't.
you can,
Well,
you
so
can.
what
It's
she-
just certain types of books.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I
you
have
have to
several.
read you have to read Treasure Island and stuff. You can't read
No,
Harry
you could-
Potter.
No, you could do modern stuff because I have several Stephen King that I've
Yeah.
read all the way through. But it's
if
just
you're
certain
a
books.
if you're a charitable organization like Reading Books to the Blind on there,
Right.
and all that money goes to a nonprofit, you can read as many books and whatever you want, just about.
So here's how I got around it for a while, because she had made an announcement during COVID that she was fine with people reading her books over video platforms and things like that and I started doing it for my third graders. I was reading chapters of it and they could like do book on tape, basically listen to Mr. John read it. And I never monetized those videos. I never had any ads on those videos. They were always labeled as for kids, those videos, which you're not usually supposed to label stuff for kids because you'll know you won't get the views. The only thing I did was I had them organized in a playlist so that you could like click on, the third of Harry Potter
part
book and
one,
get
part
all
two.
the books in order, like all the chapters in order, because I did each one as a live stream. So I got away with it, I think, because of that. But then I think after COVID ended, she sort of ended her allowance for people to do that with her books. And that's when I think the hammer fell.
Yeah, I think that's the real
Well,
answer to that is like it depends on author to author because like I do remember when she had that available. I didn't know she had took that away, so that's interesting, but it makes sense now.
Isn't
But like
she
I do,
semi-canceled too, though? Like there's something going on. Like everybody.
She was.
Yes,
She's
and
not
She said
no more.
something. She said something about a certain community that wasn't.
she still has a huge hated fan base. I don't think it's ever gone away.
It's really so minute compared to what her regular fan base is. It doesn't make a difference.
Fair enough.
I've loved her all the way through. I know what she said and blah blah blah. I wasn't a fan of what she said, but it didn't. I mean, I don't enjoy her. I enjoy her writing. So I mean, that's where
Michael Baker. I have seen The Ref. I continue to watch it every Christmas. It is a Christmas
Such a
movie.
freaking
100%.
hilarious movie.
You talking about Michael Keaton?
Yeah,
Dennis
Leary.
Dennis Leary.
Oh, quick side, you was talking about Michael Keaton earlier, and I couldn't remember, but the snowman one, where he's a snowman.
Oh yeah, Jack Frost.
Jack
Frost.
Frost, yeah.
I thought that was heartwarming in a way,
I still watch that movie too. It's sort of a crap movie, but I love it. So can't help it, man. It's just a good movie. It's just a good crap movie. Stephen Fry, Jim Dale, Real Ones, No, John's Comics with Kids. Nice.
That Santa Claus movie that was on Netflix. What's it called? Like it was just called Santa Claus.
Is that the one with the workout Santa Claus and the
Chronicles?
No, not that. Not Red One. Not Red One.
Santa Claus Chronicles.
No, yeah, the Santa Claus Chronicles. When that
I
first
like
came
that
out,
movie.
my daughter wanted to watch it every day.
Dude,
It was good, but at least
those.
it was good. At least it was good though.
Yeah,
I
with Kurt
was
Russell.
actually shocked that I liked him because I didn't think I would like him as Santa Claus. I was like, and then I loved him as Santa Claus. I thought he was wicked.
Yeah,
Like,
now
you're
now like
awesome.
every time I see a new movie with Santa Claus, it's like, oh, it's not him. He played it. He played it good.
The fact that he's talking about not having a belly, it's all like it's all entertaining. Like it's just funny, man. I don't know. He was
That was
good.
who that was. That was
I was
oh,
Snake Plissken, bro.
so, yeah, I'm gonna say he was trying to escape
Yeah,
from
Kurt
the
Russell.
city
Yeah,
as
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell. He was trying to escape from New York, escape from now. He's trying to
And
escape out of the city as Santa.
and the fact that at the end of the movie when they go at the end and it's Goldie Hawn there, it was very heartwarming, man. I
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
oh yeah.
that's awesome. Those two are still, and I know they're not now, but at the time they were still married, and I was like, oh, that's awesome, man.
Like eventually everybody breaks up in Hollywood.
That's what they say.
Like they get 1 year or 30 years eventually.
Or they just pass each other around.
Or they just pass away together. Like what's his name?
Oh, Johnny Cash and his wife. That's what happened to them. They just, they loved each other so much. One couldn't live without the other, man. That's just the way it worked.
Well,
That's what happened. What's his name?
almost 8 months apart. I mean, it was.
That was close enough.
What was the one that just happened? Didn't his wife die first and then he died? And like
Yeah, Gene Hackman.
Yeah, they think that she died first.
Yeah,
Then he ended up either dying of dehydration or he didn't. He ended up dying of a heart attack or something due to dehydration or not taking his pills because they thinking he died 7 days later.
Yeah,
he had real bad Alzheimer's.
She had signs of mummification, so it was like at least a week.
And she had something wrong with her, and they think she went to go get her pills and died. And on the way down, hit her head. And he lived 7 days in that house, not knowing if he could feed or feed himself or give himself, drink water or whatever.
A lot younger than him, wasn't she? Wasn't she like 68 or something?
About 20 years, 30.
About 30 years actually younger than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think what his child called the police to check on him because he hadn't talked to him or something in a while.
And which is sad. If he had the last stage dementia, Alzheimer's and dementia, and the last stages, him being there by himself with her and still moving around, is like very, very not normal. Because the last stages is you're bedridden and you forget to feed yourself. You don't remember how to chew. You don't remember how to swallow. Because I went through all that with my mother. I mean, it's the last stages are the most horrific death you have ever seen in your life, other than torture.
The sad part for me is you would think that people of that age, with him needing that much care, would have some kind of live-in support. You'd think that, with that much money,
like fallback.
they would have somebody caring for them, because that's the scenario that's so scary to be there.
I guess they didn't think about it when she was like 30 years younger than him. So
yeah,
I guess, but with somebody with that level of dementia, it's better just to have support. That's so hard, and you have the money. You have the resources, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Yeah, but man, fucking Superman died from bed sores, for Pete's sake. You know what I mean? Like,
some of that, yeah. I mean, when you're
he
that
had
level
the money. He had the money to have people just didn't flip him. Like, that makes no sense to me. It's crazy to me
that happens all the time in the rest homes, all the time.
Can you imagine? You've lived your whole life. You're an awesome person. You're who you are, and then
more money you think about.
Nobody gives a shit about you because you're old. Your opinion doesn't matter, and blah blah blah. Doesn't matter what you know. They don't care to flip you. They don't care if you're coughing. Nothing. That's terrible, man.
And that's. I'm not saying that we wouldn't, because my mother was in a rest home and we went up there daily and everything. But still, that's why my dad won't go in a rest home, because even though we took him up there daily. And was up there, and it just took one day for them not watching her, and she fell and broke her hip, and that started the decline right there. Within 4 months, it was over.
Yeah, that's scary.
And of course, you can't blame them, because they're going to all take up for, no, I didn't do it. We just turned her back. And I understand why they have cement floors with tile over it, but it looks like, in certain areas that have, padded floors or something, because you're always hearing about older people falling and breaking a hip and passing away later on from it. But I don't know. I don't have a solution for it, and apparently nobody else does.
No, well, other countries do actually. I've seen in other countries where old people live a wonderful existence, where they live in houses, where there's
Well, they live with
people
their
that actually
family.
care for them.
Yeah,
They don't live. They don't live in hospital existences.
that's the way to go.
Mexico is a prime example of their families all live in one house. They live together, and they eventually come back. If they do spread out, they eventually come back in their family, and they all live and take care of their parents and their grandparents. And that's a lot of it around here too. You'll see people that live with their families, or the
Bro,
kids move out and they get so old they move in with the kids.
I just went through it. My brother passed away by himself, alone on his bed, nobody there, nobody around
Yeah.
him. And it's a hard thing to see. It's a hard thing to. Everybody says you die alone, you are alone, but you don't want to really think like that. You don't want to.
Yeah.
Like you would hope that somebody's there for you at those end moments. That somebody that's there for you that actually cares about you.
Well, in my faith, there is. Even if you're alone, as far as a person, you're not alone.
That's true. God, that's true.
You're not alone. You get the most awesome being that's there with you at the end to take your hand.
Yeah,
If you believe. There. If you don't believe, I don't know what happens to you. I just don't know.
Could be E.T. that shows up, if you don't believe.
I tell you, I was reading Willy Wonka's book to my son, and that's really depressing and sad as shit. At some point,
you should actually. Willy Wonka's actual first rendition's even worse. It's super racist. It's terrifying.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad. They had to get him to revise it, I think, twice.
Glass elevator's a little more happy.
All of those little orange people are not little orange people, apparently.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's like they were starving and they couldn't eat, and it was just like fucking sad and pathetic. I'm watching Electric State right now. It looks pretty good.
I like it.
I'm gonna finish that later.
What'd you think so far, Huda?
I like it. So I'm okay with the slow start of it.
Yeah.
It's
It is, but they throw a lot at you.
because they got to explain stuff. So
Yeah,
a lot of times a lot of times for movies I kind of give that a little leeway because you only got 2 hours, sometimes max maybe 2.5. But they gotta give you some kind of backstory, and I didn't mind it. At least I understood how we got to the. I guess I got because I stopped it at 50 minutes in, so it explains. Kind of you understand why we're at this point.
Yeah, they did a great job with it.
So because it's like other movies that I thought were pretty good, and it's like man, they never explain anything. Like for example, we were talking about it the other day. It was like Civil War. That movie, they're just fighting in Civil War in America, and we don't know how it started. California and Texas, two countries that succeeded together, and we're kicking butt because the people don't realize how big California, Texas is if they went away from America. California literally is their GDP. If they split from America, would be the 4th largest country, which people don't really realize. That's insane to think about it. But yeah, it's that movie irked me just because it didn't explain how it started and how we got to this point. They're just short fighting, but at least they kind of explained it. It was kind of slow and kind of didn't get.
No, I loved it. I loved Electric State. I mean, it is slow.
The only thing I dislike. This is the only thing I dislike, and this is just a thing because I like to go to the movies theaters and have experiences. So Netflix, when they do like something that's good, it's at home. And what I tend to do is what I did yesterday. I start watching it and I stop, even though I'm enjoying it. and then I'll watch it later. And at least when I'm at a theater, I'll take 2 hours out of my day and enjoy the whole thing. You know what I mean?
I could say that this is a movie I would enjoy to see on the big screen. It feels
Yeah.
worthy of a big screen release. Like it's kind of disappointing. It's straight to Netflix kind of thing.
Yeah, Netflix. I wish they would get out of that mode and maybe do like a week or two at the theaters. And if they just did that with their good movies, they would make way. They already make a lot of money, but they would
Yeah,
bank like
I agree.
$300-400 million on a really good movie. Extra.
Yeah, and I gave my rating grad for Electric State. I give it a 9 out of 10. That's how much I liked it, and I even went into detail why it's probably gotten that low of a score. But like, I really don't understand why it's getting that low of a score because it was great. I loved it.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of times people give low scores just because certain people are in there,
Yes.
or certain directors are directing a movie that they might have not done a good movie like the last couple times, and it's weird. People, but movies are subjective. I say this all the time. Movies are very subjective. Just because you like a movie and I don't like it doesn't mean it wasn't enjoyable.
Yeah,
It's
doesn't mean
you're
either
supposed
one
to
of us are wrong.
you're supposed to unplug and erase and enjoy the moment of watching something. That's basically what a movie's supposed to be like. Escape from reality. So you know, have I watched terrible movies? Yeah, but I just haven't watched them again. So I don't revisit those movies. But yeah, I'm hoping Amazon doesn't do that with James Bond because they have the rights to James Bond.
I think they
And
will.
well, if they want to make the extra money they actually paid for it, because they paid the money for
Yeah.
MGM to get the right, and they got the rights to James Bond, but they also paid the Broccoli family $1 billion to get the what's it
I
called?
think right now it's at like 4.5 billion altogether.
Yeah, like I forget nobody's ever paid somebody to get creative rights. That's what they actually got from the Broccolis. The Broccolis controlled, like if they said, "Oh, let's do this movie," James Bond's in space doing that, they'd be like, "No," and they can't do it. That's how powerful their creative was. Like anything they didn't like that they were trying to produce, it wouldn't get made. So what's his name? Amazon guy was like, "Give them whatever they want." And he's like $1 billion just for the rights. I'm not just for the creative rights. They already had the rights to do it.
Crazy.
And guess what? The Broccoli still own a portion of James Bond. So if they do make it go to theaters, which they might try to not to, they still get some money out of it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, I hope not, but Amazon does great things. Honestly, Amazon does a lot of great TV shows, and
they fixed the Jack Reacher series. After Tom Cruise kind of screwed it up.
Shit, they got Invincible going.
Well, Tom Cruise. If you think about, we're talking about like proportions of a person.
Yeah.
If you read that Reacher's book.
Oh yeah, I've read
Tom
every
Cruise
single
is
one.
Definitely not Jack Reacher.
No, he ain't.
This guy more fits the build of Jack Reacher.
Oh, Alan Richardson is great.
Yeah, Jack Reacher was not 5'2".
Nope.
So yeah, it's been good though. They've done good with it. I've been watching every episode every Thursday.
Oh yeah, no, I've loved it.
Yeah,
and Michael Baker, that was a topic of discussion when they sold the rights from the Broccoli family, and supposedly they're done with the Bond formula, the Bond girl thing. Like that was something that was brought up during the whole interview with Amazon.
But the funny thing is, I don't know how. Like Amazon might do two things. That's what I'm assuming they're gonna do. I think they're gonna do a TV show, kind of thing on Amazon, and then they might do a feature film. And it'd be in theaters because they have that deal with AMC that if you go see a movie, like if you're a Prime member, you get free tickets. So
slated right now, they have a Moneypenny show, and supposedly we already have like a working theory on what the script is for that, and the other one is like a Bond trilogy that they've already like set in stone. Okay, the question is whether it's going to theater, and right now it seems like it's going straight to streaming. But like to me, I'm with you. That would be like it would just be a misstep. Bond makes money. It's a good theater movie. I feel like it should be released in theaters and moved to streaming like normal.
Yeah, you could do. They could do TV shows like which they've done great with on maybe side characters or maybe the Bond training thing. I saw something. They could do something. They could figure something out with the TV.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think, and I don't know. Have we got an Amazon project that's made it to the big screen?
I think they probably have a few of them. I just can't think off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't.
Because they own, they own what they bought. Is it MGM Studios?
Mm-hmm.
So like if MGM Studios drops something, that's actually Amazon. So
yeah, it's true.
It's just like Disney with it's this 20th century.
Vista.
20th
Mm-hmm.
century is Disney. Yeah, so yeah, I could easily. I think it's the stuff that when stuff comes out in theaters, then all of a sudden a week later it's on Amazon. I think that's the movies that they might own because it's the only way they can get stuff on their streaming that fast. But, yeah,
Who do we want as the new
I think they'll do well. I think they do well. Jeff Bezos, he actually really cares about the James Bond mythos, and story. Because he really wants to get that told. It's like that's like one of the first things he's like, we got this. All right, I want to get James Bond going. I love that series.
I mean, it's a great franchise, and the franchise still has legs. I mean, you're talking about how many books they haven't even touched base with yet, and that's stuff that's already written. Not only, I mean, and you're talking about how many movies just came from purely script standpoint with no book behind it. They've done a lot of those too. So I mean, for a business standpoint, no, it's an excellent franchise to pick up, and move forward with if they do it right, kind of thing.
Who you think might get cast as it? I always look. I think about who's not gonna who's not taking a lot of jobs right now. That's the people I'm thinking about for his casting, because I don't think Henry Cavill is not gonna be it because he has a lot on his plate right now.
I'm kind of in this mindset for a lot of new movies when we talk about extended characters. I hope we go unknown and young to the point where it's not weird or whatever. I want it to be as young as it can within believable standard, but because I mean we're talking about a franchise.
Not a Kid Arrington young when he did
Kingsman.
Kingsman, not that young. But I know
I could even go Kingsman young, almost if written right. But I kind of agree. I want a little older.
Didn't they make James Bond a chick? Isn't James Bond going to be a girl next? Is that what I'm pretty sure that's
that was just a rumor.
No,
that was a rumor. Yeah, and I think they were just trying to bring excitement back to them.
And I think it wasn't James Bond. It was the 007 character.
Yeah,
it was going to be a female, so it wasn't going to be James Bond. It wasn't going to be Jamie Bond. It was going to be a totally different character.
James Bond was still going to be
there.
On
it, and they were trying to make
James
Bond is woke.
Yeah. That's that. Well, it ended a lot like the female was taking over his place. So
it had a couple different rumors a couple years ago, one that the new James Bond villain was going to be the first transgender villain or something like that, and that turned out to be not true. That there was 3 or 4 big rumors that were circling, and none of them turned out to be true. They were still dealing with this business deal, and this business deal went 2 years or something like that. Debacle.
Yeah, you can't just buy a studio.
There was there was rumor castings which is not true. None of them. I mean, they hadn't even made it to the process of where they have an outline script yet. That's how low in production it is. We don't even know if they're starting over. We don't even know if they're continuing forward. There's no thought.
There were rumors with what's his name? Oh man, I never could remember his name, but he is in
shit. They had Idris Elba.
The last Idris Elba was really good, man. Daniel Craig.
They had Tom Hiddleston. There's been some nice ones.
But it's so funny. Idris Elba actually got rumored, and he actually did a show that was basically James Bond, but he called it Luther.
Luther was good.
That was basically James Bond.
He was rumored to play James Bond. He's got that swag to him, right? He's got that real heavy swag.
I think it's just those guys who get rumored are always, by the time they get the rumor built around them. They're just too old. Like they're just like
Yeah.
it's not. I know Clive
Yeah.
Owen had the same buzz around him, but by that time he was like much too old to play the part.
Yeah.
It's the same with Henry Cavill. I mean, he would be great like 10 years ago, but like right now,
Currently,
he's not going to be
10
able to
years
make
ago, he'd have been
many
in his
movies.
30s. So yeah.
They take so long to make these dang movies that you got to imagine like how long is in between each movie.
Daniel
that's
Craig
like-
was it for me,
They
man.
don't want to do the back-to-back movies anymore. Like you know
Daniel
how they
Craig
could
was a
save
good,
money.
was probably my favorite James Bond since the early days. To be honest, he's just
Mine too.
he brought
got the
back that
best
ruggedness.
screenplays.
The movies were really
Yeah, he
good.
did.
I don't know. I liked it quite a bit.
No,
And
and
there's-
the screenplays he got were the best ones in a long while too. They were really
Yeah.
interesting scripts that were exciting to watch.
And
And
don't
the
get me
ones
wrong.
based on
I
what's
mean,
his
books
name-
were closer to the
holds the
books
record
too.
for the only Bond movie to make $1 billion. So.
Yep.
And don't forget, what's his name was a good Bond. I liked Pierce Brosnan as Bond. He should have been Bond a long time
I've enjoyed
ago.
all the Bonds.
But it was definitely Daniel Craig for me was the one.
I liked all of them.
Pierce
Timothy Dalton.
Brosnan was probably the smoothest Bond in my like he was
Oh
just
yeah,
so
he was
smooth,
so
but
smooth,
so
man.
smooth.
When he
was
came
getting
up
like
and
4
did
or
his
5
tie,
bitches
when
a
he came
movie.
up out of the water in that submarine, I was like, yeah, James Bond, buddy. That was awesome.
So there
All
is.
right, you
Sean
guys
Connery
want to
was
get out of here?
yeah.
We've held these people hostage long
I love
enough.
Sean too.
It's
Sean
20
had
after
Sean
4.
Connery was my Bond.
Whatever
We've
you want
gone
to do, Blake. Whatever you want to do.
We've gone into
I'm still
overtime.
hanging out.
Let's start saying our goodbyes. We'll start with Papa Wheelie down in the bottom corner. Papa Wheelie,
Oh, there's his bye.
perfect goodbye. And don't forget, he does Sweet Chin Music every Thursday. Papa, I know Beckerman probably isn't going to be there this week. Are you still doing Sweet Chin Music this week? Okay, not quite sure, but we might get on. You have other people. You got Boston Chris. You got Biggie Shack. You got some people you can call on. So you can
No
still do the
Beckerman
show.
this week. I'll be out to dinner.
Yes, going out for dinner.
Oh, your anniversary, huh?
No, it's playing a comic.
Oh no,
week.
no, I forgot. You said your anniversary is like around with Dallas Con.
Yeah, May 28th.
Yeah.
Are you going to be part of the Band of Brothers auction this Saturday, Papa? Perfect. So Papa Wheelie, Band of Brothers auction, Saturday. We got Monty directing a chorus up there. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing.
He's trying to land a plane.
I know how to land a helicopter, but I'm trying to direct where. Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
I've been waiting, but
Yeah, say something.
What do y'all think about this for a mouse pad?
That's a really big mouse pad.
Well, it's going to be a mouse.
There you go.
Oh,
geez.
No.
What do I think of the Millennium Falcon being a mouse pad? Stop it.
Well, it's going to be. It's going to be 3 foot wide by 2 foot, or 3 foot long by 2 foot wide, and it goes under the keyboard and the whole thing.
I really want one now.
Yeah, because I got one right here I'm using, and I'm fixing to make all that into a. I guess you would call it a mouse pad / cover for or undercover for your keyboard and computer and everything.
You can just stick it in the box that you're making to send me, Monty. That'd be great. That'd be
You can
perfect.
make a blanket out of it, and I'll take it like that.
A blanket?
I don't have a mouse for a computer, so that's why I'm like
king size.
Oh
please.
well, and plus it works wonderful to spread out when you're bagging and boarding books because it's real slick and you can slide the boards under the books and not touch the books, and it's just awesome.
Cool.
Make pillowcases out of it too. Take one.
No, I don't want. I'm not that thrifty. I'm making mouse pads.
Who that comics? What do you got going on your channel?
A pillowcase is easy. Jeez,
Well,
they taught you that in home back in 1966.
Well, they taught me how to sew in the army, but I don't remember.
You were in the army. They got to teach you something in there.
Well,
Don't
yeah,
they?
sew
Sewing
buttons.
is-
See, this is the one I was using right here.
He knows that. He knows how to sew and make coffee old fashioned out of it.
He also knows how to make peppers. He makes peppers and
Oh
peppers.
yeah, I'm waiting for him to go live so I can order some stuff.
Who dat? What you got going on your channel, brother?
Oh my god.
This auctions with you for Band of Brothers next Saturday. I'll have an unboxing soon. I just did one recently of two. I consider Grail books. It's a golden age and a modern book, so you can check that video out. but me and Boston Chris, I think, gonna do a show this week
Nice.
of graphic content, and I don't think I hope I'm not missing anything, but I'll be around church, was it Band of Brothers and
Yeah, it's nice to
everything
see
else.
you here. Actually, you don't usually get to make it for Sundays in the last few weeks.
Yeah. We were out. I could have did my Sam's walkthrough because y'all were live and I was in Sam's and I was like, should I go in there and do that again? When I walked around, we were talking and y'all saw me shopping, but I didn't.
We always like a good shopping trip here at church. Awesome. And that's Who Dat Comics. Check them out. Give them a follow. Give them a like. Give them a thumbs up. Give them a hug. Whatever you like to do. And Mr. John's Comics with Kids, what do you got going on your awesome channel these days?
I've got a video on my favorite Batman reading coming on Monday, and then a lot of omnibus stuff this week. I've got the New Mutants Omni X-Men show coming on Tuesday on my channel, and then Thursday we're working our way through the Book of Doom omnibus, and we're doing the great graphic novels, Emperor Doom and Triumph and Torment by Mignola, along with some of the Secret Wars issues that he was a big part of. So that's what we're doing on Thursday, and then Friday I'm doing the first Brian Michael Bendis Daredevil omnibus discussion. So
And also, John, I know you've got memberships activated on your channel. So if you want to become a member to John's channel, I think you have membership perks as well. I believe.
Yes, sir. You got early access and then a monthly giveaway box. So lots of goodies going out.
See, things are happening here in the comic book community. John's Comics with Kids. Check them out. All right, who we got next up here? Mr. Splash Page, what do you got going on your channel?
Well, if you haven't been watching my show, the second contest has already begun 2 episodes ago. And guess what? There's a hint in this video right here somewhere. So if you missed it, you're going to have to go back and look for it. So, no telling now. No telling.
I actually wouldn't be able to. I think I actually remember what the hint is.
No telling. No telling.
It was a number.
It was a number.
But just stay tuned to my show. I'm going to be showing some stuff. Maybe next weekend I'll do another show. Hopefully nothing comes up. I got a garden to start getting ready to plant. So may pop in real quick and do a video, or I may set up the camera out in my garden and I can just watch me work. Me and my minions.
I don't mind if you want to do that at church. I love it, dude. Honestly, I always put the camera on people that are doing stuff, like Aaron when he's drawing, Rad when he's drawing, or you when you're doing your peppers or making your sets or whatever.
When I'm shopping, so you can see exactly what.
Yeah, I love Biggie and Who Dat shopping moments. Biggie likes to order food, so it's all good, man. Journey loves to car travel, so we're happy with that stuff.
So anyway, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen on Saturday at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time, and stay tuned. And like I said, don't miss out early, because if you wait until late, I don't want to hear no whining from nobody.
So I do have the hint that happened today at church. I do take $10 donations to my PayPal. If you don't want to watch the video, I'm just saying I do have the hint. Mike, shut up.
You could just go ahead and super chat him right now.
I'll just message you.
Cali Comics. Yeah.
Oh, y'all are going to try to make things so easy for the people, but I got tricks and turns in there that it ain't going to work.
We're a little late today, but that's okay.
Can I say something, Bleak, before you go? My giveaway is not as hard as his. You just gotta become a channel member and you win these. That's it. It's like $2. Channel member. There you
go. Boom. You should actually see his last giveaway that he did was.
Oh my god!
I have it right here. I just have it. I gotta run the video though.
Tremendous giveaway.
I've been working like crazy. So
look at this giveaway, people. Look at this.
This is wild.
Nova. That book was going for $300 at the con, by the way.
What, really?
Yeah,
Dang.
I know. I was freaking out, bro. I was losing my shit.
Ooh.
Scott Lang.
I looked at a raw copy of Young Avengers 1. Somebody had it for $280.
Yeah.
I was like, you are losing your minds. Oh, Spider Pig. Nice.
That's all going on. I gotta do the video. I've been working crazy. I'll do the video. It's like I know you got Susie Q, like Steppo. I think hold on, they got a whole bunch of people. Yeah, I can't think of all the people, but yeah,
I better
good
be
luck
on that
with
wheel.
Yeah.
Beckerman, what do you
That's why I
got going
love doing
on?
the channel number. Like John, it's so easy. You just go to the list, copy the
What do you
list.
got going on with your life, Beckerman, these days?
Oh, I'm just doing stuff.
He's just doing stuff fine. You can check
He's
Beckerman out
living.
every Tuesday on the Hucklebuck with fucking Comic Viking, even though he doesn't like to talk about it. You can check out his terrible managerial skills on The Hunt every other
Yeah.
Terrible.
Saturday as
Did he
he
just say
All the
that?
life I just breathed in. I should get my CPR certification automatically for all the life I breathed into that show last night.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Sweet Chin Music, he's over there as well.
Yeah.
Sweet Chin Music every Thursday, except this Thursday he will be going to dinner because he works very hard and he doesn't relax very often at all. And what else has Becker been doing these days?
Sounds
He's
like
here.
somebody's a little salty about
He's
that
here
chicken
at
he got
church.
last night.
Salt is good. I love salt. Salt is great. There's a whole woman made of salt somewhere in the desert. Go find her.
Oh yeah, that was yeah.
You know.
See, look at still. I just start talking and boom, 90s like USA.
Yep. Yep.
The people needed me.
Yeah, the people needed you to shut it. I'm just bugging Beckerman. Beckerman's awesome. I love Beckerman, but I'm now his enemy from now on. So that's just how that works. Bobby Delgado, what do you got going on, brother?
It's funny that you oppose freedom.
Comic-Con this weekend, man. I'm hoping to hook up with Beckerman and the KC crew and find out where this dinner is. Maybe I can crash in there and wear one of my best suits.
Been invited if you read the chat.
I like it.
I need to go in there and look at it then for sure because I'm going, yeah. But you can often find me in the streets, man, standing up for democracy, giving voice to the voiceless and hope to the hopeless, man. Yeah. Station, bro. Love you guys. Thanks for having me on church. Yeah.
Maca, if you want to know how to spell Maca, it's ICE.
No, it's MACA.
You can
America champ again, and that's what we did. And now we're gonna keep Biggie the champ.
See what I'm saying? I'm just saying. There's a lot of similarities, people. ICE, MACA. I'm just saying.
Well, if that video gets restored, somebody let me know because I would like to share that out to a few people.
It's a great video, bro. It's a great video. And Bobby, you can check Bobby out. His art is also really awesome. I know we don't get a lot of chances to show off the art. Like, I don't do a lot of art. I don't know how much art Bobby does, but we used to have a great show that TM used to be a part of called Between the Lines. And that was a really fun time for people in the community that are artistic, that enjoyed that sort of thing. TM, Roscoe. I don't know where you are, but just saying.
TM was a part of that show?
I know. You wouldn't think about it, but he was. He was a good, big part of that show.
Yep.
So we miss it. But yeah, it took
the
a
fact
Bobby
that he didn't
well.
curse me makes me think he's not listening.
Well, it's hard to curse the first backer of the shift.
Or I can't talk.
Mr. Evil Mike, what do you got going on in your channel, my friend?
Book club every other Saturday. It's either Stephen King or some D&D. This coming up Saturday will be Stephen King with the Talisman. It should be the last part of that. And next weekend after that, Dragonlance with some D&D. Beckerman is a part of that.
Let's show some art again. I agree, Susie. I'm down with that. TM, are you kicking around there? TM's been pretty quiet for a minute.
You can catch me on
So he's on Biggie Shack's book club. Don't forget to watch book club every week. And of course the comic collector club as well with Biggie and myself and a few other fine folks in the community. Check out Biggie, check out K-Pop Junkie as well. I believe she has a show on tonight, which is Kicking It with K-Pop. And somebody else talk. I gotta go do something real quick before I say goodbye.
He just fall down the
All right,
stairs.
That's maybe what he had to do. Take a tumble.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in you, Callie. I show up on the hunt, and where the hell were you?
Tied with the tag team. That's some art for you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like Scrooge.
That's Scrooge McDuck.
Yep.
What happened to our host?
He fell on the stairs.
Yeah.
He had an emergency.
You could still hear it.
Emergency.
Some long stairs. Ooh, I like that. Vegeta?
Vegeta.
I hope he didn't roll all the way down them.
There's Rick.
No, from Rick and Morty. It's good.
That's Rick drunk in New Orleans. He got a little baby Groot with a Black Panther suit.
All right.
Very cool. Yeah. You draw that? Who that?
No, this is just from my commission book.
Nice.
I got art in another little book.
Is that Bender?
Bender throwing up the middle finger.
Oh, now he's rolling back up the stairs.
I'm all right. We're good. Everything worked out. All right. So yeah, catch me here on church. Who's drawing? What is that? That's a nice drawing.
Who is that?
I'm just showing over.
You
you said do something. You said do something. So
That's nice.
Yeah, catch me here at church Sundays. You got me on Band of Brothers next Saturday. We'll throw together an episode of To Slap or Not to Slap soon. And, we're on other people's shows. Again, catch K-Pop, catch Biggie Shack, catch everybody that hops on the panel. King John, he does a lot of good stuff on his channel right now. If you want some comic knowledge, go check him out as well.
Yeah.
Let's get the hell out of here.
And I show up from time to time.
All right. Yes, Monty, I already asked you what you were going to do, right, Monty? Did I ask you?
He did.
Yeah, actually, you talked to him like a couple
All right, because I feel like if I didn't ask him and I go away, Monty will yell at me.
I don't yell.
He actually had 2 times.
I don't yell.
I think you
smell that? Hey, fun, son. Nothing else in the world smells like that. I love the smell of